And we are live. Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We are coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific. I am your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki. She's a bit shy. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. Streamlabs.com/whatever. The link is in the description. So essentially, if you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Basically, just a payment processing fee. Donations and Super Chats $10 and up will be displayed in Stream Overlay. Donations and Super Chats $50 and up will be read, answered at intervals throughout the show. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $99 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. See the description for all other triggers and full details. Guys, please keep the Super Chats, donations, TTS respectful. Playful roasting is okay, but if you go too far with it, we reserve the right to not show or read it. We also have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. We have 6 different tiers of support. Check out all the perks. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. You can also gift memberships, 50 gifted for a fit check. We're also live on Twitch right now. Guys, do me a favor. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have it. If you have one, excuse me. And Carnivore Wife, thank you for the resub with the Prime. Appreciate it. Dammy, thank you for the Prime. And we'll check, and everyone else, thank you for the Prime. We'll check back in here in just a sec and shout you guys out. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. We also have merch, shop.whatever.com. Scuffed. Apparently that's not working. Okay. Nick, you going to be able to get that, or is it needs a refresh? Doesn't matter. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Good times, yep. Check out my nonprofit, Big Labia Matter, or BLM. We're getting started. You know, it's grassroots movement, so you know it's upstart. And okay, if you can't catch the full shows, we have 3 clips channels. Links in the description. If we get our main clips channel to 1 million subs, I will reveal what the 7 on my lapel means. Go subscribe. Last thing, Nick, if you're able to bring it back to the whatever Instagram. You guys may be familiar with Weed Jesus meme. We filmed it years ago. I've been trying to get in touch with him. Nick, if you can pull up the Weed Jesus one, the one in the center there. Yeah, play that. No audio is fine. It's actually a little hard to see. If anybody knows Weed Jesus, his name is Blessed. He lives in Santa Barbara where we filmed this. And we're kind of blocking him a little bit. I am trying to get in touch with him. If anybody knows Bless, I want to interview him. I want him on the podcast. So DM me out, whatever, if you know who he is. Okay, without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, and occupation. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Carly. I'm 19 years old, and I'm a fitness influencer.
My name is also Carly. I'm 26 years old, and I'm a student for nursing, but I'm currently on disability.
Hi, my name is Lauren Roses, and I work at a brothel, and I'm also a musician.
Age?
30.
Hello, I'm Ariel. I'm 20, and I'm also a fitness influencer.
Hello, I'm Emily. I'm 26, and I do social media and OnlyFans.
Hey, I'm Morgan. I'm 23. I'm a Turning Point USA contributor and a media personality.
Hi, my name is Isabella. I do international strategy at a think tank, and I am a conservative influencer.
Age?
23.
Did you say that?
No, I think I missed that.
Oh, okay.
I think that's my bad.
Hello, my name is Madison. I am 18 years old. I am a student. That's all I'm going to say because I feel like everyone already knows.
All right, cool. We're going to go around the table once more. So what is your current relationship status? Are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex cult? How long have you, because I mean, that's a thing, I guess. How long have you been single, if you're single? If you're in a relationship, how long have you been in the relationship? And what's your longest relationship? Go ahead.
I have a boyfriend. We've only been together for a month. and this is the only relationship, like real relationship I've ever been in. So
This is your first relationship?
my first, like real relationship.
Real relationship, as opposed to like you've previously had some situationships.
I mean, like like situationships, like
Yeah.
talking or whatever.
Okay. And who initiated? Like, did you both come to an agreement that you wanted to be boyfriend girlfriend? Did you ask him? Did he ask you? Or how did
We were friends for a year, and then he asked me out 3 times, and I said yes on the 4th time.
Wait. Okay. So you friend zoned him.
Well, no, not necessarily. He lived on the opposite side of the country, which didn't make any sense, but he's moving out here next week, so it seemed appropriate to, maybe I could pursue something real.
Wait. Okay. So you rejected him the first 3 times.
Not rejected, I wouldn't say. But the first time, it just didn't make sense. The other 2 times, I wanted to wait a little bit longer to be official. And then when we found out he was moving to the same city, I said yes.
But initially you friend zoned him, correct?
It was never like a complete friend zone. There was always a shot.
Partial friend
yeah.
zone?
He always had a chance.
Okay. All right. Interesting. Okay. What about you? And by the way, repeat your age again.
26.
26. Got it. Okay.
Yeah. I have been single for a year and a half. My longest relationship is 6 years. And that's pretty much it. Yeah. I'm single.
Longest relationship, 6 years. Got it.
Yeah.
What about you?
Currently in single mode. It's a little challenging to do it with the brothel. Currently I guess single.
Okay. How long have you been single?
Since 2020.
Okay. How long was that relationship?
Not like 3 years.
Was that your longest relationship too?
Yeah.
Okay. 3 years.
How'd you know?
Okay, so here, I'll come back to the brothel thing, but first I'm going to just have everybody share their relationship status situation. What about you?
I'm single. I've been single for 3-4 years, and my longest relationship was around 4 days.
So you've been single forever.
Basically.
So your longest relationship was for 3 to 4 days.
Yes.
Okay. So it was official for 3 to 4 days, like.
Yeah, he asked me to be his girlfriend. I said yes. And then I broke up with him 4 days later.
Why?
To keep it simple, I just realized that I didn't like him, to be honest.
So like was it a pity? He asked you to be the girlfriend, and you, out of pity, you said yes, and then.
I mean, I said yes. We had only hung out a few times, and we had been talking over Snapchat. I was like 16 for like a month, and then he asked me out, and I said yes. I liked him at first. I barely really knew him, and then we hung out more, and I just realized that he was not for me.
Okay. And I guess that was your longest relationship. What's the longest period of time that you've seen a guy? So maybe it wasn't boyfriend, girlfriend, but maybe it was friends with benefits, or it could have been situationship. What's the longest period of time?
I would say a month, maybe the most, or the longest that I've talked to someone was 2 months, probably.
The longest you've talked to someone, 2 months. Okay.
Yes.
Got it. And so you said you've been single for 4 years, was it?
Yeah.
Okay, so the 3 to 4 day thing was when you were 16. Was this like a high school type thing?
I believe so. Yeah, I was in high school.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right. What about you?
I am in a relationship, and my longest relationship is 5 years.
Is that your current one?
No, I've been in this relationship almost 4 years.
4 years. Okay.
Yes.
Got it. What about you?
I'm single, and my longest relationship has been 6 months, and I've been single for 5 months.
All right.
I just started seeing someone, so it's very new. But my longest relationship was almost a year, about a year.
Longest relationship was 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think when we were chatting on Instagram, like coordinating to get you on the show, when we first reached out to you, you were in a relationship.
Well, not.
And then you became single. So this is news to me that you're now in a relationship
Let me
again.
clarify. I'm a big believer in staying loyal since like the talking stage. So when I said like relationship, it was more so like talking stage.
Currently, right now.
No.
Oh,
when
back then.
originally, yes.
Back then, okay.
Yes, but now I'm seeing someone.
And wait, is it the same guy?
No.
As from, okay, gotcha. And did you say how long you've been seeing this current guy?
It's like
Just
fairly new.
pretty new,
Maybe
like
like a few weeks.
Couple weeks?
Yeah.
Okay. Madison, what about you?
I am not single. I'm in a very committed relationship. This is my longest relationship currently, 11 months and like 3 days.
All right, rock and roll. Okay, so you work in a brothel.
Yes, in Nevada. It's a legal brothel.
Okay. By the way, Nick, the kick isn't working, so if you can just stop it on kick. How long have you been doing that?
I've been doing that, gosh, since, well, after COVID. I was there 2018, but then I came back after COVID, so like 2021. Yeah, so a couple years now.
And I mean, even before you were working in said, is there like a different word I can just, because YouTube's finicky with this.
Yeah.
What's it like? Is there a French word for brothel? Bordello? Wait, bordello?
I think
Is
there.
that a
I think there is. It's
What is a bordello?
the red light district.
That's a wine.
Legal red light district.
Oh, bordello.
Bordello.
That works.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to say bordello.
I like that.
Sounds like a
Bordello.
wine.
I thought he said
I'm at the bordello.
All right, my intuition was correct. All right. So you work in a bordello.
Yes, I do.
That's how you should introduce yourself to
Yeah.
people. It's a little more vague, so they might think, oh, fancy.
And a courtesan.
Yeah, there
At
you
that.
go. So before your work in the bordello,
Mm-hmm.
were you doing that manner of work previously?
Yes, I was independent for some time.
Escorting?
Yes,
Okay.
and then before that, I was a dancer. I worked at Cheetahs, Spearmint Rhino, and then Deja Vu in San Diego. And then, the OnlyFans, and I did Playboy TV. I was an actor.
Okay.
That was real nice.
Is there a lot of demand for, I assume there must be for, like, you currently do OF, correct?
I do, but I've kind of changed it. It became harder for me to do it after that. So I think my energy levels, so I try to just do more of like a self-care one where it's like I send free photographs every day, and if people want to send a tip, then they do it, and I'll just send it, pictures and stuff. Before it was a little more detailed and stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay. So how long have you been escorting?
Ooh, I would say, gosh, since I was 22 years old. I'm 30 now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know how many, have you kept count of how many, what's the term, Johns or whatever?
Oh yeah, I didn't keep count. I should have, but
If you had to estimate.
you know what? I don't know the estimate of that, but you know what? I do remember the ones where I was disappointed that they were like they fantasized about me before they met me, and the ones I remember, it was 8, and they said, "You did not live up to my fantasy," and I said, "Wow, I remember those."
What?
8. I know.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
So
I
you
remember
them. The 8
out of all those years
of
8.
your clientele that
Yeah.
they were disappointed.
Yeah.
They left a negative Yelp review.
Oh yeah, that
Okay.
happened before, and it feels a little bad because you're like, man, I gave all myself. It hurts a little bit.
Really?
Yeah. I'm really so I study sexual spirituality.
Oh.
I'm going to be going to an international school of temple. Yes.
Nick, can you lower it to 90 or something? Continue. Go ahead.
I go to the International School of Temple Arts, and they have a sacred sexuality course, and it's on sexual shamanism. They teach Tantra, they teach all that, and I believe that when I really connect with someone and really, in that way, I'm giving all myself. So it does hurt me if, emotionally, if, I hear something like that, because it's like, man, I feel like I gave all myself, and that, yeah.
You're a shaman?
I wish.
Like for the Horde
I
or
wish,
the
but
Alliance?
I'm going to the international.
No, I mean like World of Warcraft. Like, are you a classic Andy or like? Because you said you're a shaman.
Oh,
so
no, they have.
Did you play orc or troll or
Tauren? Those I don't do any of those. I did play Grand Theft Auto when I was younger.
Wait, so do you get a sex shaman certification?
You can, yes.
Are you a certified sex shaman?
No, not yet. That would be real neat, though.
Am I able to become a sex shaman?
You can. In ISTA schools, it's $2,500 for a week of the courses, and you can go there, and you spiritually, they cleanse you, they talk about your traumas and everything, and they kind of release.
So is there like a magic component? Like
I believe
like
so.
Shamanism, there's typically like
Yes.
magic involved.
Yes.
Is there like good magic and then dark magic?
Yes.
Like is there dark sexual magic?
I believe there is.
Really?
I believe there is.
They don't teach that at the certification
No.
course though.
Where
do you have to go? Like Hogwarts or?
It's the ISTA school. It's in Arizona. Well, they have them everywhere.
No, for like the black magic
Oh,
shaman.
I don't do
sex,
that
or
one.
okay.
I don't do that one.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. I'm
Okay,
a good
wow.
witch.
Okay, that's so. At any point did you ever have a PIMP?
I did.
Okay.
Yes. And
Good times.
It was when I was real young, and I didn't really understand the industry. I believe that I'm glad that I found the holistic route with the sexual shamanism, and I'm glad that I did find the legal brothels, because that just wasn't my style. I think I was doing it in survival mode, and now I'm doing it to thrive, and I really do it to try to make people feel good and to make myself feel good. So that's what I'm doing now.
Holy shit, dude! Thank you, man.
$500. Yo, Brian, here is the donation I was mentioning about from Instagram. I am never up when you are
Dude, thank you,
streaming,
man.
but I wanted to contribute something for your work. I like watching in part as it reminds me of my younger years in the dating world.
Aww.
Yo, P, thank you,
Yeah.
man. He's pre-submitted this prior to the show, so really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Really appreciate all the patronage. You're a legend. We were messaging on Instagram, so thank you, man. Really appreciate your patronage here. So wait, just to go back. Okay. What?
Can I ask?
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
What is a bordel?
Oh,
A bordello?
Yeah, I genuinely don't know what it is, so I'm just like kind of
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's a legal bordello in Nevada. They have many of them, and they're legal, and you can go there to get treated. Let's say that.
Oh, okay.
And you go there, and they pay.
Yeah.
Everything is tested. It's kind of like a adult film star, but no camera. That's what it's kind of like. Oh, only people can films if they want for a certain amount. They can.
Oh, okay.
Do you live on
genuinely
the
just
property
didn't know
of
what
it,
was.
or is it like offsite?
It's on the property, but we don't live there, but we do tours. So they call them tours, where we come in for a couple weeks. Sometimes girls stay a month, but then they take off back home and go back. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I have a question. Do you still live in Las Vegas?
No, that's a dream. Yeah.
Also, I wanted to say I'm really proud of you for getting away from that PIMP stuff. I also danced in Vegas for 7 years, and I have friends who are still like stuck in that so many years later. So congratulations
Thank
for like
you.
finally getting out of that.
Thank you.
What if
Yes.
they're like PIMP? Like, what if he was like a good PIMP though?
There's no such thing.
There's definitely you could be a
No,
good
there's not.
PIMP.
I feel like
You know?
I outgrew it.
Okay.
Yeah.
What made you want to get into the industry? You said you started when you were 22.
Mm-hmm. I think that there's the time where I think I was in survival mode where so I had originally worked at a life insurance company, so I did have a job before. I worked at McDonald's for 5 years before that, but then I did life insurance, and then I did dancing. That was cool, but I think what happened was when you're an actor and your show ends, you get like this you get in a spiral. Like you're like, I miss my show. The show ended at Playboy, and I was upset. And so I don't know, I kind of became like lazy a little bit. Maybe it was depression or something, but I ended up connecting with someone, and I ended up doing these extracurricular things outside of the club. And thing ended not well. And after that, I had a good friend. She is an adult film star, and she helped me, and she took me. Her name's Paisley Porter, by the way. She showed me the bordello in Nevada, and it really helped my life, like so much.
I feel like the question is like, what made you start sex work?
Yeah. Like
And-
why did you get into sex work?
Gotcha. I think that I was always very conservative growing up, and our sexuality, my mother, she didn't really allow us to be feminine, really. We had to kind of just wear clothes that were not feminine, really, and if we showed like a little skin or something, we grew up real conservative. Like I would door knock. I was a Baptist, and we would go to doors when we were kids and knock and try to convert people, and so I would do that, and I would say that years of that, it was the experimental. I was like, wow, I could be sexy now. Like, what guys think I'm hot. Like, I'm used to wearing a suit. A lot of people used to think I was a lesbian, or they used to think that because I would dress in a suit every day, and I just would wear clothes that covered all of my body, and it was neat exploring that. Yeah.
Would you consider yourself still like religious? Like, do you feel like the beliefs that you grew up with are still kind of like with you?
I think they've morphed, but I definitely think that there's still an element there. Definitely. Yeah.
I noticed you had, I don't know if you have a Nirvana tattoo on your somewhere?
I did. I actually covered it up with.
Oh, it's gone.
Covered it
Okay.
up with a flower, but I did.
Oh,
It was
you
for the
used to.
band. I like rock and roll.
Okay. Wait, question for you. Okay.
Yeah.
Kurt Cobain walks into the brothel, but he's out of money.
Okay.
You still...
Not him, but the Joker. The Heath Ledger Joker. I mean, you
Wait.
got to pay something.
He wasn't in Nirvana, though. But,
Oh, okay.
okay, Heath Ledger you service for free, but not Kurt Cobain. Oh, no, but not even Heath Ledger. Heath Ledger as
The Joker. As
wow,
the
that's
Joker.
some dark shit right there. Holy, what about Joaquin Phoenix Joker?
No.
No, not okay. Not sexy enough.
Yeah.
Joaquin, but Heath Ledger Joker.
Because the Heath
Definitely.
Ledger Joker changed my life. Just his performance.
Okay,
How
how did he change your life?
I wrote a song about him, but it's coming out next year. But just his presence, I think I was going through a real tough time in life, and just his presence, I watched The Dark Knight like over 200 times, and I would just watch it, and
Did you ever?
No, not to the movie, surprisingly.
Okay.
But I could see. I'm like, but I.
Okay. Sorry, I
Yeah.
derailed that. Okay. So
Yeah.
you saw the movie 200 times.
And it changed. It just made me feel strong watching his character, and it just, I don't know. I feel like that's like my strong character, if that makes any sort of sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
That
right.
makes total
okay.
sense.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Interesting. Okay. So let's just go touch on a few other people here. So, boyfriend 1 month, single, relationship.
She has a fiancé.
Oh, yes, there you have it. So just as a point of clarification for those of you who are single, what's that really mean? You know? Because like, come on guys, there's a guy in the picture. For those of you who are single, come on, there's a guy in the picture, right?
No.
Zero.
No?
There's not. There's
None?
zero.
Like there's a guy you're texting, maybe you guys on a Tuesday at 11 p.m., you know?
No.
Nothing?
No.
Nothing?
I mean, there's people I find attractive, but I'm not talking to anyone, no.
Okay. You two? There's a dude in the picture, come on.
No.
Yeah, I guess, but I don't really want to comment on that too much.
What do you mean? What did...
I mean, F it.
There you go.
Yeah, so I guess some background. I was living in Vegas for like 7 years, and then I recently moved back to my hometown because of I had some surgeries, and so I have a thing for like guys in my hometown. So I totally am like hooking up with somebody in my hometown, but it's not serious, and I don't really want it to be serious because I don't want to be stuck there.
Where's your hometown?
Santa Rosa, California.
you have a thing for guys in your hometown?
I've literally only
Is there-
dated guys in my hometown.
But you don't want to stay there.
I don't want to say that. Actually, I tend to bring them with me to Vegas. I have an MO. I've only had 2 serious relationships, and they're both from my hometown. And I brought them both to Vegas.
Well, you love Vegas.
I love Vegas. Yeah.
Me too.
Wait, so okay, and just really quick on the, I don't want to linger too long on the brothel stuff, but maybe we'll touch back on it later. Given the type of work you do, you said you are single. You said you've been single for what, 3 years now? I suspect that's pretty hard to date when you're prostituting.
Yeah. It's difficult because you're gone for prolonged periods of time, the emotional connections, and it can be real complicated for someone to understand. And sometimes it's just better to be like, all right, maybe this is that chapter of my life, and that's what it is.
Sure. Do you kind of want to be, like, throughout your life, maybe more like lone wolf, or would you like one day to find a long-term partner, maybe get married, maybe have kids? Where are you at with that?
So I don't have the ability to have children, but I've always loved entertainment.
Sure.
And even though I have worked in the bordellos, it's so funny, like little kids around the age of, I don't really dress provocatively, like when I go out, like this is something special, like, but they always come up to me and they grab and they go, like they get so excited. So I'm like, oh wow, like I would love to entertain families one day in like Las Vegas. I have to figure out how. But I think that I would dedicate my life to that. And if someone was okay with me doing that, then I would definitely be in a relationship with him.
When you say dedicate your life, do you mean to your partner or to your current work?
I want to dedicate my life to entertainment, and then but not fully adult entertainment. Eventually, I would love to entertain families, like kind of grow beyond that.
What do you mean? What do you mean entertain families?
I would love to put on a show one day,
like
and
a
make
drag show? Or
No, not that.
But like entertain, like a clown? You want to be a clown?
No.
Like for birthday parties?
No.
What, entertain families. I'm just trying to think what, like for birthday parties, right? Bar mitzvahs? What are we talking?
So music.
Okay, you're a musician,
yes,
right?
And I would love to do like a really relaxing show. I feel like we live in such an overstimulated world. Like I would love to make a show where families could go and just relax, and that's something one of my dreams that I'm obsessed about. And so maybe one day it'll happen.
You play an instrument?
Piano, and I'm learning guitar. I just bought one yesterday.
Do you sing too, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, but do you potentially see yourself having like a forever partner, long-term relationship, marriage, that sort of thing, or? Okay. I mean, but it seems like you're aware that your current means of employment has been a hindrance to your ability to find, because it sounds like from your own self-acknowledgement, it's been difficult.
Yes.
Okay. Would you be willing to stop that work if a good guy came along?
I would think so.
Yeah.
I just think that as long as my entertainment dreams could be supported, because that's something real big to me, and I know they're expensive, because it's expensive doing music and entertainment. It's real expensive. So if that was supported, then yes. And
I do have a question. Yes. How do you see yourself, I guess, like maintaining like a long-lasting, healthy marriage when you're having sexual and emotional connections with so many other people?
I think that I would probably want to make sure that that person was okay with it. I would make sure that I continued to go to these spiritual, so you go up in levels with these shamanistic retreats. You can go to like Costa Rica, you can work your way up. So I would always keep it more spiritual. I feel like that's my comfort zone. If I start going out of that, it starts to become a little hollow for me. So in my own opinion, but I really love that sexual healing industry. I feel like it did heal a part of myself, and I hopefully heal others too if I, except for the 8 people.
I only ask because I feel like in a marriage, like it's more than just like spiritual and sexual. There's a lot of things to like take into consideration. So I guess my question is more so like, how do you like blur those lines, kind of, or not blur those lines, more so?
I think it would need to be okay with the partner. I'd need to make sure, say, how do you feel about me doing that? And they would already know like my story and that. And so I would just be like, if that's okay with you, cool. But if it's not, then I totally understand. You could leave any time you need to, and I understand. I'm not gonna have any hurt. I mean, okay, I'll probably have some hurt feelings, but but I want them to be happy too.
How many days a week do you work at the bordello?
So that is a very interesting question that I'm glad that you asked. Sometimes I feel like after I see some people that are hurting a lot, I can't work for like 2 days. I just can't get out of bed. And because I feel their emotions like in me. Sometimes I get real angry and worked up over nothing. And then sometimes I cry out of nowhere. And I know in the spirituality classes, they teach that that's an emotional transfer of that energy. And so sometimes it wipes you out and sometimes it doesn't. I would say I try to space things out probably a couple days a week there.
Days a week.
Probably like 4 to 5 if I could, but
Sure.
yeah.
Average 3 to 5?
I would say that,
Okay.
yeah.
How many people do you see per day?
I try my hardest to only see one because I don't like to mix energies.
Just one, okay. What's the rate?
Well, we aren't allowed to.
You can't disclose? It's
yeah.
Is it negotiated? Like
it is.
Is it on a per person basis, or is it like there's a flat rate?
So the girls.
It depends on what the dude wants.
Yeah,
Okay.
it depends. It depends on what he wants. If he wants something longer, I try to do time only. But for my sexual healing, I do not charge extra for that. That it can be in the basic, sessions. Because I feel like if I'm charging extra for it, it's not very spiritual. It seems very capitalistic. So I feel like, hey, if they come into me for that, I'm gonna give them that, and that's what's gonna happen.
What do you mean by sexual healing? Like, what is that?
So that when we bond with another human, especially like through kissing or through intercourse, I just didn't know what. To
That's
say.
fine. That's fine.
I feel like it can release someone's emotions. I feel like I try to take on those emotions that person has because I want to like take away their pain. Sometimes I feel like that's when I get wiped out if I feel like, whoa, I just took on too much. But then I just rest. Yeah.
Brandon Mel's donated
Brandon.
$100. Holy crap! Next person, start talking, please.
I think it's interesting. I don't think we've ever had.
Yeah.
I don't think
agree.
we've.
I have a question as well.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever had some. First off, thank you, Brandon. I don't think we've had like someone who's worked in a bordello on the show. What's your question, Madison?
Since you like to pursue, I guess, like intercourse in a spiritual way, I would say it's very much so also like emotional, correct?
Yes.
Do you ever feel emotionally tied to the people that?
Yes.
Like in a very strong way, where you
Yes.
feel like you want to be with them, or is it kind of just like
I can feel
it's your
I can
job
kind of
in a
feel when
way?
they're having a bad day. And even when they're not there, like I can feel it. Like I'm like, that person might be having a hard time. And I just know it. Like it,
Do you ever like, I guess when I mean like emotional, like
bonding with them.
yeah,
I'm
like
curious. I check
in
up
a
on them.
relationship type of emotional way though. Like, do you ever see that with some of the people that you come across? Like, do you ever
I think it's
feel
more
a
like
certain way towards them?
I think it's more like human to human. Like I'm like, wow, like I respect this person as a human being, and they found me, and I found them, and we're in a soul group. Like this is happening. So
Also, do like you work? I'm sure you work with like other women as well. Doing that, do they do it like spiritually as well, or is it just kind of you who does?
some
it spiritually?
probably could.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That was all.
Okay. Hold on. Let's do this. We're going to switch topics here a little bit. So, have any of you ever dated or hooked up with someone who is famous?
What do we consider famous?
Like well known, like.
So, I mean, the first tier would be like anything in like more traditional media. So, actor, musician. And then the next tier would be like content, internet, YouTuber. Like that's kind of a... Actually, I think it goes like this. So you have athlete, musician, actor. And then maybe stand-up comedian, ventriloquist, and then YouTuber, content creator down here. And yeah.
I mean, my boyfriend's a YouTuber, but I don't know if it would qualify as. I don't
Would
think
we know him?
Anyone who's in the fitness industry would. I don't think
Is it-
anyone here would.
What's his name?
It's him and his brother. It's the Trin twins. I'm dating one
Trin?
of them, not both of them.
Isn't that like, oh, okay.
Really?
Does he do trend?
He did for a month
Okay.
and then stopped. I think I'm allowed to say that.
Yeah, I'm
really
sure it's fine.
Sorry
Well,
if I'm not.
you two are. Would you consider yourself bodybuilders, like fitness?
Technically,
what do you-
yeah.
we're bodybuilders. Technically,
Here, show us the try.
we try not to classify
Floss.
ourselves.
Well, damn, Myron. Okay. Wait, double bi? Double bi?
Double
Hold on.
bi?
Hold on.
Oh God, I'm scared.
Oh wait, we can't scoot that way a little bit, or just kind of like, yeah, there you go, double bi.
Yeah.
Boom,
Holy shit.
flock, Myron. Let's see you. What about you?
Mine?
Yeah, you got.
Oh god.
She mogs me. It's bad.
Oh wait,
even see.
You can't even see the mic's blocking.
the
it.
mic. Can you maybe? Should we do a little stand? You wanted to? Can you stand?
You
Just
want
so
me to stand and flex?
or do like a? Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, you want me to stand? You can't even see anymore. Wait,
I think if you.
Oh
Roll
Damn.
your sleeves up, girl.
roll my sleeves
Wow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, look
for
at
the
her
delts.
shoulder vein.
For the delts. Okay, all right.
I'm literally about to get attacked for being too masculine.
I just know it's coming.
Incoming young man
Do
comments.
you get that? Like, do you consider yourself to be? I mean, you're physically fit, but like in terms of your personality or your temperament, do you consider yourself a bit more masculine or dominant, or?
I think naturally, considering our job, we definitely feel masculine in the gym because lifting weight is like a masculine act, I would say. And I mean, like, I would consider myself a girly girl, but obviously in the gym, I do feel masculine.
Yeah.
But
But like in a relationship,
no, I don't.
you don't want to be like more dominant in the relationship.
No, definitely not.
Okay, so like you don't want to like peg a dude like type of.
No. I mean,
Okay.
no.
Oh,
no,
you
no,
did-
no,
oh,
no,
okay.
no,
You
no,
think-
no,
you
no,
thought
no,
about it.
no.
Okay.
no.
Wait,
Definitely
oh,
not. In my relationship, I would not want to peg my boyfriend.
Okay,
Absolutely
good to know. Good to know. Gentlemen, if you're watching, okay. So, okay, you're dating a kind of the like content creator.
Yeah.
The Tren
What's
twins?
Tren?
Twins brothers?
Tren is a type of steroid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about you? Have you ever dated someone noteworthy, famous?
I dated a famous like million/billionaire.
Yeah,
but
I think. Yeah.
I don't really want to name drop. I'm a
Oh, come on! You say.
I know. I said I didn't sign an NDA.
I didn't sign an NDA. I've got all kinds of crazy stories.
I know, but now I'm kind of scared because I mean I'm willing to tell the stories, but he is a million/billionaire, so I don't want him to come after me.
Is he a billionaire or a millionaire?
I think him as himself is a millionaire,
But
but
his
I think
family.
his family is billionaire. Yeah.
Okay. So, wait. You said here you were in an open relationship for 6 years.
Yeah, with my first boyfriend.
Oh, but when I oh no, okay, yeah, you did say 6 years, your first boyfriend.
Yeah.
Was that with said person, said
No.
millionaire guy? Do you
No.
want what's his name? Do you want to say? I mean, you don't have to, but
No, I'm too scared. I'm sorry. Like I thought about it, but I don't know. It's not worth it to me.
okay.
Yeah.
You said you had some crazy stories, or do you not want to even share those?
I mean, I
You
feel
don't
like
have to.
They'll
Just-
come up as they come. Oh, with him?
Sure.
Oh, with
yeah.
the millionaire? Oh my
Yeah, but-
gosh. Yeah, he was I think weirdo. In a way.
Can we say what he owned? Vaguely, like not the specific thing, but
He owns. He used to own a basketball team, and he
Okay.
opened a hotel in Las Vegas.
oh, okay. Well, I think you've just given enough information for the
How
chat
old is
to
he?
attempt to deduce who it is.
That's
but-
fine. I didn't say anything, so.
Hold on, just a
Valdev
sec.
donated $99.
Yeah, thank you, Valdev.
Goddamn, I want to eat eggs and steak off the mabs as to chat you won't see Chase again. His convictions and morals were given an easy test and failed. He knows it and won't risk it again.
We'll see about we'll see. But is he talking to you about the abs?
I don't have abs, so.
You don't have abs? Ab check?
Yeah, she does.
Should we
She's
do-
bulking. That's what
I'm
she's not
scared.
supposed to have abs right now because
Guys-
she's on a bulk.
Should we do an ab check or what?
I'm scared. I don't want to get bullied.
You won't get bullied.
You're on a
She has
bulk.
good abs.
Ab check.
I don't
Should we
even.
do? Let's do an ab
it.
check.
Yeah, why not?
All right, ab check it is.
All right, who?
Scared.
Go ahead.
You
Carly.
get to go first. You have good
Maybe at the
abs.
same time, so there's a comparison factor.
You're gonna go.
I don't have. I'm scared. I like large garbage
Come on,
right now.
Carly, lock in. There you go.
There's
See?
nothing there.
Hey. We all see.
I saw something.
Okay.
Yeah, hers are wild.
So Valdiv is, I guess he's asking if a boyfriend you're dating requested to eat food off of your stomach, would not like for sexual, like a sexual thing, is just like he just like wanted, would you be down?
If
or?
it wasn't sexual, why would he want that? That's just like inconvenient. No.
Okay, so maybe it is sexual then. Let's say it's
You
sexual.
can't
Like,
eat.
would you oblige your boyfriend?
I mean, it
into his
depends
weird-
on how much I liked him. I would definitely think that's very strange.
What if the eggs are like they're not? Does it depend? Like if they're scrambled versus?
Over easy.
Probably like sunny side up. You don't want shit falling off. So.
Okay, definitely not scrambled. Maybe like hard boiled would be good.
Yeah, that would actually
That'd
probably
be
be
a
the
good
best option.
Okay. All right. Okay. So Valdiv, I've put in a good word. So let's see what I tried. Okay. Famous dude.
Okay. I guess he was a strange guy. He would like I never slept with him ever. That was like he couldn't even like perform in that way.
How old was he?
In his 50s, I want to say. 50s, yeah.
He couldn't perform?
Yeah, he could not perform. Yeah, even if he tried, he couldn't.
Wait, what?
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
but yeah.
Any other people besides this person?
No, not notably. I mean, yeah, no, not like in a serious way. I mean, I like met celebrities at the strip club and whatnot, and like danced for them, but like
Sure.
not dated. It's different.
What about you?
All of mine I had to sign an NDA for,
Sure.
but there was a private event in Las Vegas that I worked at.
When you say you worked at, you provided your services.
It was
of
in-
an adult nature. Or
That
were you dancing? Was it
dancing. It was
Okay,
an
dancing,
atmosphere
okay.
model, and there was a lot of I guess poker players, NFL, and people on TV currently. But they had to sign an NDA.
Yeah, maybe instead of, obviously don't say name, but like you can maybe tell us the professional athlete, rock musician, actor,
television host. I would say a comedian, NFL, and then we partied with a prince.
Saudi Arabia.
I can't say what country.
Oh, okay. All right. What about you?
No, I have not.
Nobody?
Nobody.
Come on.
No,
Is it
I
one of the Trin
promise.
brothers?
other twin.
Would you guys like that if like,
I
you know?
tried to convince her for a little bit because I thought it'd be cool, but no. Yeah, no.
I'm not gonna
Different tastes?
I'm not gonna say anything.
Well, no, say, come on.
We tried it out, but
Oh,
it
with
didn't-
the other bro?
Yes.
No go.
It didn't work out.
It didn't work. It just didn't work out.
Was this the
I
4-day thing?
Sorry?
Was this the 4-day thing?
No. The 4-day thing was 4 years ago. I just don't see myself being in a relationship right now. So.
You're focused on the gains.
Real.
Yep.
Focused on the gains.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Do you, so you're dating also a fitness content creator. Do you guys work out together?
No.
No. Is it kind of, oh, sorry, go
Sorry,
ahead.
no. You can ask your question. It was
Well,
nothing.
I interrupted you, but I was going to ask, is it, like, what do you guys, hold on.
Cough
Thank you, man.
donated $99. FYI, tren was intentionally developed to promote androgen and gain muscle mass in cattle, never for human use. Brian, love the show.
Thank you, man.
Ladies, you're all tense, but my booballa is a 15/10. You're gonna get it when you get home.
That's my fiance. And he actually did trin for a moment, and it was not a good experience for anyone.
Okay.
Yeah, we love the show. We love the show,
Oh, well,
Brian.
thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much for your patronage, man. Appreciate it. What's your nickname?
Boobala?
I'm Boobala, and
Your
he's
name is
Boobaloo. Yeah,
Boobala,
that's like the thing.
Okay, gotcha. So what I was going to ask you is it kind of like cringe when you see couples working out together, or is it Like neutral, don't care? Or?
It really depends. We luckily have a private gym, so we don't really have to worry about other people being there or anything.
Wait, when you say private gym,
The company we're sponsored by has a private gym just for athletes, so there's never really anybody there. But it depends. If you're actually training, it's not cringe. But there are a lot of couples who go and just borderline, in the gym. Like, it's a little crazy.
Like PDA type shit? That's kind of weird? Okay.
Yeah, that's weird.
Have you ever seen some weird, he's body weight squatting her, like that type of shit?
For sure. That's definitely, especially among fitness influencers, like a big, clickbait thing, like benching a chick or squatting a chick or not to call out Bradley Martin, but he's nice, but a lot of his content is like benching chicks, squatting chicks.
Okay, got it. Wait, and what's the company you guys are sponsored by?
Young LA.
Young LA.
It's a clothing company.
Oh, clothing company.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Are you guys also, do you have other sponsors like
Yes.
supplements or?
And Gorilla Mind,
which is a supplement company.
Yeah.
Is that the one that has the gym?
No,
Young LA is the one that.
Young LA is the one that has the gym.
Yes.
Okay, so that's cool. You guys have access to a private gym. Rock and roll. Okay. So no famous people for you. What about for you? Any in the past?
So no, because I was in a 5-year relationship and then I was single for like a few months and then I met my boobaloo. And so yeah, but I do get a lot of, well, now you can buy a blue check mark. But before you could buy it, I always had blue check marks constantly. But I was just always in a relationship and then
Oh, that is another question.
And I'm always monogamous, so.
That is another question. Obviously now blue check marks, you can buy them, but in the past usually indicated someone who typically musician, athlete, actor, whatever it may be, music producer. So I do actually want to go around again, but I'll have everyone finish off on this question as far as if you've ever dated anyone famous.
My last relationship, he was an actor when he was younger, but we didn't do anything saving myself for marriage, so just dated.
He was an actor?
He was an actor in Hollywood.
Okay.
Not super, super big. He used to be in Disney when he was a kid, but that's all I'll share.
Disney when he was a kid.
Yeah.
Johnny Tsunami?
No.
No, that's too old. Too old. Okay, what about you?
I have not, no.
Never?
No.
Okay. What about any famous political people? Because you're in the political space.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
maybe
not dated, no. I mean, I've definitely been hit up by people.
It goes down in the DMs in the conservative sphere?
I mean, I've never entertained it, to be
Sure.
honest. I mean, it's kind of like a mix between, football players, actors, musicians, and media personalities, I guess, news hosts.
Okay, so you get DM'd, but just you've never actually dated, been in a relationship with any? Okay,
no.
Gotcha. I'll go around the table on who's actually slid into DMs and stuff. Madison, what about you?
Nar.
Okay, rock and roll. Actually, before we do that, let me do a couple chats here. So we have, one sec.
Have you?
Have I dated anyone?
You got blue check
famous?
mark.
Let me think about Emmy Vloss. Hey, thank you, man, for the 69. Appreciate it. Specifically due to Miss Isabella. Wait, what? Who's someone here named Miss Isabella? Oh,
I mean,
duh.
Isabella,
okay.
but
Okay, duh. I was yeah. Okay. Specifically due to Miss. I'm confused.
I'm a little confused.
Do you get this?
I don't understand it.
It was sent a while ago, so maybe I'm not sure. But he's maybe donating due to you.
Yeah.
He's tuning in
it's for
in
you.
honor
It's
of
for
me?
you.
Yeah.
I got
It's
it.
a $69 donation because yeah. Okay.
I'll take it.
Have I ever? I did have one girl. Never. I don't think I've dated anyone. Wait, hold on. Let me think. Wait. There was one long time ago. I don't want to
What
reveal.
ranking is she on?
She was an
For the
actress.
fame.
This was a long years and years ago. But only recently, I had a girl with Oh shit! Hey, AB Check. Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships, man. Appreciate it. I had a girl with 10 million followers slide into my DMs, but it was blue check mark. But that was not. Didn't go anywhere. Well, that was a couple months ago. But besides that, no. I date civilians, I guess. We have 2 chats here. We have Kaiser Wilhelm II. Madison, can you read this?
Splendid show, Brian. However, this sexual perversion and witchcraft is directly against the word of God. Also, will that gentleman Chase be back on the show soon?
Not sure. Chase is kind of dealing with some things. Not sure what the situation is on that, but we were texting. It was either last night or earlier today. So, yeah, things are good. Just he's got some things going on. So, Conan 19. Thank you, man. If you want to read this.
If I had to pick a female companion for the zombie apocalypse, it's Ariel, hands down. She's like a Latin Sarah Connor, except way hotter and jacked.
I don't even know who that is.
Who's
Am
Sarah
I
Connor?
like uncultured?
Sarah Connor.
Yeah, I've never seen that.
She's cool.
Thank you, Conan. I'll protect you.
Boom. Done. Done. Okay, cool. Thank you, man. And then we have, we're all caught up. So we're going to go around the table again. So, okay, maybe you haven't dated someone who's famous, but have you gotten a bunch of DMs from blue check marks? So any athletes, any musician, maybe you talked to them, maybe you didn't even respond. If you want, you can say who. Athletes, musicians, what else? Actors, whatever. We'll start with you and go around.
I mean, I think every chick has. I think it's kind of shitty to name drop, so I'm not going to do that. But rappers. Ooh.
Matthew McCarthy donated $99. Booballa, you're engaged to an actor who stars in a World War II movie on Amazon Prime. Hello, we fight. Did you forget about the first night we hung out? Ha ha ha.
Should I respond?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, he is an actor, and he does have a movie out, actually. And yeah, the first night we hung out, we watched his movie, and he was really good. So I was like, okay, we can pursue things further. I was like, this is going to be just terrible if he's not good, and then it's going to be unattractive, and yeah, but anyway.
Wait, so just to be clear, the first time ever hanging out with him.
Yes, yeah.
He showed you a movie with himself.
Yeah.
He was like, did he tell you he was in it before, and he just popped it in and popped it on and was like, and then you saw him.
We met on a film set because we're both actually also do acting as well.
Sure.
And but we were actually working like behind the scenes for a mutual friends film. And so it kind of just made sense. But we met, and then we were like texting for like a week, and then he came into the bar that I worked at the time, and he was like, oh, like I was just in this movie, like, and I was like, oh, let's watch it. Okay. And then that's whenever I was like, oh no, I do actually really.
I just played it.
Okay, that would have been really funny. But yeah, I was just like, oh man, I really like this guy. Like I really hope he's good. Because that's just gonna suck, but he is good. So.
Okay.
Right, where did we leave off? Oh, yeah.
Rappers.
There were rappers, athletes, but this is like oddly specific. Do you know what IMG Academy is?
Sounds familiar.
It's like a super high-end charter school for athletes, and it's in my hometown. So there were a lot of athletes, like an abnormal amount of athletes that hit me up. But yeah.
Abnormal amount of
Yeah, I feel
athletes.
like it's weird just because, I don't know. Yeah, it was an odd spot for that place to be, but.
Gotcha. And your boyfriend, what's his name?
His name's Chris.
Chris
Tren.
Tren
Call him
bro.
Chris Tren.
Tren bro.
Chris Tren
bro.
acetate. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if he's ever talked to you about this, but does he ever, or maybe prior to dating you, or even while dating you, does he get a lot of girls DMing him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like a ton. I feel like every girl will be like scrolling through TikTok together or something, and he'll be like, "Oh yeah, she hit me up. She hit me up. She hit me up." I'm like, "Oh, okay, great, awesome."
You think is he doing that like to kind of make you jealous, or just?
I don't think
it's
so.
matter of fact?
I don't think it's a malicious intent. I don't think. Yeah.
Okay.
Like it's better you know than you don't.
Yeah,
know.
for sure. I think he tells me because it's like girls who are. I mean, obviously some of them are actually trying to be friendly, but you know, you never know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No comment.
Well, no, you don't have to drop names, but just like did you get a lot of athletes, musicians, actors DMing you?
Athletes, yes, mostly athletes, but this was like years ago, back when I was still stripping, and I had like 40K on Instagram back then. I'm not not on that anymore. I'm just a normal girl now.
Okay. Wait, you're just a normal girl now? I mean, but don't you still do OF?
Nope.
You don't do any adult content?
No, I mean, yeah, no, I don't. I mean, I have an OF that's still there, and I still get subscriptions every here and there, and that's pretty much as big as it goes. Yeah.
For me, I've gotten DMs, and those are neat because some of them are musicians that just want to work. They're like, "Oh, I've heard your music," and I'm like Micheal Slick actually was like, "Oh, I heard it," and we never did anything, but he was like, "Oh, I heard it," and I was like, "Oh, thank you. That's nice."
Okay.
I used to listen to that in high school, so yeah.
No.
Come on. There's some blue check marks that
Well,
DM'd you.
yeah, blue check marks, but there's not anyone that I would specifically think about and be like, oh yeah, they're like a celebrity or anything like that.
What about?
Yeah, there was one rapper that I would get comments about being like, oh, so-and-so follows you, and...
Drake?
No. I mean, I'll name drop. It was Zilla Kami, but he never DM'd me, and
Who the fuck
I
is
told...
that guy?
Yeah, right.
City Morgue. You never heard of City Morgue?
Yeah, I told Carly about it.
I listen to 90s grunge music. So
It's grunge music, but it's...
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
grunge rap.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
anyways,
new
I
to
didn't
me.
know
Cool.
who he was, and I told Carly, and she was like, what? Why didn't you follow him back? That's pretty much it.
That's it? Come on.
I feel like you think I'm hiding something every time I answer.
Come on. What about you?
I mean, yeah, whenever I would get blue check, or when I do, it's usually just like basketball players, football players, things like that, like musicians, personalities. It's things like that, and it's always like in my whatever it is where like you don't follow them, but there's just so many messages in there, and I honestly just don't like care that much, so I never really pay attention. But yeah, there's definitely been quite a few because I have like 100+K followers, so that
Sure.
I think that just happens with that. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't really have any. I mean, there's occasional people sliding in the DMs, but I feel like every girl deals with that, and I just
Sure.
ignore most of them. Like, don't initiate conversation because it's like just no point.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I do get like a lot, but I also really don't entertain a lot of them. And I'm going to be completely honest. I'm not going to name drop, but I would say maybe about 80% of the DMs that I receive that are from blue check marks are from men with families and are like full-blown marriages.
What?
So that's mostly
Again,
why I don't entertain it.
Good times.
Yeah, good.
Good.
Wife's name in the bio.
But like you're a political commentator, so is it like when you say they're DMing you, are they just like saying, "Oh, I like your content," or is it clear that they're like, "Oh, you're hot," like romantically interested type shit?
No, there are times where like I'm able to like decipher kind of when it comes through, and a lot of them are message requests when they come through, like able to see like what they're saying, and so a lot of times like I'm able to just like decipher like, okay, this is clearly like work related, and you're clearly 47 years old with a full-blown family, and you're messaging me for one reason and one reason only. So.
Okay, got it. Damn, that's just
Nar.
no, nothing.
Nar.
Okay, yeah, it's pretty interesting. We've had a lot of girls on the panel say, "Oh yeah," and I think some of you are like maybe a little more out there in the sense that you guys are content creators and you're making content. So some of you have pretty decent followings, but we've had some girls on the show who are college students, 1,000 Instagram followers, and they're like, "Yep, NFL player DMing me, NBA player DMing me," and it's just interesting because I was thinking about the reverse, and like there's not like famous female athletes, like Taylor Swift isn't DMing some like 19-year-old college dude the same way Drake is like, you know, probably fucking sliding into some like 19-year-old baddie's fucking DM. So it's pretty interesting, like the difference there.
Which I think like dating culture has been completely distorted by social media. Because if you look at it, women, we are constantly getting messages. Men aren't usually getting those messages. And just see how detrimental, I mean, social media is not only psychologically, just in general, but how it's impacted dating culture specifically.
That's honestly why I stepped away from it. It was just...
When did you stop?
From what?
Like sex work or like from social media?
From social media specifically. I mean, sex work, I quit dancing because of COVID and because I kind of had to. But yeah, the social media thing, I I just realized how toxic it was. And I mean, I don't like to feel like I'm constantly being watched and like feel like the obligation to like keep posting and posting and posting. So it's just not the thing for me.
I do have a question. So you said that social media was like detrimental to you. Do you feel that like any of like the dancing or like the sex work you did was also detrimental to you in the same way?
Honestly, I'm like super pro in-person sex work. I'm really, and not like anti-OF, but like for me personally, just like OnlyFans was like the most toxic kind of sex work I ever did.
Interesting.
Did you ever feel...
How do you... Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, did you ever feel fulfilled doing that type of work?
110%.
I think it depends for everyone, like where your fulfillment comes from.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Totally.
if I find fulfillment in things of this world, I think I'm going to be constantly let down and disappointed, as opposed to like finding my fulfillment from like my religion and God and the Bible.
Right.
Speaking of which, who here is religious? Maybe let's just do show of hands. Do you consider yourself religious? Show of hands.
If spiritual
Yeah,
is considered
define
religious.
religious.
Let's say, okay, is anyone here either Christian, Muslim, or Jewish?
Oh. Jewish. Yeah.
Wait. Okay.
I mean, I was raised Jewish, but
Okay. So, wait. So, okay, you said I don't know where I was going with that.
Yeah, I think it's just me and Isabella Christian.
Yeah.
Well, I go to Christian church now, but I was raised in Mormon church, yeah.
I'm a man of God.
I was raised Baptist, but
Now you're spiritual.
yes.
What made you, like, when did that kind of transition happen?
Well, I was kind of honestly back and forth, like in my, I mean, I'm 26, but like my younger 20s, I was kind of like, okay, I would consider myself Christian. And then I would feel way more connected to like the universe and spirituality and like that kind of thing. So I think it just kind of happened over time where I just kind of wasn't feeling connected at all to like the Bible or like the church or like even really like the idea of Jesus. It just wasn't feeling like connected.
Is your fiancé religious at all?
He's sort of spiritual as well. Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, okay. So to bring it back to you, you said when you were doing the work in person, you found that to be more rewarding than doing OF. So like releasing content online. When you say doing work in person, what do you mean? Were you were a dancer, correct?
Correct.
Were you also engaging in the same type of work that she was doing?
I mean, I was just stripping. I had like sugar daddies, but
Sugar
like
daddies.
not. But I never like slept with any of them. I had like guys. that
Wait,
were,
what?
Yeah,
You
I never
never
slept with any of them. I never had sex with them. I never had sexual acts with them.
I mean, you're not. I mean, I know that's a thing. I know
Yeah.
that's a thing, but it's like, where's the sugar? You know, like you're not.
I mean, can I explain?
Sure.
So,
So they're like pay pigs, kind of.
Not really. So, I mean, I would hang out with them in person. So, as a stripper in Las Vegas, like, it's pretty common to have a guy to come ask you, like, oh, like, do you want to hang out, whatever. And I would always make it, like, pretty clear, like, I'm not willing to, you know, do extra stuff, but they would rather, like, pay you than pay the club. So, I mean, I had this one guy, like, and he took me shopping, and we had a great time, and he was just, like, super thrilled because he just liked that I was like showing him around Vegas, like, you know, and this didn't happen like all the time. Like this is like a very like few men. I'm not saying this is like a super common occurrence. This like I danced for 7 years. It's probably happened like 3 to 4 times in that whole time. So I'm not trying to like advocate or like promote any of that. Like, yeah.
In what ways?
You mean escorting?
No, just like, because I know that a lot of like sex workers will kind of, I think, lie and be like, oh, like I don't have to do anything. Like guys just pay me to hang out. Like, yes, that does happen, but it's very rare.
Okay.
I was gonna ask, in what ways did you think your like in-person and like physical work was better than your online work?
Well, what I really liked about the in-person work is that I would go to work, I would, you know, pay my house fee, work, and then come home, and it was over. With OnlyFans, it's like constant. Like it's your whole life. And I'm the kind of person where I just like to clock in and clock out, and that's how like stripping was for me. So.
Okay. Well, you mentioned sugar daddies. I'll go around the table really quick on this. Anyone else here had a sugar daddy? Have you ever had a sugar daddy?
No.
Have you had the offer for a sugar daddy? Like a guy who's in your DMs, he's like, I'll pay you $1,000 a week if you talk to me type shit.
Offers, yes. I've never,
but not
never,
taken.
ever
Okay.
taken one, no.
Sure. You've had quite a few, correct?
Well, I mean, not like a lot, but yeah, a couple here and there.
Okay. And typically these are wealthy men, correct?
Not always. Actually, I have this guy now, and I quit sex work 3 years ago, and he still just pays me. He's a pay pig, and he doesn't make a lot of money, but he just sends me money every here and there, and it's nice.
When you say, okay, so he's a pay pig, he sends you money here and there, you guys don't hook up, do anything?
I've never met him in person.
You've never met him? Okay.
Yeah.
How much does he send you?
I mean, it really depends on the month. Right now, he got let off from his job, so it's been zero for 3 or 4 months now. But
when he was paying you, how much was he sending you?
I want to say this past year, probably $400 to $800 a month.
400 to 800
a month, yeah.
Do you think he's watching the show right now?
I did send him the link.
Yo, buddy, redirect your finances here. I'll help you out. Okay, so do you currently have any other sugar daddies or guys like this?
Actually, it's really interesting. So, you know how that whole Adam 22 thing happened?
Yeah.
So I commented on a TikTok video. Mind you, I only have 500 followers on TikTok. I commented, "Damn, I want a man like Adam 22." And this guy hit me up on my Instagram, he went through the process of trying to find me. And he was like, "I want to pay you." And he did. Super
recently?
random. Yes, recently.
It was just a one-time payment?
Yeah.
Did you send him anything in return, photos?
We FaceTimed.
One FaceTime. How much did he pay you for the singular FaceTime?
$100.
Oh, okay, that's...
Yeah.
How long was the FaceTime? 30 minutes or?
A few minutes, yeah.
Okay.
Less than 10.
What's the, I don't, so you said you want a guy like Adam 22. So you want a guy who's okay with his partner fucking another dude?
No, I just like how Adam 22 was very comfortable with first of all Lena or Lena?
Yeah, I think Lena.
Lena, being a sex worker, and then he was supporting her career. I personally I prefer monogamy in my relationships, but I just liked that he was supporting her career and allowed her to do that scene.
I feel that doesn't really make him supportive. I kind of feel it makes him a pimp. He let his wife go get effed by another man. Honestly, that's so humiliating for him. I think it's such an embarrassment to marriage and what a husband should be. I don't think anyone should strive for that in a partner at all.
If anything, it benefited him.
He got money.
Not really. I mean,
and his wife got him.
Do you think that their finances are together, or do you think they have their own separate finances?
They're married.
They're married, so they're
but
probably
people who are
together.
married don't necessarily have joint accounts all the time. I mean, I'm sure.
He's benefiting from her work, and her fame directly links to him, and so
which makes him a pimp.
Which he's pimping out his wife, essentially allowing him to do these things.
And the other thing is, they have young children that are gonna grow up and see this. And
I've been I'm not anymore, but I was a sex worker for a long time, and all I'm gonna say, I don't know their situation, so I can't comment on that. I can't I feel you're kind of assuming things that you don't really know about necessarily.
I feel it's pretty fair to say he's a pimp for letting his wife get effed, for money. Because he's getting paid, even if their finances are separate. Don't tell me he had no benefit to this at all.
I mean, as a sex worker, I had a boyfriend while I was doing sex work, and he allowed me to do it, and I was just stripping. I wasn't having sex for money. But, our money was 100% separate.
But did he allow you to do it, or did he advocate for you doing it?
He advocated for it.
Okay.
He was super
allowing.
Yeah.
And were you
allowing and advocating.
Were you buying him any gifts or giving him anything or paying for anything?
No, we were actually very much in the middle. Like I made it clear, like, this is what I pay for, this is what you pay for.
Do you think a woman should be allowed by her husband to engage in sex work while married? Like, do you think that would ever be appropriate?
Yes, I think if it's between the couple.
Doesn't that defeat the point of being married, though? Like, if a marriage is a union between a man and a woman, and they're committed to each other, then what's the point of, like, going outside of that?
I think everybody's relationship is different, and I can't sit here and judge or make any, like, standards for somebody else's relationship.
I mean, I guess I understand that, but I guess I'm more so saying that, like, marriage is, like, a union, like a legal
right.
union.
Well,
between...
you're religious, right? So you see marriage as something different. Some people don't feel it like that, and I respect where you're coming from 110%. But the way I feel is just I can't comment on somebody else's relationship.
Well, legally and religiously, marriage is
I feel like that's a pretty universal.
Yeah, universal marriage, even if it's not, if they're non-religious, for example, but they're married by the state, a man and a woman together. I mean, if a woman is still engaging in sex work, I mean, every day that's basically cheating on her husband.
Mm-hmm.
On the other side, what is marriage then?
Yeah, what would that?
But okay, so I'll do the red pill, blue pill thing. I mean, some red pillers will say that it's okay for men to cheat and women to not. And I also think that cheating, to me, is lying. If you're open with your partner about what you're doing, people have open marriages. So if you're open with your partner about what you're doing, then I don't consider it cheating. Like, cheating equals lying to me. I mean, obviously, you guys have different values than me, and I respect that.
I'll just say one of my good friends started dating a corn star about 2 years ago, and they're like one of the happiest couples that I've like ever met in my entire life. So I just think like things in relationships is completely up to like those two people.
Wait, does she do it as well?
Your friend?
He doesn't do it. She's an active.
Oh, okay.
She's active?
Yeah, she's active.
And he
yeah.
isn't
Wait, just and so your friend is the male, correct?
Yeah.
And she does BG, boy-girl content?
And girl, yeah. She does both, yeah.
And they're still together.
They're like so happy. She was already one when they like got together and started dating. And
why does she have the desire to continue being in the corn industry? If
I actually think she's trying to like really grow in it because she's making like bank. Actually, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the thing. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm totally like a monogamous type of person too, but I just think that if people feel good and can be happy like doing that kind of thing, I don't see anything wrong with it. But I do get the religious side too, because I was for a very long time, and like at that point in my life, I probably would also have been like, oh my God, why would someone do that?
As a guy, I mean, look, I know people have different viewpoints on a wide variety of different topics, but the idea of my girl fucking another guy, like my girlfriend, is fucking disgusting. I think it's gross.
And you're valid to feel that way.
Yeah.
But it's just.
But I don't know how anybody could think that that's not gross if you're
Right.
engaging in sex with somebody else other than your partner that you're committed to. It outside of just like cheating on the other person, it's dirty. And I mean, even psychologically and statistically, the more people that you're sleeping with, it's also harming your relationships.
I just don't see, I guess, how people can see themselves being married long term like that, because for me, I feel like you're trying, again, it goes back to the fulfillment thing. You're trying to find fulfillment in these things that are not going to make you happy, and it keeps escalating. You said your friend, right? She does like boy, girl content. I don't believe that she started off doing that. I feel like she...
Prometheus donated $100.
Yeah, thank you, Prometheus.
Hey, Brian, are you aware of Lizzo body shaming? My apology for the interruption of the conversation being presented. Hashtag flannel bros for life.
Yeah, thank you, Prometheus. Appreciate it. Flannel bros for life. Aware of the Lizzo body shaming?
You didn't hear this?
Is there
Lizzo body shamed her backup dancers and also forced them to eat bananas off of, I think, sex workers in LA.
Let's keep it tame here. Yeah, I heard the story, but is it she body shamed?
Yeah, she said that they were like too overweight, her backup dancers, which is so funny.
Okay.
The irony of that.
I think I saw something about that. I'm not sure how. It's not particularly related to dating, though.
I have a question. What's up with like Lizzo? Like, I feel like because I've watched this podcast a few times. Like, why is she like the one like overweight woman that gets brought up? Like, what about Adele or like the rest of them?
I mean, we don't really bring up Lizzo.
I don't know.
all
I
that
feel like she gets
much.
brought up a lot.
No, I think we've maybe brought her up like 3 or 4 podcasts.
Just all the ones I watched.
She's also
I
the one that I
suppose.
feel like that's like very like puts herself out there. Sorry.
No, you-
Puts
you're
herself
fine. I was
out there a lot, so I feel like that's probably why also.
I think she glorifies her obesity.
Yeah. I think that's where it becomes a problem for people.
Yeah.
I think the context where we have brought Lizzo up is
Is Lizzo a 10?
yeah. So
Right,
like
yeah.
when we do like what do you rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10? People are like, oh, everyone's a 10. I'm like, is Lizzo a 10? I think we should get the bodybuilding
No.
girls to weigh in on this one. What do you guys think?
I was thinking you were gonna do that. We have a pretty similar take. Is it okay if I?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
I mean, obviously, you're gonna look how you look, and it's different for everybody how they got there. But the body positivity movement is definitely iffy in our eyes. We're obviously not incredibly supportive of it.
I think
Sorry,
we
keep going.
both think that health is really important. And if you are actively trying to make a change, if you're, say, at an unhealthy weight, that's amazing. You know, kudos to you. But I think that the way you take care of yourself in terms of that and other stuff reflects the way you feel about yourself. So if I see you and you look unhealthy and you are not doing anything about it simply because you're lazy and you want to bring up body positivity as an excuse, I'm not going to have respect for you.
I think that
I agree.
Yeah, I think that the body positivity movement, like she said, is an excuse to not work hard. Which obviously I want to acknowledge that we came from an easier starting place than someone who's like morbidly obese. So I have empathy for a different situation, but in any case.
I think that the body positivity movement has been like hijacked by a bunch of like inclusive social justice warriors, and I think that like you can't tell me someone who's morbidly obese is happy with themselves.
No.
And I've seen
they're
it all
not.
over social media, like, oh, I'm so happy I'm doing this. They're gonna be dead by the time they're like 35 if they keep like eating themselves away. And I think that it also sends a really bad message to like younger people who are scrolling on social media and being like, this is okay, I can do this, and it's really not at all. And it's really disgusting, to be honest.
It's definitely a coping mechanism for sure. The lightest terms, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean the body positivity movement originally started with things that were out of your control. Like if you had, like if you were an amputee or you had like a scar or some genetic thing, and I already got it. But it's transformed into it's totally healthy at any size. You're healthy at 400 pounds. That's
Well, it distorted what the meaning of healthy even is, and then created this entire movement of young girls that are like, well, I can eat whatever I want and do whatever I want with zero consequences. And then you have people that are overweight, dealing with heart problems. I mean, heart problems are very rapidly growing in the United States. And I mean, we have an entire generation of kids that are becoming obese with zero consequences.
To be fair, there are also skinny people who we haven't been into nutrition for that long, so obviously at one point this was me. But there's skinny people who are eating whatever they want, and even though they might look healthy, you're not. So not only is it physical appearance, but even if you look good, you should be focusing on your nutrition.
True that.
I totally agree.
Yeah. No, I used to weigh, and you don't believe me because you guys don't know me, but like 3 years ago, I weighed under 100 pounds. It was really hard for me to put on weight. And then all of a sudden, I just gained a bunch of weight, probably because I was like stripping, so I was very active. And then once that stopped, so I definitely see like the difference of being like a very skinny person to now where I'm like pushing overweight. And it's weird for me because it's our society likes the overweight stuff. Like I get way more attention from men now that I'm a little bit bigger than I did when I was skinny, but I like how I was when I was skinny before, and I felt a lot better, and my body felt better. So, I mean, once this disability thing is over, then I'm definitely gonna try to lose weight.
Do you think that I don't know how to put it, men liking bigger girls is a niche fetish, or do you think it's widespread?
In my experience, it seems kind of widespread. I mean, I remember when I was super skinny, I mean, I was insecure about being skinny and I like wanted to gain weight. So when I started to gain weight, I was like happy about it. And then now, I mean, it's so weird. I talk about this all the time with like my friends and family. I'm like, I feel like, I'm going to be very frank right now, I feel like the least attractive I ever have in my life. But I feel like I get like the most attention I ever have in my life. And it's especially with, like being
Pancakes
disabled
donated
too.
$99. Como Savabrain, Madison looking gorgeous as always. Question for the ladies. South Louisianian 6'5" plus 210 pounds, 80k a year, work on the water 28 days, home for 14, any takers?
No.
Whoa,
No,
whoa.
solid man. I mean, isn't
Checks a lot of
80K a
boxes.
year
First
like
off,
a little
come on.
over average for?
That was a first off. Well, thank you for your
Thank you,
patronage. That is not how you say that in French. Como. Okay. Anyways, so just to recap here, he is 6'5", 210 pounds. He makes 80K a year. He says he works on the water. He's 28 days home for 14.
Is he like
You're making 80.
My
dating?
stepdad
Working on
does
lots of
that.
dating?
Yeah, they're usually like away for like
2
a
weeks.
month and then back for a month, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Any girls who are single at the table? Any takers?
At the,
For-
what's the French
He's
name for it?
Wait, what?
What's the French name for the bordello?
I'm not sure.
At the bordello.
She'll take you at the bordello.
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
That's what she
South
says.
Louisianian, 6'5", 210. Any takers?
Wow.
Isabella, what's up?
No.
I'm good.
He's in Louisiana.
No, thank you.
Sounds too humid.
I was born there.
Yeah.
6'5"? You like tall guys or?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll ask everyone's type later.
I don't
Thank you,
have a
man.
type.
You don't have a type?
No.
Yeah, I don't have a type
I don't
either.
have a type.
Cap.
It's a vibe.
Yeah.
Cap.
No.
I
I
have a
really
type.
don't. I'm all over the place. I'm definitely just attracted to like people's like. It sounds so ridiculous, but really like their personality.
That's cap.
It's not
That's
cap.
Come
I feel
on,
like it's a little bit
Isabella.
cap because the initial like reaction when you're meeting someone, you always look for like attractiveness,
trait.
and then you find personality.
Yes,
you know?
but no, like, because there have been guys that I thought were so ugly, and then after just like spending time with them, I was like attracted to them.
Actually, yeah,
That's
that
like
was
an
my
actual
first boyfriend,
thing.
That's what
so-
every boyfriend wants. Like, she used to think I was ugly, but after getting to know me,
No,
I'm still
I've
ugly,
like
but she
changed
likes my
my
personality.
You would never
bit.
tell them that.
You're an alternative guy. It's like,
But-
yeah.
I guess, but I mean, don't you need the physical attraction? I mean,
He
Well,
doesn't
that's the
look.
thing. Like
oh.
after spending time with somebody, you like get attracted to them. It's like an actual phenomenon.
He doesn't look a thing like Jesus, but he talks like a gentleman, and that's that.
wait, what about like Charlie
Yeah.
Kirk? Would you go for Charlie
No.
Kirk?
Charlie,
No?
no.
Charlie's married.
Charlie's
Oh, he's
married.
married. Okay, I'm sorry, Charlie. I didn't mean to throw you under the bus.
We love Erica.
We love
By
Erica
the
and
way, I
Charlie.
do date short guys. Everyone's saying they date a short guy. I do date short guys.
What's the shortest guy you've dated?
5'2"?
How tall are you?
Well, okay. I was 5'3" at the time, but I'm 5'5" now.
How does that happen?
I was in 8th grade.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Okay, that's.
But everyone made fun
well,
of him
you
for
guys are all
him being
little
shorter
in
than
8th
me. And no,
grade.
I loved him for like 3 years. If he's watching this, hi.
Did the height like go up over those 3
No,
years, or
he's
they
still
stayed?
5'2".
Oh, to this day.
Wow.
I don't think you can consider an 8th grade
Yeah,
relationship.
I don't think so.
Like,
Yeah.
that doesn't.
Does it count?
on.
I don't know if
He was 5'2". Well, how tall were you? Wait.
I was
I'm-
5'3".
Wait, so then
I
he was like
taller than him.
13, 14.
14, yeah.
Isn't that like
So like,
Oh, so he probably grew.
But he
But
never
I
grew
grew, okay,
since
no, because we
then.
actually talked since from like 14 to like 16, and
okay?
yeah, I grew.
Talk about it.
Throughout your relationship, did he stay 5'2" and you grew?
Yes.
Bro, it's a
It's
8th
eighth
grade,
grade.
relationship.
holds no
like, who
substance.
cares? All right.
Okay, fine. My
testing
last boyfriend
tolerance.
was 5'7". Like, I'm okay with short guys.
Yo, testing tolerance. Thank you, man. Never, ever, ever spend money on women online, including drop a like. If you do, we will find you. Okay.
all right.
Appreciate it there. Guys, get your super chats in if you'd like. We have, I think we did that one. We have Puffy Vegas. Okay, he's doing a rating. Actually, fuck, hold on, no. We'll do that one later, I guess. Mr. Cappadocia, ladies, have any of you had work done, boob job, lip filler? If so, what? Also, Isabella, Are you cold or are they pierced? Okay. Well,
Well, to answer your question, I've never had any work done.
I think.
Thanks.
Do you want to answer his other question
yeah.
too? Or?
I'm cold.
Is it chilly in here?
No.
Yeah, it's kinda toasty.
Hot. It is
Yeah.
warm.
Yeah.
It's warm.
You should get your thyroid checks, maybe. Okay. So we'll go around the table. Has anybody had any work done? So lip filler,
I have-
lipo, BBL.
I have a little bit of lip filler.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
My boobs are done.
Okay.
I used to have a lot of work done, and you know what? Recently, I'm just kind of giving it up for now. It becomes a addiction, kind of. At least for me, it did. And I just remember people were starting to call me out on it, like just people at the dance club, and people were like, "Oh, did you get your cheeks filled?" Like a guy would say that to me as I was dancing with them. I'm like, you know what? And I was broke. Like I would spend all my money on this outer body, and I didn't have any money, but I was like, oh, I look good, but I didn't feel good. So
Did you feel like it was like a little degrading in a way when a guy would ask you that?
I did. I felt embarrassed because I was like, I really overdid this. I was like, I don't need to. Yeah, now I'm all natural.
Yeah.
Wait. So you used to have
A lot.
What did you have?
I had temple fillers done. I had my lips done. When I was in Playboy, I just really went hog wild. I just was like, I want to look the best, and I felt like this spirit of like I gotta do and look and
BBL?
achieve. Not a BBL, but no boobs, but I did a lot of face work, and I did get my teeth done because I'm happy about that. I'm happy about that, but I did have a ton of face work done. I definitely would say it was a lot, and it was more than I had. But I was like, you know what? I'm going organic right now.
That's good.
Yeah.
Well, you look beautiful.
Thank you. You too.
Okay.
I have not had any work done.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Zilch.
Zilch.
Zero.
Zero.
Nothing.
Why are you always questioning me?
No,
Do you have something to ask? Somebody to say?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Okay. All right.
I have never had anything done, and I hope to keep it that way.
No work done, but everyone always thinks I have lip fillers. That's the number one. Like
Really?
people tweets
Yeah.
are like, "Do you have lip fillers?" No fillers.
They have
Wait,
that
let me see your
natural.
side profile. Yeah, those look normal.
Yeah, they look normal.
No
I
fill-
feel like
I
you can tell when
overline,
someone has
but
fillers.
no
Yeah.
fillers.
Okay. Isabella.
No work done.
Zip. Zilch.
No work done.
Okay.
What do I look like I've had done, Brian?
No, I'm not saying. I just got a question.
I do get the lip filler one a lot too. I feel like that's a common one, or Botox or something like that.
Okay.
No.
Really?
No.
Okay. Well, no, I can see that they're real, but I was wondering if anyone's ever asked you because they're really
Yes.
nice. They're really
Yes.
nice.
Oh.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just normal compliment, I promise.
Do you go both ways or?
Yeah, but that's not what it was. I promise. I promise that's not what it was.
Isabella, have you ever dated a woman?
No, I would not.
Okay. Okay.
I would not.
All right.
I'll take my compliment though.
There you have it. We have Conan here. Question for Brian in the panel. Does this is a little too what's does jab status affect your interest in a potential partner?
Honestly,
let's
no.
let's not talk about the actual thing, but you can say yes or no on that, I guess.
No.
What is that?
I
What does that
don't.
mean?
I don't
The
think.
jab.
I
The-
don't. Yeah.
The jab.
The most recent jab.
The jab.
The job.
Jeez,
You
I-
need to girl.
Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, does it?
There was
what is the question?
recently a global something.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
gotcha.
see
And
now.
people as a measure to
Live
Yeah,
their
I know what
lives,
you mean
be
now.
able to
Yeah.
work. I feel like no. I feel like simply because no, because I mean, I guess it depends. I do feel like a lot of people were really put in bad positions, honestly. And I feel like I'm not going to hold that against a future partner who checks off all the boxes because he was put in a position where, you know, he potentially was going to lose his job or his ability to support. I know my own college dropped me. From all 8 of my classes, I had religious exemptions, medical exemptions, and they were not letting me attend back. And I basically had a 1.5 year hold off with my university. And so, I know how I felt, and that was just, simply college. So I can't imagine somebody in a higher position.
I don't really know what that means.
I refuse. I will not date somebody or marry someone who's got it because of future fertility questions I have.
okay.
I don't think for me it matters too much.
Sure.
Me too.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't care.
I don't know what that means. I'm still lost.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, we can just skip me.
You, really?
Yes.
The jab? Come on, Maddie.
Think like 2 years back.
Help me out, Nick. Oh, like, okay.
All right, we have Puffy Vegas here. Can I come on your you show? You'll have to work on the grammar a little bit before you come on. But
Can I come on your show?
Puffy, we are very, very selective with some of the guests we invite on, but you can send us an Instagram message and we can potentially consider it. Thank you, man. We're gonna go. Actually, I'll wait for this one. Hold on one sec. We have. Let me see what I had here. One sec, guys. I had. Wait. Type. We can go around the table on this while we wait for her to come back. What's your type, Madison? We'll go around this way.
I'm not gonna say I don't have a type because I feel like I definitely do with the men that I've been with throughout my life. Typically white men. Height preference, probably tall, but obviously not really. Like my last boyfriend was 5'6", but yeah. Dark
Type.
features. I like
guess
dark
in
hair.
terms of like looks, probably not, but more so like values and like someone who's like super masculine.
Okay, so values. I assume like has to be Christian.
Christian, conservative values, yeah.
Okay.
Practicing Christian, conservative. Same answer to the last question. Physical looks, I feel like vary, but 100%, like they have to be a strong masculine man who wants to lead the household. I want to be a wife, and I mean very traditional values.
Wait, just a question for you two. You both are Christian, correct?
Yes.
Are you guys, when it comes to getting married, are you guys waiting until marriage
Yeah.
to have sex?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I will say I've done it in the past, but currently waiting for marriage, and it's been about 2 years.
Same with you?
Same thing, yeah.
Okay, so in the past.
I was previously engaged, so yeah.
Okay.
I feel like the effort was there.
Got it.
Smokin' Pancakes
Thank you,
donated
Pancakes.
$99. Brian Como Savo is Cajun French for how's it going? I worked hard to blow my money on a bordello. I'd rather spend that on race car parts and the gym.
Base.
Thanks, but no thanks.
Okay, there you have it. This is Smokin' Pancakes. I think he's the one who is 6'5", 210 pounds, makes $80K something a year.
In his home 28 days.
What kind of cars do you like? I like Mustangs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
There you
I'm a
go.
Mustang girl.
All right. Oh.
7 Deadly Sins
gosh.
donated
Here we go.
$100. 777 decillion 777 onillion 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion
Good times.
777 quintillion.
Carly, name 10 books. Or 7 books. Go.
Quadrillion 777
Quick, go.
quadrillion,
7 books. Go, go,
Song
go.
of Achilles, Pride and Prejudice, the Da Vinci Code, The Art of Not Giving a
name
Fuck.
7 books.
I'm on
Thank
the
you,
spot now,
7
I'm
Deadly
scared.
Sins.
Oh, you want me to keep going?
Yeah. What you got for us? Quick.
I'm scared. I don't
You got
remember
this.
Keep going. You got it.
any. You know what I'm thinking, right? Oh, I'm sorry.
Movies are also books.
Movies are.
Some movies also have
Oh
books.
yeah. I read Harry Potter. I read The Hunger Games. I read Divergent. I have like book-related tattoos. I don't know why I can't think of anything.
You have book related. Should we do a tattoo check on?
I mean, I have pants on and
Oh,
everything.
okay. Well, like
Got none.
what's
I
visible?
can-
What's visible?
My arms are visible.
Your arms are invisible.
No,
Based.
my arms are visible.
I don't know. They're pretty like another double bi, or I mean, like, they're pretty visible.
I can do a little tattoo tour if you'd like. I mean, these are the only ones that are visible, but I have a ton on my back and my legs too.
Okay.
Yeah.
What precipitated getting all the tattoos? Just
Okay, so
you like the art, or
when I was like 8 years old, I would take the inked magazines out of my mailbox at home, and I would like hang. Like I thought the girls were so pretty. Like I loved the look to be honest. I've always known I was going to be fully covered at some point.
Fully covered.
Much to my parents' dismay, but.
Much to your parents' dismay. Are you, are there any areas of your body you won't tattoo, like your neck or face?
I will not touch my face. I originally said I wouldn't touch my fingers or hands, but now that I'm hopefully long-term in a job that doesn't require me to be super, super professional, I do have a little teeny tiny finger tattoo. I won't touch any, private areas. I'm trying to make it as, I understand that in everybody's eyes it's going to be a little bit skanky, but I'm trying to be as
clean as possible, I guess, with it.
yeah, like
Yeah.
in the classiest way possible, almost. Even though my tattoos, I promise most of them mean something, even though they aren't like artistic. Or
Sure. Well, it's good. I mean, it's good that you don't want it anywhere private. I encountered a woman once who had a YOLO tattoo above her hoo-ha. And that made me take pause. So,
Was it a girl you were getting down with? Is that why you saw it?
Yeah,
Above
you
her
still
hoo-ha?
hit them?
we didn't go all the way, but I did see it.
You saw it.
And I was like, hold up.
It's an interesting
Was it a turn?
So you weren't YOLO.
Yeah, it was kind of a turn off. I'm not gonna lie. I was, okay. What does that mean? Okay. You got some tattoos. You got.
I do. Sorry, I have Hawaiian flowers because I went to Hawaii and it was one of the best vacations of my life, and it was beautiful. So I got Hawaiian flowers. I got lucky because I had the medical concern happen last year, and I'm lucky for that, getting out of it. And then I got this Rosas tattoo. This is my family's last name, but I wasn't planning on it. I didn't even have the money to do it. It was just the tattoo artist, like I went in for a sketch just to see what it would look like, and he walks up to me and he said, "Hey, I'm gonna be doing your tattoo." And he was a big guy and he had tons of tattoos all over his face, and I was like, "Oh, I just wanted," and he said, "I just got out of prison 3 days ago. You're my first person I've ever tattooed." And I'm like, I was moving money in different accounts. I'm like, okay, I can't piss this guy off, like I have to get it. So I got it. Yeah.
Okay, let's do it really quick on the. I don't know why I decided to do this. Okay, go ahead.
I have like around almost 10. They're pretty minimalistic, like line work. But I mean,
Is that there's the dice? Are you a risk taker?
Well, a lot of them are philosophy related. So this is like a Plato reference.
Okay. What is it?
It's we must accept what has happened as we would the fall of dice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I like that.
I like that.
What about, is that Uranus?
It's Saturn.
Oh, Saturn. Okay.
I don't really like this
You
one
don't
just
know your
because it blew
planets.
up and it looks a little corny because it's literally just Saturn and it's something you would see like when you're 12 years old. But it's also a philosophy reference. It's Aristotle when he said the cosmos are more divine than humans. So.
Yeah. Okay, very cool.
My first tattoo was on my hip, ahimsa, and it means compassion for all living things in Hindu. And then I have return to love here, and then I have like a goddess embracing herself here, and then this one meant self-love, and yeah, I mean I have like multiple. I have like 15 or something. So
No
Either of you
tattoos.
any tattoos?
No tattoos. It's not really biblical to get tattoos.
The
so.
only tattoo I would get would be in Jerusalem. It would be a cross at the oldest tattoo shop in the world called Razook.
Ooh.
It's the
Okay.
only place I would get a
and
tattoo.
there too.
What would you get?
I would get a cross. I would
Okay.
get one of the original crosses, probably on my wrist area. I was there last year when I got baptized in the Jordan River, and I got like a necklace, and I have my ring that I always wear. I don't take my ring off. So this is like my commitment to God. But the only tattoo I would ever get would be that.
That's cool.
That's cool.
Madison, you got a couple, right?
Yeah, I have 2 butterflies on my wrist because my family believes in like reincarnation, so it's like in representation of my mom and my younger brother. I have my mom's birth flower on my back, her birth year, angel wings, and then I have my dad's birth year right here, and then my mom's birthday on my rib.
Okay, got it. We have a message here from Real Cam Higby. Will you marry me, Isabella?
Hi, Cam.
You
Well,
can or can't?
Can't. Well, I said hi, Cam.
Hi, Cam. Okay.
We'll talk about it later.
All right.
Wait, you were married before? you
No,
said?
I was engaged.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
engaged.
All right. Marriage proposal. Wait, here. I will propose to you on behalf of Cam Higby.
No.
He actually sent me this ring. So, no, I'm not. It's not me proposing, but hold on.
Oh my gosh.
It's so pretty.
It's a rock.
What a nice
He
thing.
sent me this.
Oh my
He literally sent me this to
I'm
do
gonna
this
have to
in this exact
decline.
moment.
That's really nice.
Do you, here, just at least try it on.
All right, if
for-
it fits,
just try it
then
on.
it's meant to be. If it doesn't, then
I got you, Cam. What's up?
It fits. Does it
Does it
fit?
it's a little bit big. It's a little
It can-
big. Do you
we'll
know what
readjust
size-
it. We'll get it.
fix it? You get a resize.
We'll get it fixed, but- okay, you got. I mean, you did put it on, so technically you accepted this. You're now engaged. Okay, cool. All right, I got you, Cam. And then we have Puffy Vegas here. What do I have to do to get on the show?
We tried calling you last
Yeah,
time.
dude, we
Puffy
called. I don't know if you
Vegas.
checked your Instagram.
Yeah,
Last
he
show,
was,
I
like, talking to
I
us.
called you like 10 times in a row on Instagram. So we have a question here from Stifler. Ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10. We will start with you, and then we'll go around the table. Go ahead.
I'd like to say 7, iffy 7.
Okay.
I guess like a 6 or 7.
I say a 10 because my body's done a good job this year.
10?
It's done a good job this year in taking care of me.
Well, like,
Yeah.
it's not a rating on how well your body has taken care of you. It's more so
Okay.
like your
Physical
attractiveness.
You know, I guess if I could work out maybe like at 8 and I could maybe just like work out a little more, that would be nice. I
Okay.
want to get back in the gym and I want arms like that's pretty. I like that. I like your guys'.
Do you do
I
you
agree.
personal
I like that.
train? Do
I
you
like
do any
strong.
personal training?
No, I don't. Well, kind of.
Do you
Yeah,
personal?
sure.
I just started training like my boss.
Can we get the most muscular?
Wait, get the what? Oh,
most
is that a
most
Like,
muscular?
front,
Oh, that's a
It's front,
quad,
like
double Y.
huh?
Like, think about when they say, like, that you've watched like a bodybuilding show before. Sorry, I'm not in the mic.
Kind of.
When they turn to the front, you show like everything from the front, like a front double Y.
it's like you're like this.
And yeah, you do your trap pose. Roll your
My
sleeves up and
trap?
do your trap pose.
Roll my. Well, you can't see my.
It's more your
Trap.
shoulders and stuff.
Wait, where did this even come from? Why am I constantly flexing? You can't
Yeah,
even see my
like your
traps right now.
muscles.
But you can't even see them.
Can't really see. Okay, well, just because she's looking to work out. So
Oh.
I'm gonna hit you up.
Do it.
Okay.
I didn't go.
Oh. Yeah.
I refuse to rate myself. Because I feel like I don't really know how to perceive myself, to be honest. But I'll just say I like to carry confidence, but I also criticize myself a lot. Not in like an unhealthy way, but I think everyone understands what I mean.
What about you?
So I've watched a few of your like shows here, at least 10, and I realized that whenever someone says 10, they get roasted. But then I told Matt that I was not going to say 10, and he said, "What?" So I'm just saying 10. So, yeah.
Wow, that was a lot of backstory.
I would say a solid 7. Solid 7.
I would say solid 7.
8.
Okay. All right. Well, he says ask everyone. I give myself 6.
Why? Just a 6?
Eh,
No.
I'd say I'm a 6. You know.
No.
All right. Well, thank you. It means the world coming from you. But yeah. So that's Okay.
I think for like at least a 7 or 8.
What, me? You don't gotta gas me up. It's okay. All right.
Someone was lowballing you the last episode.
Oh, the
Yeah, I was like, wow, what? I was
She's like, I'm a 6, but I think
Well,
I'm
yeah,
a little
she thought-
cuter than you.
yeah.
Yeah. Actually, it's unfortunate. I was gonna properly rebuke her, but
Yeah.
some TTS, some Superchats came
yeah.
in, and it slipped my mind. But no, just yeah. No.
I know. I was also like, what? Did you go? Did you go?
Yeah, I said 8.
Oh, okay.
All right, we have Tommy Bythe. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate the super chat. Appreciate your patronage. Brian, appreciate all the work you're doing here and bringing awareness to modern dating issues. Keep up the great work. We need to. It's been a little tame tonight. We need to get into it, guys. We need to get into it. Okay.
I feel like the Adam 22 thing was kind of getting into it a bit.
Was it?
At least
I
A
think
little bit. A little bit.
It's all spicy
Spicy-
between us.
A
I
little
liked
bit
it.
spicy there.
Well, you know what? I think I might have something here that might get us going a little bit. But we had Puffy Vegas. He wanted to give his rating, so he says, The girls are 767, 7.5, 777, 7.5, 7.5. I'm not sure which direction, but okay.
I think it's right to
Probably
left.
I've dated 5 separate women who are married to famous men. They were all divorced at the time I met them. Okay. Thank you, Puffy Vegas. Appreciate it. And guys, if you want, get your chats in. Okay, so Kat, you in your pre-show messages to us, you had indicated, sorry, I'm getting this pulled up, that you're not in favor of hookup culture. Is that correct? Hookup culture sucks, is what you said.
I did say that, yeah.
Okay. You also said, though, that you think body count is irrelevant, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in addition to that, you also said men are weird for wanting young virgins.
Correct.
Are men weird for wanting virgins?
No, I think specifically
young
young virgins. I think when it comes to body count, it's like if you have like certain values.
Sorry, just one
Matthew
second.
McCarthy
Thank you,
donated
Matt.
$99. You're all tense. I'm biased, so my booballa is a 15. Ryan, have some confidence, bro. You're a 10. Come to Hard Summer Festival this weekend. I promise you won't regret it and will have the best time of your life.
True, Brian.
Nice.
Come party
Wait,
it up.
have some,
Are you going?
We're going to Hard
Promise?
Summer,
I
yeah.
was supposed to.
I'm really
Promise.
excited. Really?
And-
I'm
Yeah.
really excited.
What is Hard Summer?
It's
is that
like
like
music
a music
festival.
festival?
It's
It's
like
a music festival.
house
Most,
EDM
mostly
music.
EDM in downtown
Yeah.
LA.
I don't.
Do you like rock at all?
Don't worry, it's some drunk college kids. I do like rock. I don't really.
okay.
I don't like to. Honestly, I'm pretty introverted, so I don't like
Okay, makes sense, makes sense.
like large
Yeah.
gatherings of people. I don't really like partying either. I don't
Yeah.
go to bars or clubs or any of that shit. So
Yeah, same. Just festivals usually.
I think a music festival is a little different, but it's still kind of just within the realm of, I don't know, it's just
I
not-
get that, yeah, I
It's
can't
like
get most of my
way
girlfriends
too
to go.
overstimulating for me. I just,
Yeah, that's
Not
how
really.
most of my girlfriends feel, so I can, me
Yeah.
and Matt just go.
Yeah.
Wait, I have a question. So if you think I do think body count is important. I think I do think statistically it's important because the more bodies that a person has, both male and female, the higher the divorce rate is, and the more unhappy that you're going to be. But so you said it was weird for like men to want like young virgins. I really don't think that there are like old virgins around. But also then, is it weird that like a 50-year-old wanted something with you that was like intimate?
Oh, with me as a 26-year-old?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be weird.
But you said you did.
I did,
right?
yeah, and that was weird.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wait.
that was
Okay.
weird. Yeah.
Weird for you or for him?
Weird on his part. I mean, you know,
Well, where's the accountability? I mean,
Right.
you're
No,
20,
I'm-
you were 26, right?
I was 21
Oh.
at the time.
Okay, adult.
Yeah,
for
I was
3
an
years.
adult. No, I mean, I'm not saying that. Oh my God, that I was groomed or something. But like, I mean, I was just trying to have a good time. I was like, oh my God, he has a lot of money. But like, I feel like the weird part stands on him. I mean, I was just there.
Do you think
What-
you were sorry?
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Do you think that that's reinforcing his behavior though?
In what sense?
I just feel like even if you think it's wrong and you still participate in it, that's kind of justifying it.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm not saying that okay.
It's
I'm
kind
not
of
saying-
enabling.
I'm not saying that he's wrong. It's just weird. There's a difference between like something being like inherently wrong and then something that is a little weird. Like he never, and honestly, we like dated, but it wasn't like super serious. Like we're never gonna get married or anything. It was very much casual. But I think it's weird and also I wasn't a 21-year-old who was like a virgin or anything. I think it's weird for men who are, you know, older who want to marry and kind of, in my opinion, groom young women, especially if they're 18, 19, who like haven't had sex yet, or honestly, even any woman who hasn't had sex yet. If you're an experienced man, I think that's very strange.
That I agree with.
I think
because I feel like but you said like it's weird for men to want like young virgins. I feel like
Yeah.
there's a big difference between like a 50-year-old man wanting like an 18-year-old virgin and like a you know, a 30-year-old or a 27-year-old wanting like a virgin
I agree.
or a good girl. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
I completely
What
agree
is
with
your-
you.
I also can I just say
Yeah, go ahead. and
I
I'll
also
go.
think that like from my conversations that I've had, I always find that it is girls typically with very high body counts that tend to believe that body counts do not matter. And that's my opinion.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, I also feel like women with low body counts kind of want like a little like reward for like not doing that, which is great. Like, I mean, good for you. But yeah, I could say the same thing.
Well,
Wait,
I feel like
Sorry.
that women with low body counts feel like they're better than women than with high
I don't
body
think
counts.
it's a better thing. I think it's just like a thing. Like, I think it should be acknowledged that in like a world where it's like everyone's hooking up with each other and that's the easiest thing to do, and to not be promiscuous, I do think that in and of itself is something that's like recognizable.
I think it's unfair to a lot of women. I mean, I'm going to keep myself out of this because I personally feel that it's unfair. And I think somebody was on here. I watched an episode a couple of days ago. It was somebody's husband, Billy something's husband.
Yeah.
He mentioned how it's kind of unfair to blame women these days for having a higher body count, because we were kind of told that, oh, it's great, it's okay. And then all of a sudden, like, I want to say, like, I never heard about body count at all, you know, after high school. You know, I'm 26 now, and then now that I'm 26, like last year I started hearing about it again, and like it's kind of weird because I feel like it didn't matter. And also I find it to be kind of juvenile. I mean, if a guy asked me my body count, I would be like, how old are you? Like, it should not matter. It's not.
Well, if he wanted a serious relationship with you and wanted a marriage with you, I mean, it's statistically the marriage success rate goes down the toilet, and women are 80% of marriage, or 50% of marriages in the United States end in divorce, and 80% of those are initiated by women, which is directly correlated to if you have slept with more people and you have more bodies on your record, you're more likely to get a divorce. So I don't think it's unfair for a man to ask, hey, how many men have you been with in the past? Because that's going to impact him in his future too.
And I also think there's a difference between like some random person asking your body count and someone who genuinely wants to have a relationship with you and be intimate with you. I think that body count is important to the person that you're with and being intimate with. I think that's fair.
I mean, like I said, I have no issue with people like having issue with body count, but only if their body count is also like low. Like, I just don't like how men will come on here or like any other podcast or just vocalize how they are allowed to have sex with 300, 400 women, but then expect to be with a woman with one or two.
Oh, well, no, a man, that's
like, yeah.
Hold on just a sec.
Prometheus donated
Thank you, Prometheus.
$100. I sort of agree, as I watched how the relationship between Little Ed and Liz Wood's relationship is a mess, but that's exaggerated TV. I've been with someone with a high body count and the one with a lower one. The lower one showed sympathy unlike the other.
Thank you, Prometheus. Appreciate it. He's been with someone with high. Okay. All right. Continue with your point.
I also wanted to add that I feel like it's less about how many people you slept with.
Thank you, Flam Life, for the 20 gifted memberships. Appreciate it. You think it's less about?
It's less about how many people you slept with and more about like your experience with relationships. Like, I feel like one bad relationship will truly taint a man or woman for their future ones. And I think it's less about casual sex. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've seen the studies and whatnot. I think that's one study. I don't know if there's been multiple. So I don't have a lot to comment on the one study. Oh, closer.
Do you agree that psychologically, though, the more people that women sleep with, it changes the chemicals like in your brain to where you're enabled to have a longer term relationship with a man?
That's like an
no,
actual
science.
science.
No, I mean, look, I personally don't have issues with relationships at all or falling in love. The one thing that did change me personally was like this one bad experience that I had with a man, and that's what I feel like is more detrimental as opposed to like sleeping with a bunch of people. I don't think that it really matters that much.
Well, you mentioned that, well, having a specifically one bad toxic relationship may have more of a negative impact than having a high body count, but it can be both. I mean, certainly, yes, if you have one singular bad relationship, that could potentially have a negative impact on your future relationships, but certainly if you've had like a long string of transient sexual partners, you know, you've had 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 one-night stands or short-term whatever, that has a negative impact too.
I think it kind of depends on like, especially when it comes to women. So when I was in high school, A lot of like my friends like just would have sex with guys because they didn't know how to say no, and that I think that can be traumatic and that can change you. But I mean, are we just like doubting like women's sexuality? Like some women are just fucking
No, I
horny
think there's a
and
difference
just
between
want.
I
Yeah,
think
there's
there's a difference though between doubting a woman's sexuality and then borderline being like it's okay to sleep with whoever you think you want to or who you're attracted to at the time. And like Morgan said, like statistically it's been proven that like women are getting divorces literally because of their body counts, quite literally. I think it does make commitment harder, and I don't believe women who have high body counts feel good about themselves. I don't know how someone can feel like good about themselves having so many, and I'm not attacking you personally, I'm just saying like in general, like I don't know how I could feel good about myself having like so many bodies to the point where like I've lost track.
Well,
Before I have you respond, you wanted to come in. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say you can be horny and control your desires.
Yeah.
That's not really
There's
an excuse
also
at
other
all.
ways
How come we don't expect that for men though?
I do.
No,
I don't like
do.
when men have a high
Yeah.
body count.
I think that there's a difference between men and women. I do believe that sometimes men need to like get it out of their system, but I'm not saying that men should be able to sleep with 50 plus women because they're men. And I think that's where people like get confused too. Like even with conservatism, like, oh, men need to get it out of their systems. They can like sleep with whoever. No, that's disgusting to me too. Why would if my body count is so low, or I've like worked hard to like preserve myself for my husband, why would I want to marry someone who has 40 bodies, 50 bodies, 60 bodies?
But also, I want to mention that study that you're referencing, it talks about people who have, like, there's a big difference in when it comes to divorce, when it comes to people who have had more than one body count. Beyond that, and it's the same for men and women.
It's more pronounced in women.
But also,
women.
if you have more experience, like naturally, like you're gonna like not accept the lease. And yeah, if you've only slept with one person your entire life, like you're not gonna have the experience or maybe even like the confidence to want to leave that person. And I don't think it's experience. And I think divorce is fine, by the way. I don't know.
You think divorce is fine?
100%.
Even if there's kids involved, you think divorce is fine?
Yes, I'm a child of divorce, and I'm glad my parents got divorced.
And you think that your life spanned out the way that you wanted to? Because
yes. Yeah.
Okay.
My parents fought all the time when I was a kid. And actually, I feel like their fighting almost was more detrimental than them getting divorced.
I mean, I feel like in situations like that, it's a little bit different, right? Where there's like an abusive situation.
No, it was not abusive, like not physical.
Emotionally abusive, yelling, right?
Just a lot of yelling, yeah.
Yeah, so I would feel like I'd consider that like under the guise of like abuse. But also too, like the marriage thing, like a lot of people, like in America, we've had 53 years of no fault divorces. People have been able to get divorces for whatever reason they feel like. And I feel like that has like been against our demise, where people like get marriages, and like Adam 22 is the perfect example. I think it's an absolute mockery of marriage and what it should be. Or like even like you sitting here like single or whatever, like not married, like being okay with like divorce. Like I guess I just can't like wrap my mind around that. I feel like that's detrimental to like you, your husband, your future kids. I feel like it's very unfair to your future children, especially if they are involved.
I think it depends on the scenario, but if it was like a divorce where there was just it was detrimenting the whole family, and everybody went to counseling, I do believe you should at least go to some sort of
100%.
counseling. You got to try to make it work. You can't just be like, I'm splitting. But I do feel serial remarriers, they need to fix themselves.
Yes, 100%.
And it's like, if you see yourself getting divorced, getting married, you start checking why you're either attracting these types of people or why.
Valdev donated $100. Blue Tank Fam, how you gonna show up with a Leo crank to 10 and talk about sexuality? You know what you're doing. At Ariel, the abs plate is for sure foreplay. I got you, Conan 18 ladies, rich man or combat effective man.
I wish I knew what he said. Blue Tank, that's me.
We're gonna need like a some sort of cipher, something to decipher this riddle.
I think he's
this
commenting
riddle
on
here.
your outfit. I mean, I'm not. I'm just trying to decipher this for you.
Oh, we have another one.
_guy_in_Canada donated $99. Body count is a dumb conversation because it's not zero sum. If guys want women with lower body counts, they should stop increasing them.
That's another thing I want to talk about. Yeah.
Well, I mean, on that topic though, what I would say is there's a smaller proportion of men that are supposedly responsible for increasing women's body count.
But it's kind of like the OnlyFans thing too. Like a lot of men will be like, "Oh, this is so bad and it's so horrible." But who's creating the supply? I mean, who's creating the demand, and then who's meeting the supply? Like, do I know women who do OnlyFans and like making six figures? Do I necessarily blame them? No. You know, but the same men that like, I mean, I think that there's definitely.
I'm so with you. Men should not be spending money on OnlyFans.
Well, because the men are instigating the women to continue doing it, but then if the men are like, well, I don't want to marry someone who has a high body count, but then they're also instigating. It's a two-way street. 100%.
Men are also doing it as well.
Doing OF?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, there's men who do OnlyFans.
Actually,
a lot of men are doing
I have an
OnlyFans,
OnlyFans,
and a lot of their audience are other men
you have
as
an
well.
OnlyFans?
Yeah, but it's like a meme. I don't I'm not posting like nudes and it's just like
I guess now you don't have to.
There's like 2 photos of Kiki on there. It's just for jokes. But
I will say my fiance and I never talked about body count until we started watching Whatever. And then like, everyone was talking about it. Oh,
hold on just a second. Yo, thank you, Curtis.
$99. Body count is in every episode. I don't seem to care. When you really think about it, you can just lie. A chick could have been bred by $50. I wouldn't be able to judge them. I could just tell chicks I'm a virgin till they meet my kid.
When someone has a high body count, I feel like you can always tell. There's always something that somebody has a high body count. Both in men and in women,
Out of curiosity, I want to know what you guys. Sorry, I want to know what everybody's stance is on hypothetically if a woman were to have a high body count or be promiscuous and then, for lack of better words, be remorseful about it.
I think that there's a lot of women.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
I think that there's
if that's
Devon Jackson donated $100. Stop blaming men for grown independent women's decisions. Having a high body count comes with a set of habits the average man would prefer his wife not exemplify.
Facts.
True.
That's just fact. That's facts. It's facts.
Facts.
It's facts.
Big
Thank
facts.
you, Devon.
To answer your question, I feel like there's a lot of women who were lied to, and like I have friends who are older who have said, like you even said, like body count really wasn't even talked about, and I think that there's a lot of women specifically in feminism who were lied to say that this was empowering and that they would have time later on in their lives for like a family and that there was no need to do that in their 20s. And now that most of them and people even I know find themselves like remorseful for their lifestyles, unmarried, no children, and I think that if they're remorseful for the lifestyle, I think that's okay, as opposed to like being like proud of their lifestyle and like standing by it.
Do you think that sex positivity is kind of like a ruse that's in the interest of men?
I think that it definitely benefits men, and that's why like I don't understand why so much women harp on it, because it's literally like you're being used and it's at your demise. Like it only benefits one person and it's not you.
If sex work was truly empowering for women, men would not support it.
Exactly.
If we're being honest.
100%.
I also think the modern feminist movement has completely lied to women to be empowered, to enable them to go into sex work, which is just a lie. I mean, men are the ones that are, again, supplying that. To where, I mean, OnlyFans really is the biggest PIMP of it all, taking 20% of every single woman's money that they're making on this account by posting nude images of themselves under the guise of being empowering. And so it's just another lie that, I mean, the feminist movement has continued to sell to women, on top of like even the birth control movement. When birth control came out, it was being able to be sexual and sleep around with people with no consequences. And that's when that started to come out. In the early times, that's why it was put on the market. You know, why aren't men having birth control? I'm not on birth control at all, but I think there's multiple moments in history that women have just continuously been lied to and encouraged to have a higher body count.
Matthew McCarthy donated $99.
Hey, thank you, Matthew.
The only thing body count determines is how experienced your partner is in the bedroom. I've hooked up with virgins and they were all ZZZZZZZ. Boobala is hands down the best sexual partner I've ever had that continues to surprise me and blow my mind. Ha ha.
He's very open, but no, I don't know. Thank you.
So this is your boyfriend who's just sent a TTS to a live fiancé to live stream advertising your sexual abilities. I don't. Hey, different strokes for different folks. But I mean, I'm the only guy here, but I mean, we've asked guys this question before, And this is often a common attempt at a rebuttal to the whole body count thing. Well, as a guy, like, don't you want a girl who's sexually experienced? Isn't the sex gonna be better? Perhaps, but like, there's other factors when it comes to attractiveness, like, and also, like, as a guy, typically, if you know how to lead in the bedroom, you can take a girl who's never had sex and have great sex with her. I'll finish after this. Thank you, Prometheus.
People with high body counts are desensitized to understand relationships and if they can honor it or respect it.
Word. Thank you, Prometheus.
True.
Yeah, this idea, like, also, like, a woman who's been in one long-term relationship, you could argue that she's maybe had sex more often with that. What the fuck? With that one person versus a girl. Like, let's say a girl has had sex with one guy 1,000 times versus a girl who's had sex with 100 guys one time each. I mean, I'm gonna probably think like the girl who was in the relationship could, like, probably is gonna be better. In any case, as a guy, if you know how to lead in the bedroom, like, you can take a girl who's never had sex before and have great sex with her.
Well, I think that's something that's special you get to.
Go ahead.
I kind of wanted.
Oh, I thought you were addressing what I was saying.
Oh, I actually, yeah. So
Okay.
I have two thoughts at once. So yeah, but you're talking about it from a guy's perspective. Like, yeah, maybe you can enjoy it, but like, is she gonna enjoy it? And like,
as a virgin,
is she gonna be comfortable? Because I mean, I don't look
Wait,
when
what?
I was. I mean, sorry.
No. What?
I mean, when I was first having sex, like, I know that it wasn't as comfortable for me, and I feel like both partners.
Alvin Sam
Hold on,
donated
I'll let you continue. Hold on.
$100. Brian, here's $100 to refund the virtue signaling simp who tried to blame men for a woman's promiscuity.
Thank you, Alvin Sam. Good to see you in the chat, man. Look, I think, yeah, who was it who did that anyways? Let me actually, really quick, let me get this. We had Verbose here. Verbose donated 55. Thank you, man. Hey, Brian, would you ever have Jensen on the show? Love the pod, man. Keep it up. It's about to trigger. Yes, I would have Jensen on the show. I don't know if I used to film some videos with this kid named Jensen. We this was back in the prank video days. So yeah, I'd be down to have him on. Thank you, Alvin Sam. Was it another TTS that came through that was trying to minimize? Wow. Okay, Flan Life. Hey, thank you for the 50 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it. That means we got to do fit check, but we'll wait until what's her name is back and we'll do a little fit check. And I guess we'll do another, like, some this is like the bodybuilding part of the show. So you guys, we'll get the tricep, we'll see the tris. We'll do some flexing. Dude, Flan Life, thank you so much. Good to see you in the chat, man. I think I emailed you back earlier today. Appreciate it. Thank you, Alvin Sam, too. Really quick, why don't you pull up the Twitch? We will come back to our conversation thread really quick. Yo, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Yo, Real Zelados, thank you for the Prime. USTA, Jennifer, thank you for the Tier 1. Blue, thank you for the Prime. Kool-Aid, thank you for the Prime. Ashy, thank you for the Prime. Dovash, thank you for the Prime. Rehab, thank you for the 5 community subs. Appreciate it. Naris Game, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Guys, go do whatever fan pod. Oh, shit. Okay, thank you for the follow. Guys, twitch.tv/whatever. This is our Twitch. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub. Okay, go ahead.
I kind of lost. I'm so sorry. That was a lot for me. I kind of lost where I was at. So
we were talking about body count, and I was talking about like how a woman.
If a man can lead, then.
Oh no, you were talking about like, well, is it? Well, you're viewing it from the man's perspective, but like, as a girl, when I was a virgin, it wasn't
sexual experience.
Sexual experience, right? I mean, I feel like. I totally lost my point. That was.
Well, you're saying, well, is it going to be good for
the
her?
girl? Yeah, basically.
But you have to start somewhere?
Yeah, I guess.
Like everyone has to have their first time. Are you talking if there's like pain?
But also, no, not even just pain. But I feel like actually, you know what? I'm not going to speak on anyone's like preferences, but I feel like men are.
You can. You can.
Well, I don't want to assume, but. Actually,
I
actually think that some men.
You can assume.
Okay.
Please
I think some men actually
like
do like when women are almost like not into it, or like they only care about how they feel.
Wait.
And I feel like it almost kind of like because if they I don't know how to explain. Okay, and now I'm losing my train of thought.
Wait,
I have too much going on.
They're in like a receiving mode.
Let me try to.
A receiving mode, maybe.
You think men are into it when women what?
like almost like don't know what's going on sometimes.
Wait, straight into the mic, please.
Don't know what's going on. Yeah, I feel like
What?
sometimes men are like into like just like, oh, like I guess this is what we're gonna do. Like, you know, they want just like a girl who's gonna like go with whatever. Or so I guess yeah, I agree with you that if a man can lead, it might be good for him. But sometimes like it could be good
Like a dominant man,
dominant, submissive, or
woman. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what I'm getting at.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I got kind of sidetracked. I'm like word vomiting a little bit.
I think originally you were saying that you were more concerned that if a woman was just starting out having sex, that it wouldn't be as enjoyable for her. But I think in the scenario we're describing, hopefully, because we were talking about virginity, right? Hopefully it's with somebody she loves and has been with, which I think would inherently make it a good experience, even if it's not the greatest sex. In a random situation where, let's say you're a virgin and you're losing it to a complete total stranger, like a random hookup, like that's more concerning. I can see why that would not be good.
That would be horrible.
Yeah, that sounds terrible.
What would be horrible?
Like losing your virginity to someone that is like a random hookup.
Don't you think
Some
that
people-
it's kind of
some
been
people
it's
do
kind of
do
been
that,
normalized now though that for people to lose it young, just like get it over with, get it out of your system. Women sleep around, like get that sexual experience, which now men when dating, I don't think men ever desire a woman who's sexually experienced, because like Brian said, like you can learn that in
That's
marriage.
not true. You're so wrong on that.
I'm
so sorry,
I also
girl.
feel like there's a barrier.
It's true.
Look, there's
It's
a
true.
barrier.
It's true.
Can
I'm
I say
feeling that
something?
here.
No.
Nick, how
Can
about
I
Nick?
say something?
Hold on, Nick. Does Nick agree? Yep.
Can
Nick
I say
agrees.
also
I feel like
it
it's
depends
the-
on the man. I'm sorry. Like some men want an experience, some men want experience. Like you can't say that.
That's cap.
Like,
That's
but
cap.
I
say
think
something.
Hold on, go ahead.
I think
Go ahead.
most men seek sexually experienced women for hookups, and they seek non-sexually experienced women for relationships.
Erroneous.
See, I don't think they care for hookups. For hookups, they'll hook up with anybody, whether you're experienced
because
or not.
if they're
but
doing
for
it,
marriage,
yeah,
they
if they're
won't.
doing it once and then they're not talking to her again, they might as well have an experienced woman.
Well, well
maybe in
you're-
your
you're-
world.
you're- I think
don't know.
you're sort of onto something. I would say that for one night stands, a guy is. Hold that thought. Actually, I'll have to trigger it again. Okay. So, a man is for a one night stand or a casual hookup, he's more willing to be with a woman who is, say, more sexually experienced. But I think even at least for me, I think a lot of other guys here, even for a one night stand, if given the option, a guy would much prefer going with a girl who's had like slept with one other guy versus a girl who slept with 50.
Absolutely.
Even for a one night stand, give me a virgin. Fuck it. Why not?
But that's like a lot. I feel like age matters in this point. A lot of older, more mature men don't want like women with a high body count, but say younger men, like they don't really care.
Yeah.
If a guy, I think they can't. I think for long-term relationships, they do care. But like if they're just trying to have a hookup, it's not so much part of the calculus.
But at a younger age now, like hookups lead to long-term relationships. You know
See,
what I
but
mean?
isn't that
Like,
such
that's how
a backwards dating system? Like,
Yeah,
why
it
are
is.
we
I agree.
allowing
Well,
hookups
saying
to
like
be
that
the
it's
basis of
normal
the
like that
beginning of a
now.
relationship?
Go ahead.
Technically, in the brain, there's 3 like brain systems involved with a relationship, and it's connection, it's desire, and it's romantic love. And it can come in any order, and you can still be in love and have a successful relationship. But I do understand what you're saying.
Yeah, well, I think that like most, I would say a lot of relationships, it's not like let's date for 3 months, not hook up, get it, and then have sex. I would say most relationships start, whether you think it's right or wrong, I would say most relationships start, people will hook up relatively soon, continue hooking up, and then they'll find themselves, we like each other, okay, we're in a relationship. Now, is that necessary, could that be, excuse me, I'm getting tongue-tied here. Does that inevitably lead to a lot of people casually hooking up and then it not going anywhere and then they're ramping up their body count? Yes. Is it ideal? Probably not, but is that kind of the meta? I would say, yeah, that's how most relationships start. It's people they'll hook up, continue hooking up. Oh, we like each other, boyfriend, girlfriend, blah, blah. Or it's just perpetual
Right, but then how
situationship.
many people are you going to hook up with until you find the one that you're going to date?
That's a
Because
good-
then you're
well,
just
sure,
continuing
that's a
to
good
feed
point.
into hookup culture, and
Like
then you're
self-control.
continuing to make
Yeah.
your body count higher,
Yeah.
and then continuing to
Sure.
play
I-
into men's desires.
I totally agree with you. I just am saying that it is possible for a couple that has sexual
Yeah.
experiences with each other to fall in love later. That is a
100%.
possibility. And have
I
sexual
agree.
Sure.
And actually,
Yeah.
I would
Yeah.
say most of my long-term relationships, like I've had a 5-year relationship, 2-year relationship, 1-year relationship, some like 9 months, 6 months, whatever. All of my long-term relationships that were otherwise good relationships, we hooked up the first, second, or third date, like pretty quickly. So
Do you think I think what's more concerning, and I don't know if this is what you meant, is the circumstance in which you met. I feel like if you, first of all, are the type of person to go on many casual hookups with another person who's the type of person to go on many casual hookups, it's possible, obviously, but I don't know how successful
she
that
left?
would be.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
had
she has a
to.
flight, right?
Oh, okay.
I was wondering.
Rip.
Kind of, yeah. The flight. Yeah. Kind of snuck out of here, didn't she?
Oh yeah,
Turn
she
off
should've
mic
said
number
bye.
3.
Madison, you can actually scoot over a little bit if you'd like. We're just gonna get readjusted here. Who was? Sorry, I forgot. Didn't mean to interrupt you
No,
there.
you're
Go
fine.
ahead.
Don't worry. I was just saying that I think what's more concerning is the circumstance in which they met, not necessarily that it was first a hookup. Does that make sense?
So, like, if they were to meet on, like, Instagram or meeting at a bar, meeting in class, like, the circumstance, how they met that led to the hookup?
I think that, like, let's say 2 people meet because it's a one-night stand.
Mm-hmm.
I think what's less promising about the relationship is that it's 2 people who are likely to have a one-night stand.
Yeah, I agree.
I think if it's like a very rare occasion, neither of you do that often, it just so happens, then it's a pretty high chance of that being successful because, like she said, it's out of order.
I mean, do you want to give an example? Love.
Valdev
Like it-
donated
rarely
$100.
Just one sec.
Blue
We'll come to
Tank
that.
is
We'll come to that.
advertising pure sexual allure but preaching good Christian girl
She
morality.
left.
Is
Sorry,
what I'm
man.
in. Ariel dippy eggs for sure. Glasses relax, you're in good hands again. Combat effective man or rich man. Srebri my ammo budget gone now. Big Satch. OFF was war.
So true.
What? Me too.
I have no idea what he was
Big
saying.
Sage. Oh, okay. Sorry, Brian. My ammo budget gone. Well, hey, Valdiv, thank you for the TTS, man. Appreciate it. Unfortunately, yeah, she dipped out. I didn't even know. I thought she was just going to the bathroom, but okay. So, I think you were about to say something.
Like,
Well, you just have an example of
Yeah.
successful relationship that came out of a one-night stand, but obviously you don't have to share it if you don't want
Well,
to.
is it really a one-night stand?
yeah. Sorry. I thought you were talking about me, and I was really confused.
No.
'Cause I've anyway, but
Allegedly.
allegedly, I've never. Just so it doesn't sound like I was about to say something else. I'm a virgin, and I'm waiting.
Oh, really? Okay.
But it's not because I'm not waiting till marriage or anything crazy like that. It's just I would prefer to be like in love first.
Sure.
But
Okay,
anyway,
cool.
So my parents met in a one-night stand, and they've been together for 37 years now. My mom moved in 2 weeks after, so.
Oh.
And to be fair, it was actually I don't know if it was a rare occasion for them. I don't want to give them too much credit, but I think my dad might be watching this. Actually, I'm sorry.
Yo, what's up, Dad? How you doing?
It was Wednesday, March 31st.
It was Wednesday, March 31st.
Oh, you know the story too.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
he
yeah.
sat my friends down
Yeah.
at 3 in the morning.
It was
and
hilarious.
told everybody the story. Yeah, it was very interesting.
What was the context of him telling the story to your friends?
If you're watching this, I love you, Dad. But he does tend to show off a little bit in front of like I have. We had gone back to my hometown for my birthday, and I brought my entire friend group, and it is a lot of guys in my friend group, and I think he wanted to brag a little bit, and yeah, he started the conversation with. It was Wednesday, March 31st. That's been stuck in our brains ever since.
Okay.
Yeah.
So your dad met your mom.
Mm-hmm.
How old were they, by the way?
They both had a previous marriage, so I believe they were early 30s. They were both divorced at the time, and yeah, they met at a bar in New York. He went home with her, they hooked up, and she moved in 2 weeks later, and it's been 37 years now, I believe.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, congrats. There you go. There you have it. Even a one-night stand can lead to a long-lasting...
But that is definitely the exception, not the rule.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. No, 100% people can meet and fall in love based off of one-night stands.
Yeah.
But I don't think that should be the 21st century, 2023
no, absolutely
standard.
not. I agree. It's definitely an exception.
I think we're agreeing.
Yeah.
Well, can we also say, like, most even long-term relationships don't go the distance either? So can we also say, well, it's also, even in loving long-term relationships, it's the exception, not the rule, that it ends up becoming a marriage that has lasted 30, like, I mean, you know, we can kind of say the same about relationships too, but.
Out of curiosity, I feel like you would know this statistic. When did marriages, it's a 50% divorce rate, I believe, right, at the moment?
53 or 52%.
53, okay.
It depends on certain demographics, but yeah, let's like, it's, I think 50% of marriages end in
So
divorce.
let's say America, right?
Sure.
So do you know when that statistic started increasing in divorces? Probably around, I want to say 60s or 70s, right?
I believe, I don't know exactly when, I want to say probably around the time of the sexual revolution with the introduction of birth control, which was in the 60s.
Yeah, okay.
So
that's what I figured.
Which was also the first rise of like modern feminism.
Yeah.
So ever since 50s, 60s to now, divorce rates have increased. Sexual promiscuity has increased. Hookup culture has increased. Obviously, social media plays a role into that.
Do you actually want to take her seat? Come to think of it, just watch out for that mic there, just so we get you into the frame better.
My question was, is it true that, I haven't looked at the statistics, but is the major cause of divorce still money? Is the major cause of divorce these days still money, like finances? Is that the major cause?
My understanding is when it comes to divorce, one of the primary contributing factors is financial difficulties is a pretty big factor.
I messaged Brian about so there's apparently amongst millennials, especially women, men too, but mostly millennial women, there's a lot of financial trauma. I don't know what happened. I don't know if it was 2008. I don't know if it was something that happened where their parents struggled, and now women are like, I gotta earn, and it kind of puts the shell around them so they're not in a receiving mode. And I'm so curious if that's one of the causes, the major ones is money, because
Yes,
it is, but a lot of it is financial security, like with your partner and being able to provide for your family. When you're talking about women needing to work, I think honestly a lot of that is more feminism with being a corporate woman, like I can do it on my own, the boss babe energy, waiting to have kids, waiting to get married, to where now even the marriage rate and our birth rate in America has decreased because women feel like that they need to provide.
Have that simulation.
Do you really feel like it's all women's fault? Like the second women were able to provide for themselves, they chose not to be with men. What does that tell you about men?
I think hurt people.
I don't think it's women's faults at all, but I do think that ever since the 60s, since modern feminism, the more that women have put out in society, I'm talking like corporate world, if you look at the corporate society, for example, women now are being told to stay and work longer because the corporations are benefiting off of women working at them. So, I mean, it's not women's fault. I'm not blaming women, but I do think that women have been bought into this lie that they've been sold.
Do you think they're being submissive to their employment rather than to their man?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Fascinating.
So how would you suggest that we could possibly fix this then?
Therapy for financial trauma.
No, but I think she's... So are you, would you suggest that women work less and seek out, a husband to provide? I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
I work right now. I'm 23. I'm working, to be financially independent myself. 100% every woman, is trying to be financially independent. But I also think at the end of the day, when you're in a relationship, what is the point of being in a relationship?
Work-life balance.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt anybody.
No, you're good.
Okay. I'm just a little confused on your take here. Do you think it's negative for women to be career-driven in a relationship?
It depends on the relationship, 100%. Because I do think that there can be relationships where the woman is the breadwinner and the man is a stay-at-home dad. Totally fine, and that works for a lot of women. But I also think that in society, women are being told to work more in the corporate world, which is being more detrimental to even their mental health. I mean, we've never seen this many women on antidepressants. We've never seen this many women on anxiety medications. Birth control has effects on that. And I think it's more of women aren't focused, have skewed priorities.
They don't know work.
Well, I mean, with the mental health thing, I mean, we haven't seen this many people in general, men or women, on antidepressants, and that's like, I think that's like a big pharma thing. I mean, we're being sold this, crap.
I do. Right. So do you think we should reject it?
I think
100%. Yeah, I'm not for the medicating yourself.
I think honoring work life.
Birth control, antidepressants.
Who's on birth control?
I used to
Who's
be.
on birth control? Anybody currently on birth control? Anybody? Okay, just you. All right. Okay.
Oh, we got one.
I mean, it got rid of my acne. Like, has helped me a lot, actually.
It can have some positive things, but
big boobs.
I do think
I didn't have them now.
Sorry, I'm trying really hard not to interrupt anyone.
No, go ahead.
I do think that mental illness, in a lot of cases, obviously not all, is now more prevalent, not only because of science, but because it's kind of like a cop-out, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I agree.
I think a lot of people almost have a desire to be diagnosed with something. Maybe if it's not as an excuse, as a form of uniqueness or...
Oh, definitely
totally.
true.
I feel like even
people want to be victims.
And people definitely, I completely agree with this. This is a big thing in our industry, is talking about the average person has such a victim mentality, myself included, before I got into what I'm doing, for sure.
You used to, like, how so?
You never want to be at fault for anything. Like
taking accountability.
Yeah, and this is just a small example because it's like what I do for a living, but like before I started lifting, I thought, like, do you guys know what Chloe Ting is?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you guys know what Chloe Ting workouts are? Yeah. So, just background information, scientifically does not work at all. It's the easy route that most women take, especially in quarantine, and some of it is lack of knowledge, but I feel like you kind of blame, like, oh, well, I just can't gain weight, or I can't lose weight. And that's only the case a very small percentage of the time that you genuinely cannot. And I said that my entire life because I was 85 pounds. And then I researched weightlifting and nutrition, and guess what? 35 pounds first year when you just start actually actively working.
That's awesome. And just like informing yourself on the right ways to do it.
It's just like
a round of applause. No, okay. But, good for you. That's
Thank
based. Did you have more? Or?
I mean, I'm losing my train of thought. I think that. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go.
I think that back to the mental illness route, people want to make excuses for themselves, not to
Wait,
hard.
Kojak in the chat says spaghetti arms I lift. I think he's calling you out.
I am still very skinny.
Whoa, let's see the tries. Come on.
She's only been working out for like a year and a half.
Kojak.
Yeah, I've also only been lifting for a little bit. And I gained 35 pounds in the 1 year.
Yeah, that's a lot of progress, if you ask me.
I was really teeny tiny before. It was bad, but yeah.
Couldn't be me.
Word, I don't know where we were going.
We were talking about the victim mentality.
Being a cop
that's
out.
pretty bad.
Yeah.
There's definitely a lot of points I do want to circle back on because we were talking about body count. We didn't really totally wrap up on that. We also got a fit check here from Mr. Flan Life. So let's all do fit check. We'll do a little stand up. Show us the fit. What
Just stand. No spinning.
You can spin if you want.
I can't. I don't want to. I can't.
Because the boot. Yeah, that's fine. Tell us the brands of your boot, though. Unfortunately she has a. You hurt yourself, correct? Or I guess you could. Oh, damn, nice. That's a solid boot you got going on. Does anybody have like a one of those ankle monitors you want to show? I think do you have one?
An ankle monitor?
Why
are you asking me specifically?
I don't know.
Do I look like I would have an ankle monitor?
I don't know, maybe.
Coming for you.
No. So, okay, this is the fit. Can we get the most muscular?
I still don't understand.
Double buy. How about double buy? Another double buy?
Another double buy. Another double buy. Let's pull out
Oh, there's the abs. Fuck,
wait.
Myron. Oh, what? Ziz? Let's see these. Can we get the Ziz? Oh, wait, hold on. Ziz? Boom, done. What about you? Ziz? A little Ziz? Oh, I think they want to spin if you guys want to.
There's nothing.
I'm not spinning.
I'm just going to look at it.
All right. There you go, Flan Life. Appreciate it. Thank you for that. Okay, let me get a couple chats, then we'll come back to our conversation. We have Tommy. Oh, wait, I think I read this one.
You did.
Yeah, I did. Ladies, by consensus, who at the table do you think would make the best wife for Brian and what? Okay. Brian, do you agree? I vote Carly. She has a boyfriend. The one with glasses.
I think he's just saying that because you both look a little nerdy. So.
Whoa! Wow! Oh,
it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing.
I am a little nerdy. So checks out. But consensus at the table.
Out of curiosity, how old are you?
34.
Yeah, no. I don't think 19 and 34 is a.
Brian dates 18 and up.
Whoa! What the fuck?
Brian said he dates 18 and up.
Really?
Well, she's got a boyfriend. Okay, so let's not.
Yeah.
I've always
I don't
felt
wanna
like
step
you
on
guys
any
have
toes.
cute chemistry. I've
She
been
has
watching the
to
show for a
everyone
while,
think
and
that.
I
I have a
felt you guys
boyfriend.
had cute
Strictly
I have a
business.
boyfriend.
Strictly business.
Yeah,
Me
this
and
is
Maddie,
strictly
we
business.
work together.
Yeah.
She has a boyfriend. I don't
Come on,
step on
guys.
toes. Like strictly business. Strictly
People when
business.
platonic
Frankie and Brian are
relationships
great
exist.
friends.
Me and Frankie are homies.
No, I mean, I have guy friends too. I'm just saying.
But well, I mean, like in term, I mean that's a whole nother conversation, like age gap dating. But I mean, actually, most of the women I date are actually around my age. Recently, I've been like some of the more recent women in the past 2 or 3 years I've dated have actually been older than me. But
Love that.
generally speaking, I date women around my age. But like, I'll date anywhere from 18 to 45. Why not? That's my negotiating range.
Do you
let's
not
say.
find that, like, just out of curiosity,
Sure.
do you not find that not even just a maturity gap between you and an 18-year-old, but a relatability gap?
Well, and to be clear, like, of most of the women I've recently dated, they're like late 20s, early 30s. But like, I'm not like if some fucking babe who's 21, I'm not gonna like be like, haha, no. Sorry. I'm not gonna be like,
to be
oh,
honest,
you're too, no.
Sorry, I think that 21 and 18 is also very different.
Sure.
Because 18 is like fresh out of high school. Like,
Very
that's
true.
A kid.
So different.
And then 21
Well, 18,
is,
you are an adult. But it's
Legally,
not like
yeah.
it's not like I'm trolling at college parties trying
Oh
to find
God, no.
18-year-olds.
I'm not
There's
saying
also
that you
like
have any malicious
18-year-olds that
intent.
are like way more mature than you
That's
think they
true.
would be
And
because
I'm
you
not
grow up
saying you're
differently.
And let me
like
that actually,
like
Maddie.
I'm 18 or I'm 18. My boyfriend's 22. Yeah,
But that's fair.
I think that's, but yeah, that's more.
That's like
more
yeah,
normal.
that's
But
very
like,
acceptable.
Well, me personally though, I don't have issues with age gaps. If both people
Yeah.
are adults, I don't have an issue with it.
Yeah.
When it comes to the maturity thing though, and Maddie raised actually a really good point. As someone who's dated, or like who's gone on dates, or has had relationships with women my age, older than me, around my age, there are some very, very immature women who are 35. There are some women who are very toxic who are 35. There are some women who are 21 that are very pleasant and actually quite mature. And the other thing when it comes to dating young, actually we should react to a Tate video because he's going to be able to articulate this much better than me. But someone who's younger has less relationship baggage. Is more likely to have less relationship baggage, lower body count, and also like when it comes to physical attractiveness, what men and women find physically attractive is fairly different. So, and they've done studies on this. Like, it's not just like a fringe group of men that find like 21-year-old women really attractive. It's like across the board. If you ask most men, and if they're going to be honest with you, I mean, if there's something to be said about certain people prefer hearing comforting lies over uncomfortable truths. The fact of the matter is, like, if you ask most men, they would say when it comes to purely physical attractiveness, not talking about relatability or things in common, women between the age of like, I think 21 to 25 is when most men will agree that's like the peak of the peak age group of women that they find the most physically attractive.
I agree with
strictly
you.
on that
Yeah.
metric. And look, as we age, you know, we maybe gain a bit of weight. Some people can get physically fitter, but you know, you start going under, you know, wrinkly skin. You become less physically attractive as you get older. So, and they have done studies on this though. Women typically, like, as women age, they tend to find men like 1 or 2 years older than them, like the most attractive. And then, but for men, it's like pretty much stagnant, like 20, 21, 21, like even into men being 40, 50, like that's the most physically attractive age.
I was 21 and I dated a 45-year-old. And
Cool.
But what I found was, like you said, I think that I was thinking, oh my gosh, relationship, marriage. I was thinking that at 21. I was thinking that. But I was a vacation for him, apparently. And it wasn't like a sex work thing. It was, I didn't realize that he had gotten out of a big relationship. I didn't know about it. I was his vacation. So I'm like, that could be something. And I'm like, oh, okay, I get it now.
When Matt and I started dating, I was 22 and he was 34. And I was actually coming on to him really strong.
You were okay. You were 22. He was 34.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. But you were the one really pursuing him.
Yeah, I was like really into it.
Yeah.
And at first he was like, oh, is she a little too young? But then, he got to know me and realized, for 22, she's actually mature. And and it seemed kind of like it was sort of a similar thing because he had just been seeing someone who was about his age. And she was like, as far as he said, she was like, kind of a downer and things like that.
That's
I was like refreshing.
That's the same thing.
So I think like age gaps, totally.
It could be hit or miss.
Yeah.
But
For sure.
statistically, people marry and date within 3 years of their age.
I mean, that's just...
interesting.
But also, I mean, I read this one, it kind of grossed me out, this one study that they connected. So they showed pictures of women of different ages to different men and they connected their brains to it. And their brains reacted most to women who were like 16.
I haven't heard of that study. I don't know about that
I couldn't
study.
quote it, and I mean, maybe I'll look it up. I think honestly, when I was like 16, I think my dad told me about it. So this is like deep in my brain. I just thought of it.
I've never heard of that. And I've been
heard of it.
But I don't know. Like, I'm trying to think where I was going with this. Well, I mean, just a point of clarification. Like, as I mentioned, like, would I date someone who's 19, 20, 21? I would, but I'm not like hanging out at fucking college parties trying to meet. Like, I don't go to bars, I don't go to clubs. Like, I'm
You're
not
not
really
fishing.
But if some fucking baddie 21-year-old DMs me, I'm not going to say, I'm not going to be like, sorry. No, like, it's so.
Not interested.
I'm a man of God.
This is a purely personal standpoint, but I feel that if a man who, I think my cutoff is probably like 25, 26, which is still it's a pretty large age gap for 19. But if a man who's 25 or 26 years old, knowing my age, reaches out to me, that raises some concern for me. And I would like to consider myself mature for my age. I don't want to blatantly say that because I don't know. But like, even with she's the same maturity level, I would still view it as kind of concerning, just life experience wise almost.
Like they're advertising just that. It's kind of like in those adult videos, they go 19-year-old, 18, just turned 18.
Barely 18. I don't know.
I know what you mean.
I don't think they're going out of their way.
They shouldn't be advertising that solely.
Yeah, I don't think they're going out of their way for that one sole reason. But sometimes it can imply, and obviously this has to do with their personal history, that they, as an older man, can't, like, maybe girls their age know better. Almost. Does that make sense?
Funky town.
No, not really. Not really. Like, I think it's pretty simple. Like, younger women are better looking, lower body count, less baggage, and this is a biological component to it. They're a better bet for fertility. So, like, for example, I mean, obviously we're using like
biology.
You know, women who are 25 are still, you know, even into their late 20s. Are still very fertile. However, like, say you're a guy who's in his late 30s and you want to have kids. Once you hit 35 as a woman, you can still have kids, but you're starting to get into high-risk pregnancy territory. So as a guy, Nick, hello. As a guy, let's say you want to have kids, you want to have a family, and maybe you want to have a lot of kids. A woman, say you're 39, dating a woman your age is not the best bet when it comes to fertility. If you're 39 and you're going to date a 38-year-old, okay, by the time you guys get married, maybe you're both 42, then she's 40. Maybe you're lucky to have one kid. Like, a guy who's in his late 30s is probably going to want to try to date like a woman who's 29, 28.
How do guys feel about sexual surrogacy?
Sexual surrogacy?
Yeah, like if the woman can't, then are they like, you know what, like, I want a family with you, but let's find a woman that, like, how do they feel about
Well, I think it's very simple. If he wants to have kids,
yeah, then they just
then
find.
it's probably just it's probably best for you too
Yeah.
to not get involved with him because the prospects of long-term relationship with someone who wants kids is
$99.
just, yeah.
Ryan, my booballa
you.
is being quiet and modest about her fitness. She's an ASM certified trainer, completed an 8-day fast, no food, with me that reset her hormones, and prepped for BB competition.
Oh, there you go.
Check the whateverig, I sent transformations
yeah.
there.
Nice.
Can I ask
Thank you,
what
Matt.
division you
Appreciate
competed
it.
in?
I didn't end up competing because
Okay.
I'm not gonna trauma dump Brian. Don't worry. But I just had a lot of family things go on, and I like stopped my prep like right when I was about to. But I was gonna do NPC.
How did you fast?
Yeah, so
for
I actually
anything?
want to start it again.
NPC.
I actually lost a lot of weight. I gained like a lot of weight during COVID.
Was it bikini?
Yeah.
Wait,
it was bikini. Yeah, that I was prepping for. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm curious about the 8-day fast that reset your
Me
hormones.
too.
Like,
Yeah,
how
yeah.
did it do that?
I mean, basically, just whenever you fast, your body is like completely resetting itself.
What do you
So
eat?
yeah, no, you don't. Water.
Water?
Yeah.
Mineral water, right?
Mineral water. Yeah, exactly. So you don't like deplete your nutrients. But yeah. Wow. Yeah, but it's great for you. It has a lot of health.
Wow.
benefits. Yeah.
So
That's
no
cool.
no calories at all. for
Nothing.
Whoa.
Yeah, just like salt and magnesium, water.
My
discipline.
dad did a fast for 21 days with just water.
21.
Cool.
Whoa.
Wow. Cool.
Yeah.
Did he?
I think his main concern was that he had an ulcer in his stomach, and I think it fixed it.
See?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hadn't had
Let's just bring it back to the conversation we were having. So I mean, you were mentioning something about, what does someone who's younger, say someone who's 21, have in common with someone who's, for example, 31?
Yeah.
But I mean, I would argue that that having things in common with someone is very low on the totem pole of what makes you attracted to somebody. It's a pause, like if, we like the same music, but like that's not going to be the primary attraction trigger for anybody, because I'm sure for every single girl here, you've known a guy who you have tons of shit in common with, but you would never date him. So this idea that commonality or having things in common is really important. Like, I don't care if my girlfriend, if she likes the same music as me, cool, I guess, but it's very, very low priority on the totem pole, to the point of being kind of so negligent. It's so negligent.
Yeah.
I think
Wait, negligent? Negligible, I think. Okay.
I think that I worded it wrong. For lack of better words, I don't think that having things in common in general is important, but obviously age gaps is a super nuanced topic. Like, there's a lot of opinions on it. But for lack of better words, relatability, I feel like, would apply to like a general census. Like, me personally, I would like, this is a random general example, I would like to date somebody who has a similar job to me. That's a different area of life, but I feel like there's just some things that are kind of non-negotiable. Like, you'd want to date someone with the same morals, stuff like that. I feel like it's more on that tier list, and obviously it depends for every person, but.
Well, yeah, I mean, but I could point out, for example, like, there are women who are 21, for example, that don't go to bars, don't go to clubs, they're not really drinking, they don't really party. I don't drink, I don't go to bars, I don't go to clubs, I don't do drugs, not interested in any of that shit. There's plenty of women who are 30 that still go to fucking raves, and they're still out, they're fucking alcoholics, and they're drinking every single weekend, and they're clubbing and partying and hooking up. That's not the type of girl I want. So, I mean, you can find people across various age groups that align with you in terms of whether it's interest, whether it's relatability. I would relate much more to a girl who's, say, 21, who doesn't go to bars, doesn't go to clubs, doesn't drink, doesn't party, doesn't do drugs, than a girl who's 31, who's closer to my age, who still fucking goes to raves and parties and drinks and does drugs. Like, so.
I actually think you swayed my opinion on this.
Oh,
I
shit,
agree with
okay.
you more, but I would just like, I think that, sorry. I'm just
No, and it's fine to think how like.
Yeah, no, but I just think I would definitely still, like, if I see with no context around it, a 34-year-old man and a 19-year-old girl, I'm going to be concerned right off the bat.
How does
until you get more
Drake-
It's at
context.
the frame of reference, too. I mean, like, how is a 34-year-old man and a 19-year-old girl gonna have, like, the same, like, like, they're not even going to be into the same things. I mean, I understand how they can get along or whatever, maybe like you're saying, but
I'll put her on to some Game of Thrones. I got it.
I think that's kind of like hot when an older guy shows. I don't know.
It's cute, but I mean, like, what if
I got the shows? I know the good shows.
Okay. Well, also you're, you know, I mean, I'm assuming like, you know, like you have money and whatnot, so maybe you can take care and whatever. But do you feel like maybe like what if she's in a different stage of life than you? Like you have an established career, right? Mm-hmm. And she is, you know, she's in her sophomore year of college. Like, you don't feel like that different stage of life kind of makes a difference for you?
I suppose it depends. Like, obviously, I know a lot of girls who are in college, like, especially, I don't know if you guys are, sorry, got a motorcycle passing by super loud. A lot of girls who are in college, not all of them, but like a fair amount of them, especially here. This is UCSB is pretty close to us. UC Santa Barbara, it's a major party school. So a lot of girls, for example, who are in college, they like to go out on the weekends, party, go to clubbing. That type of girl probably ain't it for me. Like, I'm not really interested in that kind of girl, but there's plenty of girls who are in college who are probably a little more studious. They aren't really into partying, not really into that whole thing.
But that's kind of like not what I was getting at. I was
different stage of life. Yeah. Like, she's just getting established.
Like what if, and maybe you're more ready because you're 34, right?
Well, let me just reiterate. Again, I'm not at college parties trolling, like trying to pick up chicks. But, like, again, like if it happened to be like, you know, if I haven't been on dating apps in over a year, but if I was on a dating app and like her age setting, like we matched on a dating app, cool. If she DM'd me, cool. If through some way we met organically, cool. But it's not like I'm like really
seeking
like
that out,
targeting this specific age group. It's
demographics.
Again, like let me reiterate, like the vast majority of the women I've dated in the past, say, in most of them I'd say are around my age, and actually quite a few of them have been older than me.
You could also be at different stages of life, but like have commonality and like like what you want in someone. Like think about the 19-year-olds that are with 50-year-old sugar daddies. Like they want the money. The older men want the younger woman, like Leonardo DiCaprio, and like
romance.
He's 20 years old.
They're not going to end up together and marry each other and have babies together.
But like how many?
I mean, yeah, there are those exceptions. I agree.
How many 19-year-old girls though would like be 100% down to get with like a male celebrity who's in his 30s? Like,
wasn't it Leonardo DiCaprio?
Yo, come on.
They would be
down.
A lot of them
would.
A lot.
I mean, I'm saying
Leonardo DiCaprio is cleaning up.
Yeah, he's
cleaning up.
Celebrities are like a different topic. Though. I feel like we're talking. I mean, like I would hope that this podcast is about like, you know, like, because people who watch it, they're not all celebrities. It's about modern dating, right? We're not talking about people with clout.
But I also think there's plenty.
But that is modern dating.
I was going to say, I think there's plenty of women. There's plenty of women who are mature enough at a young age, who are ready to get married, who are ready to have kids, who don't have a high body count. I mean, you can be 19, 20, 21. I know plenty of people, even in college, that got engaged to people that were maybe older and graduated 28, 29. But just because they're younger doesn't mean they're not mentally or physically ready for any of those life experiences.
I completely agree. I was commenting.
Let me just add one point to what she said. I would actually argue, like, men have a little longer period of time to get their life figured out because of like childbirth, that sort of stuff. So I actually think the perfect time for a girl to like try to lock in a long-term partner is actually when you're young. It's not when you're in your 30s. Like, you have you are at your strongest, let's say, negotiating position when between the ages of like, let's say 18 to 25. You can lock down like pretty much the best partner then. So what happens is a lot of women focus career, and hey, I think career is fine.
What do you mean by negotiating? Like,
that's when you're at your
you're at your prime. When you're between the ages of 19 to 25 as a woman, you can find your most optimal partner at that point, because like Brian said, if you're chasing your career and you're 26, 27, 28, then a man, as you're getting older, is not going to want to marry you as much the older that you get.
It's crazy how you guys like are like anti-sex work and anti-prostitution or whatever, but yet this is giving the same kind of energy.
What do you mean?
I mean, she has a certain value at this age, and she's like more like sellable to a better man, right? But then as she
We're
gets
not
older,
saying
it
that
goes
she's
down.
celibate.
Yeah,
It's like
well,
you're-
that's kind of what it sounds
okay,
like.
but
yeah.
I mean, you're trying to pigeonhole like what we're saying here. But like, if we can look at things realistically, people have a value on the dating marketplace. And when I say value, it's not your value as a human being. Everybody has value. Your life has value. But in terms of your value on the relationship marketplace, the marriage marketplace, the sexual marketplace, and I know you're smiling, oh, okay. But the reality is, like, people have value on the marketplace. Now, and this isn't a way to diminish people and to minimize people, but it's just a way to articulate in an analytical sort of way, okay, how are things going to play out on the dating marketplace? Because it is competitive. You are competing with other women. Men are competing with other men. And we tend to try to match up with, we try to get the best we can.
Okay,
Perhaps you object to this sort of it's not even really a commodification.
Yeah, but it is. I mean, you said it, not me. I mean, I didn't
Is this
think
like, you think this is like a gotcha? Oh my God, Brian, it's a pretty common term. Like,
I'm completely aware.
okay,
I
are you familiar with the sexual marketplace?
Yes, I'm completely aware with it.
So there's the
You don't
dating
have to,
marketplace.
You don't have to like mansplain it to me. Yes, I'm completely aware.
I'm not mansplaining. Which, by the way, I disavow your use of a rather sexist term.
Is it sexist?
Mansplain
I
I think it is sexist. In the same way, if I were to say womansplain.
Womansplain. Okay.
True.
Because you're attaching someone's gender to, like, you're trying to diminish what I'm saying by saying
okay. Well, I apologize because
apology accepted. Continue
No, because
with your
I'm
point.
honestly not like the kind of girl who like I have no issues with men. I love men. Most of my friends are men. I have only brothers. Like I have no issues with men at all. But yeah, mansplain is just a term. It's like a.
Okay, so let's continue
slang.
with the conversation.
Anyways, yeah. So no, I mean the thing with the sexual marketplace that bothers me is that I feel like it's so black and white. And the issue with like red pill in general for me, as someone who's like leaning more towards blue pill, although I do agree with some of your points, is that it's so black and white. Like it lacks nuance. I mean, people in general, they're not getting married these days at 19 years old. And I mean, it's kind of the same concept of like when you're 19, like, do you really want to get married with the guy? Like my 6-year relationship that I was talking about, I was 17 when we got together. We could have gotten married, but I chose not to because I felt like I kind of outgrew him, and if we had gotten married at 18, for example, we probably would have ended up divorced.
I'm not saying like get married immediately at 18, but what I am saying is, like, I would say that you are in your peak years between, say, 18 to 25.
Do you think it'd be easier for, say, like a 48-year-old woman to find someone on the dating marketplace than a 19-year-old woman?
No, well, that's
extreme.
That's what we're. Well, that's extreme. I mean, I'm just saying that, like, I think that everybody, men and women, should like get some experience before they jump into getting married.
No one's saying that they shouldn't.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Yeah.
I think that he's trying to say that, and sorry, not to put words in your mouth, but I think it's more that within your 20s. Within your 20s, I feel like that's realistically
like
a good time.
When you're the most valuable, but like
Yes.
to who?
To a partner. That
A
you
long-term
ultimately-
relationship.
Yeah.
If
You
you
don't
get
go
sorry,
ahead.
if you get married later in life, even if it's just somebody who is also getting married on later in life, it's I want to say less likely to work. If it was more likely to work out, it would be due to lack of other options for both parties.
Yeah.
Well, like, here's a common thing you hear, for example, is like, and look, and I think I kind of touched on this. I don't have an issue with women. Like, I think it's great that we can, what's the right term here? That we can, and I'm using this in the most charitable sense, that we can exploit the genius and intellect of women to, for example, I think it's wonderful that women are going into STEM and researching cancer, and I think we need to put as much manpower, no pun, like woman power, to trying to solve some of the most challenging problems that we face in society. Cancer research, tackling certain illnesses, diseases, etc. I think it's wonderful to have women in the workforce. However, what you do have is a lot of women who, throughout their 20s, focus on their career, get into their 30s, and they're like, wow, this really isn't particularly fulfilling. I'd really like to have a family and kids, But once you get to your mid-30s, it does become, I'd say even for both men and women, but perhaps more so for women, it becomes a bit more difficult to find a partner. And the other thing you have is you'll also have, in addition to the career component, you'll have women who they'll spend their 20s just like fucking a bunch of dudes, casual sex, and then they get to the finish line, or maybe not the finish line, but they get to their 30s. Oh, I want a husband. I want to have kids.
Nobody wants them.
I have a bunch of baggage from like fucking all these dudes. My body count's high. Maybe I picked up herpes on the way. Okay.
It's just going to be more difficult.
Good luck.
to
Okay,
find.
see,
Not that
so
nobody
the
wants them.
STD thing I can actually get on. Like that's my big thing with body
Well,
count.
that's
Yeah.
another thing with body count.
Yeah.
The more sexual partners you
Yeah,
have, the more
likely to have
the
STD.
greater
Yes,
likelihood to get an STD.
completely, yeah.
So you don't think that a woman loses value in areas like wisdom, career, etc., but in relationship-wise, right?
What do you mean?
Like, so we're talking about how a woman loses value as they age. No, that's
Doesn't
a harsh
Not
lose-
way
that
to put
doesn't
it.
they lose value. It
lose
just
value,
becomes
it's
more
more just
difficult
like-
for them to.
It's a harsh
Like
way
for
to
example,
put it.
let me. Okay, when I'm 50 years old, I think I will have less value in the dating marketplace than I do now.
So we're just exclusively speaking about the dating scene, not necessarily other walks of life like
Yeah.
career. Okay, I'm just clarifying.
Yeah, no, it's not
Because
like
I think that
your value as a human.
Yeah,
No,
a lot of
that's
people's
it's just like
concern. Yeah.
no, that's not what we're talking
No,
about.
I agree. I think biologically, obviously, it's true that as you age, you're.
For example, here's another example. If I just tomorrow woke up 300 pounds heavier and I was obese, my value in the dating marketplace,
I completely agree.
it would
with
be
you,
much
yeah.
harder for
No,
me to
100%.
attract women. Therefore, my value
Yeah.
on the marketplace has been diminished.
I totally agree with you. I just think
I'm still a human being, and
yeah,
but
100%. But I think the problem that most people have with the conversation is they're not viewing it from like a completely cornered off perspective like that. They're viewing it like, oh, well, a woman loses value in all walks of life as they
Very
get older, which
personally,
isn't
yeah.
true. Yeah, but
No.
we're talking about biology here.
No, not
So,
at
yeah.
all, not at all. But like in terms of being attractive to the opposite
Yeah, no,
sex,
I completely agree with
like
you.
as you
Yeah.
get
Do you guys
older.
the
I feel like the
scientific
state
side.
of our economy kind of contributes to that.
Well,
I mean,
well,
because go on.
Oh, well, I mean, certainly it's the case that for, I'd say, most people to get by in today's day and age,
You need two incomes.
You need two incomes.
Right.
So, I mean, that we can go back in time and say, well, and again, I think it's wonderful that we can now, and again, I'm using this word in the most charitable sense, we can now exploit women's brilliance and intelligence in the workforce. However, there are certain economic ramifications to essentially doubling the labor pool.
I agree.
And in the past, you could, one income could support a household. That's really, some people can still do it, but it's really no longer the case. Now you're faced with both men and women
On
have to
average,
work.
yeah.
And again, I think it's wonderful that if you're a woman and you want to focus on your career, fantastic, that's great. However, there are certain economic realities when you double the labor pool.
Right.
Actually, I want to circle back to what me and you were talking about when I was
That's what I
like,
was getting at.
Yeah.
Yeah,
when
go
you
for it.
when-
I'll step away. I need to get up for a sec, but go ahead, guys.
So what I was going to say, I think after I said, I forget what I said at this point, but was that I feel like I felt like you were kind of like blaming women for like the lack of like children being born and like families, and I don't think it's necessarily, it's like not women or men, it's like the state of our economy. I mean, even if you are with your partner, like you're a 2-person household, you don't, it's hard to have a kid. I mean, and with women in work, I mean, a lot of states don't support like, we're lucky to be in California. At least I live in California, where they do have like paid leave for 6 weeks. So I think that maybe as a I'm central left, and you're probably right. Conservative. Yeah. I think maybe we can agree on this, that like there needs to be more policy on family.
Oh, absolutely. I think there should be more policy put in place for longer term maternity leave, because I think that would incentivize women to have children more. And I also think it's very crucial for women to be at home with their kids for a long portion, honestly, of the baby's lives, because that's a huge developmental stage to the child. And I also think, look at the childcare industry and how that plays into, women can only be at home with their kid for 6 weeks, and then I need you to get back in the corporate world to continue making
horrible.
money. It's awful.
And I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. So I'm Romanian. Like my mom was born in Romania. Most of my family is in Romania, and in Romania you get 3 years paid.
Wow. 3 years. See,
Wow,
I think
that's
that's
pretty cool.
Great,
Years.
but then also okay, in society, is it the corporation's job to fund you
No.
being able to go home and be with your kids?
No, the corporations don't pay for it. The country does. The EU. I mean, Romania is part of the
So then it would be the
European Union.
taxpayer's job in America to
Correct.
be able to uphold the family. See, but then I
Correct.
think that's up to the family to be able to raise and support their
Unfortunately,
child.
we don't live in that kind of economy, though.
Because-
which we should be able to. I mean, our country spends so much money on military, on everything else, and you think they could spend it on families, right?
Right, and I do.
Yeah,
There is
family.
child support and there is help out there federally for parents, but it shouldn't be the government and the taxpayers' number one priority. Like, it's our job to give money just because you had a kid, so we're going to support you having a kid. If you have a kid, I mean, it's your job to support it. And I also think that in America we have a materialism problem where people are opulent and spending money on things and have skewed priorities.
They have that in Europe as well. So,
but the thing is you're saying, well, you know, the government needs to help pay for kids and support kids, and, you know, parents need help. When in reality, I just think there's a lot of people who have skewed priorities and don't properly and wisely
so
utilize
you
their
think
funds.
materialism is the reason why people aren't having kids?
Well,
People
part of
would
it.
rather pay for like a Louis Vuitton than have a child. I mean, come on.
No, what I'm saying is like you said that people can't afford to have children because of
Correct.
the economy.
Yeah.
But a lot of those people that can't afford children can afford a lot of other things and not have their priorities straight. is what I'm saying.
Like they don't put their family above
Correct.
other things. I always thought it would be so cool. Like I actually looked up the other day. I was like, how cool would it be if like family vacations were like really like society did things where like, hey, we're having a community fair where taxpayers were like, I mean, I would chip in my tax dollars. I know maybe not everybody, but I'd be like, you know what? Like that's cool. Like families are going out, they're making memories. Like I remember I went on family vacations as an adult because we didn't get any. And I kid you not, it was so healing seeing my family celebrating. I was like, I needed that when I was younger. And how cool would that be to like give that to somebody else, like when they're young, like that maybe society would value family more than like, oh, I have to earn so much so I have to support my family, rather than like we got a little nugget from, you know, from the block, like, you know, society and the neighborhood. And that I think there needs to be, I think that what's going to happen is people are going to we as a culture could get really tired of this capitalism thing, like not in full amount.
So would you be instead pro-socialism and the government have more control?
No, I think that there needs to be some sort of balance, like maybe work-life balance starting to be honored, like you said with the maternity leave. Give it longer, and then give it to men too.
I mean, do you think
Let the
Europe
dad
isn't
go home.
capitalist?
There's certain
Do you
countries
think
that are
Europe is like
capitalist.
100% socialist? I mean, I come from a family where like my mom was raised in communism, so I know what the difference.
Which one's Finland? Finland, I don't know their economic system, but I heard that
There are some Nordic countries that are more socialist. And I mean, a lot of people like to reference like healthcare industries, like having free healthcare for everybody, which wouldn't be sustainable in the United States. But I mean, okay, look at, you're talking about opportunity, you're wanting free things from the government. That comes at a cost of, you know, if the government is going to utilize your tax dollars to then continue to pay for this lifestyle to uphold, why can't Americans, I mean, we live in the freest country, to continue to utilize the opportunity that is given to us under our Constitution to go out and make more money. I mean, you can start a podcast, you can have an OnlyFans, you can now make money on Instagram. There's really no excuse for anybody
So now you're
to say
pro
that they can't.
OnlyFans? I mean, wouldn't you rather like our tax dollars go to like supporting families as opposed to supporting a war overseas? Like just an
absolutely.
example.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Our money
Yeah.
should stay in America 100%. And no, I'm not,
Yeah.
personally, I am not pro OnlyFans, but the point that I'm making is that is legal and available in America, and there's no excuse to not make money. I think there's other ways that are way more glorifying to make money that isn't selling your body on
Well,
the
the
internet.
average person, I mean, isn't able to like become a drop shipper or like become an influencer.
Says who?
I mean, if we were all influencers, like who's gonna serve your coffee? Who's gonna be your gas attendant? I mean, there needs to be like some kind of like
Obviously-
threshold for people who do like
Some people aren't.
like
some people
minimum
aren't
wage
That's
jobs.
self-motivation, though.
Obviously,
some people aren't
there's
capable.
a food chain, but just because those people that serve coffee exist doesn't mean that you should be like, oh, I should just be able to serve coffee and not try to, I don't know, be an entrepreneur or find ways to make more money.
I don't think anybody who serves coffee like sits there and is like, I'm just gonna serve coffee for the rest of my life. What about people who work in factories or people who work at McDonald's? Like, you think your average McDonald's worker shouldn't be allowed to like live or have a family?
Well, they
I
can
know a
live and have a
barista
family.
that is in her 30s. Here, let's move on. We got some chats we got to get to. We have Smoke and Pancakes. Ladies, no man wants a relationship with someone with a high body count. Example, the one village bicycle in my hometown is 36, has 500 plus body count, 5 different baby daddies, still not married. No one wants that. Hit it, Brian. She belongs to the...
What?
Oh,
Wait.
unmute.
Oh, okay.
She belongs to the streets.
Oh.
Thank you, Smoke and Pancakes. Appreciate it. And then we have, once again, Brian. I've been watching since January. Great show. Keep it up. Hey, man. Thank you for all your support. Good to hear you've been watching for such a long time, man. Thank you. The culture in the South is still pretty traditional. There's a small percent that aren't. I find the dating culture in Cali cringe. Gen Z is destroying the country. 2 thumbs down. I don't know. We got, you two are Gen Z, right? You guys are pretty
Gen
good.
Z?
Yeah, you're Gen
I
Z.
think I'm also actually Gen Z. I think I'm the year before, the year after millennial.
What year does Gen Z
too.
start?
Yeah, we are.
I'm
yeah.
26. You're
Yeah.
26.
Yeah, we're
96.
Mike,
Oh, yeah.
Mike.
97.
Yeah, I think 96, 97 is the cusp of Gen Z millennial. I don't know.
Yeah, I think millennial is.
I have a lot of hope for Gen Z.
Yeah.
I think the millennials are
Millennials.
millennials.
I think that it's just a larger display of people who are more.
Actually, wait. I have no
Sorry.
faith in Gen Z. Never mind.
I think that social media brings out a lot of people who are more morally loose, for lack of a better word, again.
Yeah.
But I think that if you actually just scientifically took that entire generation and looked, a lot more would be more traditional or conservative than you would expect.
Let me just clarify on the Gen Z thing. It's very polarized, is what I should say. There's a lot of crazy motherfucker. Well, I think there's crazy people everywhere, but I think there's some really based people. Of course, I mean, Gen Z is a huge cohort of people, but there's some super based people who are Gen Z, and then there's a lot of crazy shit going on in Gen Z too.
It's very extremist on both sides.
It's pretty wild on both sides, I reckon. But
Wonder what the generation after Gen Z will be called.
Gen Alpha?
Yeah.
Gen Alpha?
It is.
It's Gen Alpha.
It is.
Gen
It is.
Alpha. Wow.
that's gonna be funny when
Because
it's
it goes
then
back.
beta.
Yeah, I bet data.
Alpha's gonna just be dunking on all the beta. You fucking betas.
Betas, yeah.
That's gonna be. Maybe they got to skip over that.
That's a big name. Like,
All right, we have, and we need to finish on a couple of conversational threads, but we have Miss. Did I do this one? Yeah, we did. We did. This is good. Conan 19. Hey, thank you, man. Thank you for all the support tonight, man. Red flag or green flag? He's a prepper. Lots of guns. Owns body armor. Trains.
Like a prepper for the apocalypse.
Yeah, like prepping for something bad to happen.
Like
That's what we're thinking,
survivalist.
like survivalist.
I think that's
Green flag.
Green
Yeah.
flag.
Green flag.
Very much green flag.
I think that's
You're
green flag.
Personally,
might say like military or something.
We'll go around the table on this. Go ahead.
Personally, if you're prepping for the zombie apocalypse, I'm gonna pass. I feel like that's a certain level of. It depends whether it's interest or delusion.
What if he has a bunker?
Pass. Even better. Hard pass.
Wait, but what if he's really wealthy? So it's just like he's accounting for.
How wealthy are we talking that you just casually have a bunker?
I could afford a bunker. I think. Wait, maybe not.
I feel like a
Actually,
bunker
they
is
have one in the
$2
Wizard of
million.
Oz?
Is it?
Like a nuke-proof bunker.
like a
Cellar or
really
something?
good
It's
bunker.
But what? If you're gonna get a bunker,
Cellar.
one, right?
Oh, hold on, just a
Valdev
second.
donated $100.
Yo, thank you, man.
It's less about social economy and more about inflation plus corporations maximizing profit. There are a lot of psyops to keep money flowing and people single. I don't ever do this, but I might actually make a Insta and shot my shot at Ariel.
Ooh. Oh, okay.
Romantic.
Yeah, they've been feeling you in the chat.
Yeah.
They like muscle mommies.
You all have to fight.
Okay, yeah, well, actually, we could do that. We could
Yeah, you
arrange
could
that.
organize.
Yeah, and
Arrange a
whoever's
fight.
the one left alive wins.
Oh, it's battle to the death.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
okay.
the only way to do it.
So no for prepper. What about you? Would you date a prepper?
Yeah, I
Okay.
like guys who have guns.
Yeah. What about you?
Green flag. It seems like ex-military or maybe even, maybe current military. Kind of.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, if you wake up every day and you're like, oh my God, that like the apocalypse is coming, then I don't want that. But yeah, that's fine, I guess.
Let's say he doesn't really talk about it much, but like it's clear that he's got don't you want a guy who's got a fucking plan like
A
that?
man with a plan is the
Yeah.
hottest thing ever.
Well, yeah, if he has a plan, that's great. But if he's anxious about it constantly,
You'd be kind of worried about his health. Like,
Wait,
mentally,
here's
like,
another question.
yeah.
You know at hotels on the front door, there's like, here's the escape route in the case of a fire or some shit.
Oh yeah.
That's fair.
You know what should be, I think the biggest turn on for a woman should be if your boyfriend reads the escape plan.
route.
That's
yeah,
like,
for sure.
that's like huge.
Yeah.
I
Huge
like
in a
it
relationship.
when
Really nice,
they have to
actually.
be like facing the door. Does that make sense?
Like when they
Oh,
sleep
on the
on the
side.
side close to
I
the
grew up with
door.
that. Anytime me and my dad were somewhere together, he had to have a view of the door in case and he
Oh,
concealed
like
carries.
back to a wall.
Was he a police
Yeah.
officer? Or my mom was a police officer, so that
I can't say on the internet what he does for a
Okay.
living.
Oh, shit.
But he did conceal carry, and
Okay.
he always in any room knew.
Oh,
Matthew
Saved by
McCarthy
the-
donated $99. Brian, what's your ideal
God.
woman? Age, height, personality, job, etc. Also chat going off calling me a simp for supporting my booballa haha. What's everyone's thoughts on that? Am I a simp?
no, I mean, you're obviously the boyfriend. But
Fiancé.
Oh, fiance. Excuse me. What's my? Okay, we'll come back to the prepper thing really quick. I'll answer this. What's your ideal woman? Age, height, personality, job. Okay, so hold on. I have a list actually of what exactly my type is. I've written down. Wait, what's up, Nick? Oh, Nick, did you say something or? Oh, sorry. I'm hallucinating, hearing things. While I'm trying to pull this up, can you pull up the Twitch really quick? Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Yo, Devash, thank you for the Prime. Rehabber, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Narisking, thank you for the Prime. Glass 5, thank you for the Prime. The Mad Teabagger, thank you for the resub tier 1. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Okay, so my type. He asked what? Age, height. What was the other?
shoot. Age, height,
Personality?
I'll pull it up.
Personality, I think.
Age, height, personality, job. Okay, job. I don't know.
It's a range,
I don't really care.
Yeah.
I don't really care about.
So that's good. Yeah.
When it comes to job, although I do say that I like it if she's done at least 3 years of either cello or violin.
Interesting.
Very important.
Why particularly those instruments?
Deal breaker. No, I'm kidding. No, that's me just kind of joking around.
Oh, okay, okay.
But job, I mean, I kind of want to wait until she's back to say this, but like, not OnlyFans, definitely nothing sex work related. No offense, any of you.
Fair.
Preferably not something. Job, I don't know.
You always say you like a woman in STEM.
Yeah, STEM. I like STEM. Like if she's kind of, I don't know. I'm trying to think like
Has to be
something
smart.
Intelligence.
Brian wants a
Well,
nerdy girl.
It's weird because I like smart women who are kind of like nerdy, but also, I'm gonna get canceled for this. There is something kind of hot about like someone who's stupid. Do you know what? Like not stupid in the way they're gonna fuck your life up because they're so stupid, like in a clumsy kind of way, but like simple. Because people who are really intelligent can sometimes be neurotic.
And they can have intentions. And someone that's like I always liked Jillian. I always liked Jillian from Family Guy. I thought she was a nice, it's a cartoon, but I was like, she seemed funny, nice.
Yeah,
but like,
not stupid,
yeah.
but like
You can teach her.
simple.
She's just not, they just
Makes sense.
just
Like
here to
I-
enjoy and be happy.
Yeah,
and,
I don't know. Not look. I think women who are very intelligent, I think that's attractive too. But in the same way that you can like a woman with blonde hair and a woman with brown hair.
Yeah.
Attractive in different ways.
Yeah.
It's attractive in different ways.
Yeah.
You know, there's something to say about like someone who's simple. You know.
Yeah.
So maybe I'm gonna get canceled for that.
No.
But height.
not at all.
If she's over 5 feet, it's a wrap. She's got to be like 4'11". If her height doesn't start with 4, she ain't the one. I mean, I'm kind of joking. Oh, here we go.
Valdev donated $100. If I can bring full kit to the deathmatch easy brazy, I'm still confident hand to hand, but a bit more of a dice roll either way.
Oh, yes.
Also, yes, muscle mommy, best mommy.
They fight for
Wait,
you.
can we get another flex?
Another flex.
Another little flex, little bicep.
Someone should donate.
Oh,
for
yeah.
The other arm, maybe? Wait, we haven't seen the triceps. Can we see the tris?
My triceps, they're
Are lacking?
big, but they hold a lot of my fat, so they're not very.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's pretty good.
She
That's
looks
pretty good.
amazing. She's
But
just
they are
crazy.
way bigger than my biceps, so.
Wow.
Yeah.
Flock. Okay.
Wow.
Flock. Okay.
Why are you saying it British?
That's how you.
No,
Fark?
it's fark.
Fark?
No.
Yeah.
It's
Fark.
it's actually the R and the K. You don't even really really it. It's silent.
What?
It's
What?
like
Foie. That's different.
It's
They say
foie.
foie and then they
Foie
say
is different than
fark.
Foie is F-U-A. Fork is F-U-A-R-K.
No, I'm pretty sure F-U-A-R-K is foie.
You're not close
No.
No.
You
I think
don't
guys
know.
got this
You
wrong.
don't
I think you
know.
guys-
Trust me, we're around people
Can
who
we
are
get a ziz?
friends with.
Another
these
ziz. How about you do
guys.
it? How about you do it? No, one arm is like this.
You're close. And you gotta look.
No,
up.
you're scuffing it.
I'm scuffing it. You're doing this.
Wait, it's just one.
No, you
hand
guys
like
are scuffing
this.
it.
Oh yeah, it's bicep and then
Yeah.
this. Sorry,
Wait, let's see it again.
bicep and then. Two hands. It's a really quick story. We were at the beach the other day, and this guy who was skinny as shit, had a full
Closer to the
chest
mic.
tat. Sorry, full chest tat of Ziz on his chest, and we went up to him. We asked if he knew who it was, and he said no.
Oh.
Full, like all the way across, all the way down his sternum. Like it was bad. It was really bad.
He didn't know who
He didn't know who it was.
That's
wonder if he
bullshit.
I
got
think
it.
he just said that he
Yeah.
asked for something like a
And they
angel.
pulled it up on Pinterest. He asked for
Yeah.
an angel that's wide now, and it's a photo on Pinterest.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
And it's bad, and we had to explain to him who it was. And
I
he
could
was-
see because like people have because he RIPs is people probably there's photos online of like
him Photoshop with the
with-
wings.
with wings.
Yeah,
that makes sense, but
it was bad.
pretty-
I think
that's
he
funny.
thought it was Icarus too, and it just was not at all.
What was his reaction when you revealed?
He was just like,
mad. I think he was like annoyed with us. I don't know.
I don't know. He was just like, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
So you just
He was
walked
nice.
up to him and you're like, oh, Ziz.
Because so I had to know. I went up to him and I said, because our friend knew him, so we walk up to him and I just go, I have to ask you something. Do you know who that is? Because he didn't look like he worked out, and he was like, I don't know. He was weirded out that a random chick came up to him, which fair, but yeah, he had no idea who it was. It's really funny.
Man. That tattoo artist did him dirty, I guess.
Oh,
or
and
maybe-
he just has to like live with that knowledge. There's a random
Now he-
I don't think he
2000
cares.
bodybuilder. Yeah, he didn't seem like he cared, but
Did,
it look
did he
good?
tell you if someone has
No.
told him that
Oh.
before?
No.
he said
He's
said
never
said
heard?
before. I think he was young. It must have been a relatively new tattoo, but
Jeez.
yeah, it was.
Oh,
Definitely
well, hey,
interesting.
it's not the worst tattoo to have, I guess. It's
Yeah.
kind of.
I guess most people wouldn't know who it was off of a glance. So
Just to finish this one from Mr. McCarthy, he's asking like, "What's my type? Ideal woman, age, height, personality, height." Okay, so I was I mean, look, I do have a slight preference for short women, but like, I'll date a woman who's 4'7". I'll date a woman who's 6'5". I don't. It's not a huge thing. Let's see what else. Age. Ideal woman. Ideal? I mean, probably 21.
We
There you
already
go.
like discussed this.
21.
Ryan doesn't care.
And then she has to have like, obviously this is very important. Has to have large labia. Like that's.
Okay.
No, if like, it's just okay. All right, okay.
Gotta check for that first.
Yeah, I have. Listen, I have a. My
no,
D-
that's
my D-
awesome.
fantasy.
Actually, that's
My-
awesome. I appreciate you caring about that.
I am
I
a
think a lot of
woman's
guys are
advocate.
into that, like
Without
like
the
that-
YOLO tat,
that
though.
I'm a-
straight line.
Without the YOLO
Without
tat,
the
though.
yellow tat, yes.
Yeah.
I'm a feminist, really. At the end of the day,
Good.
I am a feminist.
I'll
because-
take
What?
that you're a feminist.
No, I mean.
Wait,
I'm being
actually, I have
being
a question.
facetious, but-
Do you guys feel like being a feminist is anti-man? I feel like
Yes.
it's not
Yes.
at the end of the day.
Yes.
In this day and age,
Modern
yes.
feminism.
Modern
Yeah.
day,
Modern feminism.
exactly. Modern
Even
day feminism.
historical.
But I mean, like, if
Even
it wasn't for
historical.
feminists, like you wouldn't be able to vote. Like,
Somebody told
a
me
lot of the
that.
freedoms that we have today, as women, you have to give up to feminism. But I'm not really.
Actually, I think
for-
you have men to thank.
and
for
men who
getting
are also
women to vote, but-
feminists, and men are feminists too.
Somebody said that like feminists, there's a certain part of sex workers, there's a certain part of a group of feminists that don't believe that sex work is like a feminist like activity. So I
Well,
don't know
there's
if I
two.
Radical
understand.
there's-
feminism.
wait, which
does-
one is there?
Radical feminism is against sex work.
Okay.
Liberal feminism is
World. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
sex work positive.
Oh,
Yeah, there's a lot
gotcha.
of different tribes.
Yeah, I
It's-
was like,
it's
I didn't know that.
No
But it-
longer it's
Go
no
ahead.
longer a positive terminology.
Yeah.
Sex work?
You
or
can't
feminism?
you can't use feminism
you
for
can't
like
use it as a general term
a general
anymore.
term.
Look,
yeah.
but just to complete this point on I think it's a shame that people can be shamed. I don't know why I used it that way. It's a shame, like, if men are shamed for their genitalia, and I don't think women should be shamed for their genitalia either. If you were born that way, because listen, there's 10,000 women a year are getting labiaplasty. Like, I don't listen. I'll talk you out of it, ladies. DM me. I'll talk you out of it.
Send a pic.
My DMs are open. Send a picture. I'll help you out.
What are you gonna say? No,
it's beautiful.
I'll say. Yeah, I mean,
Also,
look.
like, most men don't care. They just like that. They're just happy to be there.
I would agree with that. But there are definitely, like, there are some guys who perhaps. Well, okay. There's two things. Some guys think if a woman has large labia, that it means that she's had a lot of sexual partners. That's not true. That's not how anatomy works. Not a thing. And what's the other thing? They'll, like, there are some men and women who will, like, throw out, like, roast beef curtains.
Oh, I've heard about
wizard
that.
sleeve.
That's what it means. That's
wizard
what it means.
sleeve. Wizard
Borat reference.
sleeve.
I didn't know that.
Not
meant that.
I don't think we should be shaming people for the way they were born.
Yeah.
In the same way, we shouldn't shame men if they're lacking in the bulge.
Yeah.
I think it's not, you got this big dick energy, small dick energy shit. Not a fan of it.
No, me
Not a
Real
fan.
body positivity.
What's body shaming?
positivity.
Yeah, body positivity.
I'm
Yeah.
a
Let's
feminist,
go.
and
Yeah.
I agree with you. I think men deserve more compliments. So actually, I heard that men don't get enough compliments. So now I go out of my way to compliment men.
Let's see. Oh, word. Good. That's
True.
good. Oh,
Love that.
wrapping up on my, my ideal woman. No plastic surgery. What else? Probably I prefer more introverted women. That's pretty much it. There's some other stuff too, but we'll move on.
So what is it?
Huh?
What's the other stuff?
What
Why
other
don't you
stuff?
want to share the other stuff? What's the
What
other
other
stuff that you like?
Oh, on my list?
Yeah.
Okay, fuck. I can keep reading.
How
let's
long
see.
you're
is this
reading from a
list?
list?
Okay, so let's fine. I'll go a little bit more into depth on, like, the no plastic surgery thing. This is also I also prefer, like, minimal makeup or no makeup at all. When it comes to plastic surgery, some guys disagree with me on this. But for example, and I'll go bullet point on this: breast implants. I would prefer a woman who, let's say she had small breasts or they were uneven or lopsided, whatever they may be. I would prefer a woman who had small breasts or totally flat over fake tits. Perfect fake tits, I'd prefer her how she was, even if she was totally flat. Let's talk about liposuction. I would prefer a girl who had a little bit of belly fat over a girl who had that lipo belly. I think the lipo belly, it looks really uncanny. I've seen it. I knew a girl who actually, like, was really fit, but, like, listen, I don't care who you are. Most people, like, if you bend over a little bit, unless, like, you're a genetic phenom like her over here, if you bend over, like, you're gonna have a little bit of, like, a little chub,
Yeah.
So I would prefer a girl who has a little bit of belly fat, a little chub over the lipo belly. What else? Fake lips. I prefer a girl who has a small upper lip than the fake lip. And then the other one, BBL. I'd prefer girls just totally flat, but over BBL.
Fuck BBLs. They're
Based.
killing women left and right.
True.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't
that's
think it
true.
looks good.
Yeah.
I
Fuck
don't think it
BBLs.
looks good.
No, I did a speech class in college, and I did this research, and literally BBLs are the absolute worst
pretty
fucking
bad.
plastic
It's
surgery.
really bad.
Horrible.
You got to earn it. You got to earn it.
Yeah.
It's also not, I don't want to say it's not difficult, but almost anybody can achieve a better body just by going to the gym.
I
yeah.
agree.
For
It's,
sure.
it's
Yeah.
like crazy the amount of
Absolutely.
excuses you hear from people who don't work out. Like, it's like
It's just a
actually-
shortcut.
It's upsetting almost.
Women want these unrealistic beauty standards, and I think men tend to gawk after that because of the porn industry, because they see these super fake women and think that that's what they want, when in reality they're way more physically attracted to a natural looking woman.
Oh yeah, you know what's crazy is that there's all these women with BBLs, but like, for example, on TikTok, I see most men, like, dying over, like, for example, Ana de Armas, that's her name, right?
Okay, yeah.
The girl in Blade Runner.
Yes.
And she's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
like,
Just
she
very-
just looks completely natural.
Yeah. And she's a very pretty girl.
Yeah.
But she looks like almost like an attainable beauty. Does that
Right.
make sense?
Right.
But there's also those guys who like die over Kylie Jenner, you know.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
which
yeah.
is honestly, but
Okay.
it's probably
Yeah.
the type of men that you wouldn't associate yourself with,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it depends.
And the American beauty standard is always changing. Like at first, 2008, it was be a Victoria's Secret model, stick
Yeah.
thin, and then it went to curvy hips, and now everyone's on Ozempic, poisoning themselves to look skinny again. And so it's like, as women, why don't we just embrace our natural femininity and being natural and being beautiful in our own selves instead of allowing social media, allowing the fake influencer culture, and allowing even sometimes men to change the way that we look for ourselves when you're really not pleasing yourself at all.
I saw this.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
I saw this Twitter post, and it was a picture of me and a picture of another girl who was, for lack of better words, again, chunky-ish. Like, it was considered like thick, but in my opinion, it was a little bigger. And everybody in the it was like choose one. You know what I mean? Like a fit girl or someone who's thick. And everyone in the comments chose the more thick woman because that account had a certain demographic versus there was another account that posted the same thing that everybody was on my side because it was a different demographic.
That's interesting.
So
Yes.
it depends.
It's almost
That's
as
sick.
if
Wow.
beauty is not objective.
Yeah,
Right.
Some things for
Certain
sure.
things. Beauty
Some
for
things
sure is objective, and I do think
Sometimes.
there's a scale.
What is that thing called? The Fibonacci or the
Like the golden ratio.
the golden ratio? I mean,
I was
there's
obsessed
that.
with that in
and-
Playboy when I was getting a lot of plastic surgery. I was very obsessed with. I was like, I want my face to look like the golden ray, and I would just sit there, and then I would go to the dance club to try to earn the money to go back to the. And I was like, this is so silly. Like, I'm obsessed with this, and that's.
What work have you had done on your face? And is it still is it something that like fades over time, or is it like is your current face now pretty comparable to how it was?
I think that growing up, I didn't feel very pretty. So I was like, okay, when I discovered that I could just earn money and change my whole face, I was like, great. And then when you're in, modeling, you're like, everyone's doing it. This is great. So I would get cheek fillers. Like I would say on my face alone, I had spent about $55,000 over my entire course of my
What have you had?
fillers, lip. I would get my lips so big because I wanted to be like, Angelina Jolie. I wanted to get my cheeks higher, and then I got fillers here. I would get my teeth, the teeth, which I'm okay with the teeth. I like those.
They look great.
Yeah, they do look
Thank
really
you.
good.
I feel like out of all my purchases, that was okay because that really helped my confidence. But
Is it all just on your face?
it was
Nothing
all
on
on
your
my
body?
face only. I said I want to have a pretty face because I never felt like I had one. So I paid, but then it turned into I look at old pictures of myself and I'm like, who is that? And I was like, I'm so glad I let it go down, and I'm like, okay, maybe I'll get a little Botox here and there if I feel like it's kind of getting too much, but we'll never go to the
Nothing
extent.
too excessive.
Would you say that how you look now is fairly different, or is it pretty minimal?
It's still different than what I looked like before.
But is it? I mean, is it a pretty minimal change, or is it pretty substantial?
From
no surgery to now.
No. So
Do you have photos?
I do.
On
Well,
your Instagram or no?
no, I took them down.
Did you?
I wish I could show you on my phone what it looked like. There was one picture I had, and I if I could find it, I don't know if we have the time, but I would, and I'd
Okay.
show.
Did you get a nose job too, or no?
No, I've got nose filler. I would keep getting
you
it
got
filled
filled.
because I had a hump in my nose, and I remember I had everyone be like, "You have a 5 head," and I would always have the lines. I had 5 lines in my head, and so I'd fill them, and and on my eyebrows I tattooed them on. It was I filled under the eyes. I ended up getting migraines from the filler right here, and then they took it out, and it went all away after they took it out. I was like, dang, I had crazy migraines for 2 years. Yeah. So I'll send you a picture though. You'll see it. It's just
Send it right now, or do you have your phone on? Never mind.
okay,
Never mind.
okay. I didn't know how
I'll look at that after the show.
It was insane.
In any case, it's hard for me to compare, but I actually just like looking at you. I do think I don't know how much of it is the plastic surgery. I actually think you have a very aesthetic face.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank you.
100%.
Yeah, solid face.
Thank you.
Great face.
I'm part
Wonderful
native,
face.
so maybe it's that.
Could be. Okay, I don't know where we were.
I was just gonna say one thing about body size and things like that. Whenever I post before and afters of whenever I was a little bit on the thicker side to where I am now or where I got to, which was a lot more like even fit and like lean, I guess, than I am now, a lot of men would be like, oh, I actually really preferred you before. Mm-hmm. And I'll just be like, you know, I'll put another post and be like, oh, the fact is I feel so much better and healthier and stronger and agile and all these other things more. But yeah, I think it's just like a reminder, like we have to do what feels good, like for us.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. We have a message here. The Chris Tubbs donated 69. Morgan. How do you say your name, Morgan?
It's just Morgan.
Oh, okay. You are making a lot of great points and have a great demeanor. Love what you're doing. Keep it up.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. Let me get through these chats. We have, the prepper thing. Prepper, did you answer?
Yeah, I said he
She
sounds
hasn't
like,
answered.
Oh, yeah. I think green flag overall, as long as it's not like your obsession. But yeah, overall, for sure.
Green flag, bonus points if you have a bunker.
Based. Okay.
Green flag. I love to feel protected and know that my man is ready to save us. you
Frankie.
know?
Frankie.
Get on it.
Get that bunker going. Okay. Yo, Puffy, thank you, man. I've had blank with over 300 women. Some of them are on my ellipses. I would like this panel to rate me. I have no trouble meeting women every blank of my life. Puffy, you got to do the trigger, man, if you want the rating. You got to do it through Streamlabs, brother. Cowboys click. Brian, you ruled. You rule. Maddie is a 9. Girl in the pink top, you need help. Older lady in the purple top, Jesus loves you. Girl in the glasses, brush your hair. White shirt girl, grow a voice. They want to hear more from you, Ariel.
Okay, guys, I'll try if they let me. If they let me speak.
Blue top, you're kind of cute. Where?
Oh, she left.
Oh,
Yeah.
she
left,
dipped.
yeah.
Oh, this came in like right when she left.
Smells so good.
We got Puffy Vegas here. No man wants a boss babe. We want peace and wives. I'm telling you, I don't care what you've been told. We don't want. We don't. When. Hello? Women want. We want peace. If you want to get a job, it does not mean anything. We want women to be women who are peace. Okay, thank you, Puffy Vegas. This is BS. I'm 48 and 20-year-old offer me ellipses every day. Ellipses is 3 dots, right? Am I?
What is that?
Ellipses? Am I?
An
using
ellipses
that?
is 3. That's 2. But
Ellipses?
I think that's what he
The mission from speech or writing of a word or words that are superfluous or able to be understood from contextual clues. A set of dots indicating an ellipse. Okay, I don't. Whatever. Question to the panel: why do women lie about Puffy? Brother, I know you're in Vegas,
I like
dude.
He
I know you're
didn't know how to
fucking
spell
stoked
woman,
right
so he
now.
just put WN.
It looks like he has 300 bodies from his profile
Oh.
picture.
Yeah, I was looking at that earlier. There's like
He's-
2 girls on
Yeah,
him.
look at him.
He says, I'm a 48-year-old, 20-plus girls ask me out every day. Ask the panel, would they date a 50-year-old plus guy?
I
It
did, I
sounds like
guess.
he's
At 40,
delusional,
I mean, he was
to be
45.
honest.
Well, some of the girls kind of already touched on this, but would you date a guy who's 50-plus?
No.
At this point, no.
I mean, I guess I did. So, yeah, I mean, that, yeah.
No.
Maybe about 50 if just everything was so perfect and he had a lot of money or something.
Is Brad Pitt?
But otherwise,
Brad
I think
Pitt's
24
in his
years
50s, right?
difference is like a little bit much, because then what about when I get older and then I'm alone?
Fair enough.
Yeah.
as a 23-year-old, my max would be 35.
That's fair.
Nar.
No. Brad Pitt, though? Any of you? Come on.
Realistically, like, not just hypothetically, like, realistically, no, he's still a 50-year-old man.
Yeah.
He's very attractive.
He's very
don't get me
beautiful,
wrong.
but
Come on.
He's a gorgeous man, but he's old enough to be my father.
yeah.
Exactly.
Like, that's
I'd fuck him. I wouldn't date him.
You'd fuck Brad Pitt, but you wouldn't date him?
Correct.
Okay.
all right.
What about you? What's up?
I agree that he's very beautiful, but he is too old. So.
Come on. Brad Pitt steps to you. The cameras are flashing. Paparazzi want peace.
I feel like
I mean-
maybe
Brad Pitt.
entertain it for a second, flash a smile or whatever, but not sleep with him.
Yeah,
Nothing
it-
of
What
that.
about
totally agree.
DiCaprio?
No, that's
Maintain-
worse.
He's
Yeah.
way
He's
worse.
like not,
And he
yeah,
did not
that's
age as
history.
well
Yeah,
as-
that's terrible.
What about Henry Cavill?
Henry Cavill. Oh yeah,
Cavill.
he's
How
gorgeous.
old is he?
Okay,
calm down.
I don't think he's not 50.
I was just
I don't think he's not
Gene
50.
Wilder was
I'm
like
looking, I'm
attractive as an older man. I was just thinking
He's
Gene
40.
Wilder.
I did. I was so
bringing that up.
One at a time, please. Go
Okay,
ahead.
he's attractive. Like
40.
I don't think I would date him.
Come on.
But he's very attractive. I'm not going to lie, and he
How
seems very
old-
nice.
How old is Henry Cavill?
40.
Oh, okay, I don't think I'd be able to get past the idea that they're old enough to like literally be my father. Like that would
Well,
be concerning.
yeah, I guess, but
40's close to the cap off. I feel like I wouldn't sleep with somebody randomly, but hypothetically, if I were to, my cap off would probably be like 38, like later 30s, right? I feel like that's reasonable.
Yeah, that
In a
is reasonable.
Extreme
Yeah,
scenario where they're like a
definitely
10 out of 10 most gorgeous man in the world. But like, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's try to wrap up on a few of the threads that we started before. So, and then we'll try to wrap up here shortly. 1 hour later. Oh, here we go. Thank you, man.
Matthew McCarthy donated $106.
Hey, thank you, Matthew.
Last one for the night to make it an even $700. Panel, please rate Brian 1 to 10 and myself. I sent my fasting transformation to the whateveric. £290 down to £230. I love you, Booballa. See you later. Brian, please walk her to her car for me.
Oh.
Did he
The good
did he
thing is
drop
I
you off?
parked right out front. No, I just
Walk
parked
her to
right
her
out.
car.
Yeah, no.
Okay, he wants the panel to rate. Oh, okay. Hold on.
Valdev
We'll get to
donated
it.
$100.
Hey, Valdev.
Puffy
Thank you,
drunk
man.
tourists don't mean anything, and for God's sake use the Steamer Labs link. Mods spam that shiz PLS
Yo,
every
thank
show.
you, man.
Can we got more muscle mommy hypels go? I have more characters lock Aragar.
He wants another flex, I think. He wants more flex.
Oh, we've done like all the poses. What else? What else? Can
Another. What about like turning around and then like the? so
Well,
the
like
the
you
back, I
can
guess?
tell me what pose next donation. How about that?
Oh, yeah. There you go. That it is a reminder, guys. You can use YouTube super chatting. It's fine, but for those who haven't heard the intro, YouTube takes a 30% cut. So if you donate 100, they're taking $30 of that. Obviously, YouTube doesn't need the money. You're just putting it into the pockets of woke YouTube. So if you want more of your patronage to actually go towards me, we do recommend using the Streamlabs link. That way, you're actually more of your donation, let's say, is actually going to support us. And I just actually bought a new camera. We're going to set up a fourth camera. Spent like $2,000 on that. So, I'm reinvesting. I'm not, I don't ball out, guys. I'm not like out there spending crazy money. I reinvest the money back into the studio. We just bought a new computer like 2 months ago, new camera. So I'm still driving the same car I drove in 2013. I'm wearing $5 t-shirts, flannels, that, whatever. I'm not trying to, I'm not balling out, I reinvest into the show. So Valdev, thank you. Loktar Ogar, I think that's a World of Warcraft reference. And then we have Matthew McCarthy. Oh, yeah, I guess you guys have to rate me 1 to 10. So, you don't have to, but if you want, you can rate me 1 to 10. I won't be offended.
So after the big labias matter, I'm going to give you a 9.
Based. Okay, there you go. Go ahead. You guys can rate me. I don't.
You look like $1 billion.
Okay. This might be a cop out from everybody, but go ahead.
Yeah,
give me.
boyfriend, I don't feel comfortable with
So
it.
do I.
Sorry.
I'd give you a solid 7.
Sorry.
All right. Okay.
There you go.
I'm not gonna rate.
All right. They want to be nice.
Well, since it was Matt who asked, I'll definitely rate you. Are we going only on looks or everything?
I think just looks.
Okay, looks like 7.9. Yeah, I think,
Alright,
but I think
okay.
I'm taking everything into account, like
Flattering.
subconsciously. But yeah, no, I think.
Okay,
like,
all right,
at
there
least
you
a
have it.
7.
I found
Where-
the picture.
I think you lowball yourself with the
Here,
6.
I'll take a look.
That's what
But okay, that's you're taking a selfie with the
But that's
Wait, you
camera,
did
the
it?
shitty-
surgery, right?
Wait,
Or
that was
This
before
was with
surgery?
a lot of filler. This wasn't at my worst, but this was at a point where I did
Yeah,
get
but there's something to be said about the focal length of cameras.
The
Like if
focal
you're
length.
taking a photo, like from first off
The
what's
angle?
it called when you're taking a photo like this? Like what's the
hero shot kind of thing, or
No, when the front-facing camera on your phone, it's like not gonna take a good photo of your face because the focal length is really close. So I'm not gonna use that.
Guys,
like
I
I'm
think there's
looking
a
at
ghost
you
in
from
here.
about.
I just saw the bathroom door open.
Oh, that was me. I closed. I used the restroom.
No, but I swear I just saw it open right now, and now I'm too scared
Are
to
you
go.
high right
The
now?
window's open.
No.
It's fine. Don't worry about
It's
it.
a breeze, babe.
Nick,
You're
I need
okay.
you to walk me to the bathroom.
Actually, I have to pee.
Oh, she's.
Okay, you go first. Let me know.
Oh wait, I'm so sorry.
Oh, I guess we have to do. We will do an Instagram review on your. You want to pull it
Your
up?
fiancé.
Just, I would. Okay, we'll do it. We'll do it.
I believe in ghosts, guys. Ghosts are real.
Let me see if I can pull it up. But wait, what was the other thing we had? Man, there's so. We have to react to a couple videos too here.
Okay.
We have some videos to react to.
Music videos?
Wait, I don't. Wait, is it in the request? What's your boyfriend's name? Matthew James McCarthy?
Yes.
Wait, he sent me a bunch of stuff. He sent me photos of you. I'm confused.
Oh, you're like
wait,
fitness,
what was the
or
request?
you're fasting, like.
I sent my fasting transformation to 290 pounds. Nick, do you have the Instagram pulled up?
I do, but it shows other messages. Do you want me to like?
You have to go into message requests.
Did you notice like a lot of difference with your fasting, like? Oh, you can tell me after.
Yeah, because it regulated like.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Oh, okay.
Okay, let's just. It's in the messages though, which makes it kind of a little. Hold on, let me see what I can do here. Oh, it's a post. Just click on the post, his body transformation post. What he wanted us to react to that.
Genuinely scared
Just
to go to the
click on it.
bathroom alone.
So, you clicked on it, right?
Yeah, but no. Alright, ready?
Oh, can you move us over? You know how to do it? Just like hide the.
Do you want me to drag it?
No, there should be another. I think scroll up in the sources,
Oh, that's
or scroll down in this.
It actually looks 20 times better now.
Scroll up.
no.
Oh. We can't really.
Oh wow! He did a
it's
good transformation.
The bottom, the GH5 center.
Oh.
It's no, the up one. Yeah, that one, and then just hide the other one.
Looks good.
All right. Okay, that's his body transformation.
10.
Nice.
Yeah, it looks good. It looks like
Good
how
work.
long was that
The
transformation?
lighting's a little different in all the photos, though. I will
Yeah.
say. What I don't like in these like workout supplement things, they are like, look at this transformation, and the fucking photos like different lighting and like different.
yeah.
Like
It does
you need
make
to
a
take
big
it in the
difference. Yeah.
You have to
You're
take
right.
it in the exact same location. Exact same lighting, exact same pose. Otherwise, it's like, I'm not saying he's
Very
doing it,
true.
but
Yeah.
like it's scummy when these like people who are selling fucking workout programs are
Yeah.
like
So
taking.
true.
Yeah.
Do you know who I'm thinking of?
Yeah.
well,
Yes.
It looks like a good
You're
transformation.
fucking Chad, bro. Look at this Chad. He's fucking ripped.
I think
Yeah.
it's great.
Looks
He
good.
would do
Yeah,
great in the
brother.
zombie apocalypse.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He looks good.
You're a fucking
That's
Chad,
what I'm
dude.
saying.
Okay, so let's. I want to try to loop this in as best as we can. We have some videos to react to. So
Oh no.
He's from
I want to touch really quick. We were talking about the age gap stuff. We didn't quite totally finish that. Let's talk a little bit about that. I'm trying to recall where I was with that. If I recall, though, you think it's weird, the age gap stuff.
Well, when it comes to like wanting a virgin and whatnot, and I guess if it's too large of a gap, I think it's weird. But I don't
Okay,
think
yeah,
it's,
there's two things there. Well,
Yeah.
I do recall actually. I forgot if this was in relation to the age gap stuff or the virgin stuff.
the virgin probably.
It might have been both, but at one point you used the word grooming.
Yes.
What do you mean? What do you mean by grooming? What does that mean?
I mean, grooming is interchangeable with like being manipulative. I do think that a man especially if you're 50 plus, dating a 20-year-old, 19-year-old, 21-year-old, it's definitely grooming. Although I don't think...
It's definitely grooming.
I mean, yeah, because... I mean, okay, fine, maybe not.
When you were a
all the
sugar
time.
baby, do you think you were monetarily manipulated to continue to press into that relationship?
I actually felt that I was kind of more in control. I was finessing them, honestly, when I was a sugar baby. But that's a different dynamic than someone like marrying or like being serious with a...
Couldn't you make the argument that it's more predatory to... Because, I mean, you admitted it yourself. You said you were... finessing, correct?
Yeah, 100%.
How were you finessing?
Because, I don't know, I made it seem like I liked them when I really didn't.
In an effort to
get money, yes.
To get money?
Yes.
In an effort to, there's a specific term for it, but it's evading me. To...
Acquire.
In any case, okay, so...
Coin?
Not extort
No,
money, but
no, I never extorted anybody. No.
Like elder abuse? Is that what
No.
Okay, well, it's a thing. In life insurance, they had us read a script. So that they said you have to make sure people over the age of X amount, you must read them a script because that was...
abuse anybody.
I was wondering.
But you know what? There's arguments. I mean, also, like, these are my experiences. I think there's people who would argue that maybe I was taken advantage of. I think maybe you would probably say that I as a young woman, was taken advantage of, right? Well, I felt a different way. And, you know, it is what it is. I'm not going to agree or disagree with either. I mean, I obviously feel the way I feel, so. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean, but you said that you were with these men to get... hold on.
Valdev donated $100. CPT Morgan Pose. And fellas like Flannel Daddy
Bro,
says
she
get
left,
out
bro.
and get training
Bad timing.
hashtags G hashtag highly strategic. Okay, but for real though,
Fellas
read
like
this
Flannel
prog the
Daddy
last
says, get
chat
out
also
and-
5 to 10 years is optimal age gap for a real build a life relationship.
The last chat, also 5 to 10 years is optimal age gap for a real build a life relationship. I mean, it's hard to say what's optimal, but I don't know if it's optimal. I just think people make choices, and some people end up with people closer to their age. Some people end up with people there's a bit more of an age gap. So, yeah, I don't know. But okay, thank you, man. Appreciate it. What was the pose he wanted? I'll have her do it when she comes back.
know them.
Captain
Russell.
Morgan pose.
I've never.
Oh, I think I know what it is. I think.
Oh, like on the liquor?
With one, yeah, with
the
like
chair.
Okay,
The stool.
like that. Yeah.
She's got that.
Yeah. So, I mean, you could actually make the argument that there's a lot more women who are. I mean, these financial relationships. There's definitely the men are I don't know. It's hard to say. Because I believe in accountability. The men, they're spending all this money on women, oftentimes getting very little in return. They're consensually doing it. There may be some degree of manipulation involved.
Like scamming and whatnot. Like,
I mean,
sometimes.
we've like, yeah, there's definitely, I do think there is some manipulation but I mean, I think there's quite a fair amount of women who are doing that sort of shit.
Yeah, I mean, I would say...
Like who are hustling dudes.
Yeah, and I would agree, but not as many as you would think. I mean, not nearly as many.
It's
I mean,
a lot.
like
It's a lot.
what
I'd say.
percentage of women do you think are doing that?
Oh, I don't know, but...
I think it's not that many.
I would
don't
say,
know.
though, that there's probably... I mean, there's obviously scales to it.
Depends
you have
on
women...
what city you're in. In Las Vegas, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
fucking Santa Rosa,
Casino.
no.
Yeah, it's like some
Casino,
people
Robert De
wanna go there,
Niro,
like they
Sharon
want to.
Stone. But I would say, actually, though, that there's scales to it. For example, like how many women are like fleecing men out of their like serious fucking money? That's probably pretty small. However, like on a more lower scale, you have women who are engaging in like foodie calls where they go on a date with a guy just to get a free meal or a free experience.
Yeah,
They did a study on that.
sucks.
I think they did a study on that, and they found it was like 1/3 of women have done the foodie call.
Yeah, and actually, yeah.
Because
the
that's
foodie call.
accessible to just like any
girl on Tinder.
girl
Yeah,
on Tinder.
no, I agree with that. I'm not for that at all.
We've had girls on the show, like normal 19-year-old girls, college girls,
like openly admit
1,000 followers on Instagram. Just regular run-of-the-mill college girls. Yeah, I have a dude in my phone as Uber. I have a dude in my phone as dinner. Like there's.
That's shitty.
That's crazy.
It's pretty common.
No, I mean girls then abusing, I think, their femininity and using guys for the wrong reasons.
No, and I'm not okay with that. I'm what I was talking about was like bigger than that. I mean, I'm not for that. I mean, I don't like to use guys, that.
But you admit to having done it.
Older men with millions of dollars, you can't compare that. I mean, plus they were.
No.
I mean, accountability.
You're still doing it.
No, how?
You admitted to like using men.
No, I admitted to having a pay pig who knows that he's my pay pig. It's
pretty degrading.
He wants to be degraded. He pays for it. That's what he pays for.
But you could argue that you're taking advantage of
There's a distinction between sex work and dating, in real life dating. Like what I'm doing is essentially sex work. I mean, this guy knows what he is.
I always wanted to know the psychology of a pay pig, just out of curiosity. Like I tried to look up, out of curiosity, the dominatrix thing. I tried to look it up, but I don't have I don't think I have the type, but I was curious about it.
He came to me.
Yeah, they
ask him that. I've never felt like I used him for anything. Like he has come to me the entire time. What you're talking about is women who are on Tinder with men their own age and their own socioeconomic
Well, I'm talking
class.
about both.
Both.
I'm talking about both.
Yeah, but there's a huge distinction between the two. I mean, there's sex work and then there's dating. Like,
one time when I was at the
is it sex work if
it is with the dominant.
I mean
it's an umbrella term these days. I'm just.
But I don't get why. On one hand, you don't seem to object to like these men are just sending you money.
Yeah, you're saying you're not using him for anything, but you are using him for his money. Say if he didn't have money, you wouldn't be with him.
Let's use that argument then.
I'm not with him.
But okay,
you
but
have been with him.
I've never been with him. I never met. Wait, who are we talking
Hold
about?
on, but you said that the men consent to just sending you money
Yes,
and
they
getting
ask
nothing
for it.
and getting
Yeah.
nothing or little in return. Couldn't you make that same
No,
exact
they-
hold on, let me finish. Couldn't you make that same exact argument about a woman who's 21, she's engaging in a consensual relationship with say a guy who's 35?
Well, one thing is
Why is it that
because
is
one's a
grooming?
profession and one is a service and one's not a service. Like what I provided is a service.
It's crazy to me. Like a lot of these girls would rather see an 18-year-old do OnlyFans and do porn than be in a loving, caring relationship with a guy who's 10 years her senior. Like that's, to me, it's fucking blows my mind that so many women object to like age gap relationships. Oh, he's 10 years older than you, even though you're an adult and you can join the military and go get fucking blasted, whatever it is. You can sign legally binding contracts. You can get 6 figures of college debt. But if you're in a consensual, loving relationship with someone who's 10 years older than you, then it's a
I think
issue.
10 years is fine. I was more concerned about, I said 50 and 18. That's why I was like, well, that's a little weird. But like 10 years is fine. Like I have no issue with 10 years.
I mean, you're kind of walking back what you said, but I'm pretty sure
No,
earlier,
I didn't. I said nothing about 10
earlier
years.
in the conversation, I'm sure if you would have had an issue between 18 and 28.
No. I specifically said
18
50.
and 35. How about that?
No.
Really?
No, I never said that.
I mean.
Run the footage.
But you said, okay, well, there was a virgin component too. You were like.
Well, yeah, well, that's completely different. So I feel like we're talking about so many different things at once. I'm talking about like my work as a like dominatrix, whatever you want to call it, versus like people dating, and the two are just simply not comparable. Maybe you think they are, but I mean, someone who's experienced in both of these things are not comparable. One's personal, one's work.
I mean, it's just shocking to me though, is like how many people are ready to defend like a woman at 18 starting in OnlyFans, but like if she's.
I don't defend that. I never did.
Well, okay, maybe not you, but like it's fine if a woman at 18 starts an OnlyFans, but if she wants to date a guy who's 30, oh my God.
No, I don't. I mean, as long as the age of consent is there, I just think it's weird when a 50-year-old wants to fuck an 18-year-old virgin. Sorry for the F word.
Okay, I mean.
Yeah, I don't know. That's like, or just like want to be with an 18, 20-year-old. That's like a huge difference between
Well, hot
10
take.
years.
I mean, hot take here. While, I mean, I don't, to me, it makes sense, like a 50-year-old dating a 20-year-old.
Okay. I mean, why? Because that 50-year-old men
If
aren't
he
even
can
that
get
girl.
it, like, here's the thing, very few 50-year-old men, as we went around the table on this, like, most 50-year-old men are not going to be attractive to a woman who's 20 or 21.
I mean, if you're
But if he can, if he's still in good shape, whatever, he's wealthy, and he can secure a relationship with someone younger, go for it.
For me, it's not really like attraction. I feel like older guys like 50 sometimes are actually really attractive to me.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more just like when I'm 50, they're like about to die, possibly.
Obviously, like.
Sure,
I get what you're saying. Like, let's say long-term relationship. Like, it actually is a fairly good argument. Like, for a woman who's like wants a serious long-term relationship, wants marriage. Like, if you're 21 and you're thinking about dating a 50-year-old, and if you want to have kids, like he could be like, obviously I think it's totally legit if you want to date someone around your age range, so that you guys can grow old together, and you know, like that's actually probably a very strong argument to be made. But like, if that's what both the people want,
what if
maybe
he has kids your
totally.
age? That always creeped me out when I would, especially when I was a stripper and whatnot. Like when I would, you know, have sugar daddies who had daughters my age. I was like,
Yeah, I think that's very fetishy and
this is
weird.
disgusting. Yeah. I mean, obviously I got the money and it was fine, like at the end of the day, but like I would have never dated them or taken them seriously. Like it's gross.
Yeah, but you're still condoning their behavior, you know, by entertaining them. Would you not say so?
I mean, sure, but like if it's not me, it would be somebody else, and I'm trying to get paid.
So you're just going to deny accountability and be like, if it wasn't
I
me,
did
it would
not
be
deny
somebody else.
accountability. I just said that I think it's gross, and I still got paid.
It's
So-
gross,
but you're
but it's
enabling the
fine because
behavior.
you got
Yeah,
paid.
100%. Yeah, 100%.
How is that fine?
Because
So
I got
you're
paid.
you were experiencing something that you feel is gross, but it's okay because you got money from it. What kind of fulfillment does that bring you?
My bank account? Like, what do you mean? What
So
kind of
I
fulfillment does it
think
bring me?
I think money is way more fulfilling when it's hard earned. Let's just say that.
So
when-
you feel like sex work isn't a hardworking industry?
I'm not saying it's not a hardworking industry. I just think it's a sad industry. I'm
not
not going to
fulfilling.
lie.
And that's fine. I mean, you can feel that way, but you just said right now, like you feel like money is better. Like what? Like you feel better when you earn it and you like work hard for it. I mean, I worked very hard for my money when I was dancing. So
maybe hard earned was the wrong term, but maybe
Double
getting
down.
that money.
I mean,
Double down.
maybe
more
getting that
way.
money.
No,
and
you can feel disgusted by it, and that's fine. But I didn't do it for you. I did it for me.
But
Okay,
you also
I never
still
said that
feel
you did it for
disgusted
me.
by
You-
it.
you
You
said
said that.
I feel like I'm saying that like the guys who are into it, like yeah, they're gross, but I'm fine with what I did.
So you're just going to take
benefiting.
advantage of
yeah,
them.
yeah,
You-
100%. Yeah, exactly. Like what the fuck?
So, but you're
it's not
condoning
gonna be
their
me-
terrible behavior, so then they go and continue to do it, and you are denying accountability by saying that they're going to go do it anyway. So
How
you're
am
just
I
going to make the
denying
problem worse by
You're
doing it as
basically
well.
advocating for them
Let's
to
go.
do it.
I am. Yeah, and I think that if
But you're like,
if
it's so
okay
weird.
with
So you're advocating for something that you think is gross.
100%.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah, basically, yeah. I mean,
Because
like,
it gives you
it's
money.
gross for them. It's not gross for me.
Yes, it is.
But it is still
Yeah,
gross
it
for
is
you.
gross.
Because
Yeah.
if it's gross for them,
You
it's still
benefiting
without you, it-
off of this sets back everybody,
Yep.
not just you. You are affecting everybody, even people who aren't participating in the same culture. It sets back every woman around you, whether you think it does or not.
I mean, cry me a fucking river. I don't care.
That's your response?
So you,
Yeah. I
that's-
mean, honestly, I don't know. I mean, I don't know, like, what you want. Like you doing it to feel bad that these
So
guys
let's just
offered
say-
me?
you're
okay,
saying
so
that
let's
as
say-
well.
necessarily, but it
So you-
sounds like you have a low moral standing, and to be completely honest with you, this isn't a very intelligent take from you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Feel that way then.
And you're entitled to your opinion.
And so are you.
I'll just say about a year into moving to Los Angeles, I was at a Super Bowl party and a guy, like definitely above 50, maybe 55 or so, just sat next to me and just started counting hundreds. And he was like, so what's it going to be weekly? So yeah, they do make it really easy. But yeah, then I just walked away. Actually, I didn't say anything because I was like 19, I think. And I just walked away. But yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I think that whatever.
It definitely goes both ways.
Whatever intention that you put out there, it will come back. Like in a sense where if you're like, hey, this person's hurting, they went through a divorce, I'm going to be there for them. I'm going to see them, but I'm going to genuinely see them. Like I want to be right there. But then if there is that like iniquity, I guess, it really like I want to get over on them. What could happen is that could happen, come around in your life somewhere, and you'll be like, how did that happen? I think just intention. I think if you put,
but if they come to me, how is that inequitable?
Because you're continuing to
you're allowing it to happen.
I mean, you guys, we're talking about something that I was young. I was in
but
that's
not an excuse.
Is
That you allowed the sex work industry to prey into you as a young girl to then continue down the path, which enabled you to later in your life become a stripper instead of
my life become a stripper. I was a stripper when I was 18 to 20.
Which is sad.
Which is
That
sad.
is sad.
That's what I'm getting at. Is like you were 18 years old.
Well, that's why I hope that the sex work industry becomes more holistic over time. I hope in the next 10 to 15 years it really takes a change and things start happening where people are like, holistic spiritual sexuality.
I don't agree with that at all, because how are you going to take an industry of men paying women to sleep with them and make it this healing experience when in reality I think our society more than anything lacks God. Obviously that's in my personal opinion, being a Christian. I mean, there's so many people that are just so morally lost where you said you started stripping when you were 18 years old. I don't think any woman should ever look to that and be like, this is super glorifying in society and this is the right thing for me to do. And it makes me sad that women in our society are lied to so much that they turn to OnlyFans, they turn to selling their bodies on the internet for the male gaze, profiting off of that and continuing. Not only it lowers their self-esteem, women mentally are becoming unhealthier and higher body counts, and then less desirable as life goes on, to where you're essentially, women are ruining their lives.
I've never had an issue getting a boyfriend, so I don't know what you mean by less desirable. This is my first year being single. I've had a boyfriend the entire time, so I don't know what you're talking about.
What's the quality of the men you're dating?
I was going to say, what is the high value man
are you with?
Are you seeking after?
What's your definition of high? See, I don't prescribe to that high value thing. I mean, I just like someone that I get along with.
But don't you think, like, back to the dating scale, that there is something as a high value woman, that there are women that are more valuable in the dating sphere, so then there's also men that are more valuable?
I mean, I guess, but not person to person. I mean, in general, people tend to date.
Brandon Mills donated $100.
Champagne
the
Poppy.
only time I would ever pay for someone like you is donating $1,000 for Brian to kick you off the show for this sad mindset. You're promoting a disgusting lifestyle.
Oh, wow, they're going in.
I never promoted it. I'm literally just talking about my experience. I never said that this was the right choice. I said that I'm okay with it, that I'm not ashamed of what I've done, and that's pretty much like where I left it.
Well, you were promoting older men fetishizing.
How am I
women who are the
because,
age of their children?
Because I took the money. No, I literally said that I thought it was gross, but I took the money. Like what does that have to do?
You are allowing the behavior. It's like a bouncer at the bar being like, oh, I'm not supposed to let you in, but you're gonna pay me, but I'm gonna let you in. But it's not right.
But that's what I was there for.
Because you're
condoning that's what you were there for? To promote men fetishizing younger women that are the age of their children?
Acknowledging. It was literally my job. Like,
you didn't have to be there if you didn't want the men to come to you and do that.
You didn't have to be a stripper.
Yeah.
And on top of that, you didn't have to start an outside of work relationship with this man where it was a monetary gain for you.
If you had an 18-year-old girl sitting in front of you and asking, hey, I want to get into the stripping industry because I really am trying to chase that bag, would you encourage her to do that?
Honestly, at this point, no. Only because ever since COVID happened, the industry has totally changed. And
in what way?
In a good way or a bad way?
In a bad way. The money's not like how it used to be. A lot of girls are...
So if the money was how it used to be in a young girl,
yes, I would.
Okay, can I share my experience of my first time at a strip club, please?
At a what?
At a strip club.
Let's hear
As
it.
as a patron, right? You came in as a patron?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
You were a stripper?
no, I was not.
Yeah,
a stripper.
I was wondering.
We went for her birthday after.
Wait, before you go into that really quick, Valdiv, you were gone when he said this. He wants you to do a Captain Morgan pose.
Oh yeah.
Like on
And then tell us
liquor
about the strip
bottle,
club
like-
situation.
What is it?
You know
Captain
the liquor
Morgan
bottle?
pose?
No, stand.
Wait,
put
what?
your- Put your foot
I think
up on
it's
the
the foot
chair.
on the chair.
Like
Yeah,
you're
he wanted
conquering
the mouth.
America right now.
Yeah.
Put your foot on the chair.
Yeah, there we
yes,
go.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
There we
Thank
go.
you. Thank
Okay.
you. Your strip club experience.
Okay. First off, I will say it was a lot of fun. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh my god, I was sitting
closer
there.
to the mic.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
You're fine.
First of all, I would like to point out that I was not sitting there being like, oh my god, this is terrible. Well, I was a little bit, but I mean, I did have a good time. I did have fun. But what I observed is that we came and we sat down, and there were girls in the booth or section or whatever. And they're really nice and stuff, and we were having conversations. And then as soon as the money comes out, they're just like in your face, like you know how a strip club is. And then after the money's all on the floor, they just immediately go and pick up the money. And it's almost like a robotic response, and it's really sad to see that behavior for that money. And then after you do that, you literally go on the floor and you pick up the money, and I cannot see how that can be empowering, fulfilling, make you feel good about yourself, because you are selling your body, and that cannot feel good. I can never imagine myself doing that and feeling okay with myself.
Well, girl, that's fine. You don't have to do that. Like, I'm not telling you that you should do that. That's fine.
But you were saying
I
you were
respect
saying
that. No, I respect how you feel. 100%. That's
okay.
fine.
But you were saying that if a young girl came up to you and asked, do you think this is worth the money? You said if the money was like how it was before COVID, you would say yes.
Yeah. If that's what she wanted to do, yes. I don't think that anyone.
But wouldn't you ask her?
Anybody should do anything that they feel uncomfortable with. Like the way that you described it, I would never want you to do that. Like that would be horrible.
But also the industry completely lies.
It's sometimes some girls are cut out for it, some aren't, and that's fine.
Cut out
Psychologically,
for it?
psychologically,
Yeah,
if you look at it from a purely scientific perspective, a woman who a woman who is willing to or has convinced themselves that those things are fulfilling, there is something fundamentally incorrect. There is, I don't know a better word to use other than damage or trauma or something that induces that in them. And if you disagree with me, I'm just telling you, it's purely scientific. You can look at any study that just, let's say promiscuity is a general term. It signifies
being a stripper isn't being promiscuous.
No 18-year-old wakes up one day and says, I'm going to take off my clothes and be a stripper for money. Like, that's just not reality. And it is a psychological fact that there is damage there and trauma that these women who are doing this, it feels like a last resort option for a lot of women because they have nothing else that they feel like that they can fall back on. And then even tying this to trafficking, even like there's it is a gateway.
Going back to what you said. Oh no, I didn't mean to.
I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, how is
I really feel you guys, and I see and I hear you, like you're coming from a certain point of view, but like it's really ignorant. Like you guys really don't know anything about women who do sex work. Well, maybe you do.
Ariel, you just were called ignorant. Would you like to respond to that?
I feel we're not being ignorant. We're just considering your opinions because you keep saying, "Oh, I was disgusted, but those were the best days of my life. I'm so glad I got over it." But I you're just like
pretty much
kind of reiterating your arguments. So we're just
pretty much every woman that I've met that does sex work, either they acknowledge that it's wrong and they want to stop, or they have a lot of trauma. They have a lot of trauma that they need to address.
I think that going back to what you said when you said, oh, if an 18-year-old said, hey, I'm going to get this bag, if like that was like, I can't have kids, but if I did, and that was my 18-year-old, and I said, I would say, get the bag. Like, so are you only doing it for the money? Do you care about these men and their emotional state when you're with them? Like, do you care, like, genuinely about them? Do you care about these relationships that you build? Because the relationships that you have, you're going to learn how to discard people. And when you learn how to discard people, you're not going to have good relationships in your life. So if you are going to be a dancer do you genuinely care about people and want to maybe make connections and like have a good like that type of relationship, or are you just trying to learn how to discard and
Well, that's a
people?
good response
It
because
sounds
you're
like
actually
you have-
considering her
yeah.
value and not
Yeah.
just
But
saying it's
also,
all for the
actually,
money.
I guess I was a stripper and I like to pole dance. I like putting on a performance. I mean, it was a huge part of my life. I mean, like I loved the glamour. I loved all aspects of it. Yeah, every once in a while I get a gross 50-year-old guy that I had to fucking give a lap dance to, but it wasn't that big of a fucking deal because it was worth it at the end of the day.
You
But you're
can
complaining
enjoy
about it
pole dancing
also.
without stripping.
We
take
know
pole
people who do pole
I
dancing as
enjoyed
an art.
both. Like, what do you mean?
We know people who do pole dancing as a dance form, like an
Yeah.
art. Like you practice in a studio,
Yeah,
not
but I
people
learned.
throwing money
I
at you.
learned in the strip club, and I like the money aspect. Like, what do you mean? I literally used to get high off of performing on stage and
Getting
like,
money.
Getting the money.
That's
Yeah,
concerning.
but and the performance aspect. Like, what do you mean? Like, there would be like I worked in some of the biggest clubs in the country.
There's a lot of other ways to perform.
Everything you're
100%,
saying
I mean,
is getting
it's
more and
clear,
more
but, like,
concerning.
What?
Psychologically.
Wait.
Y'all are just hella judgmental and whatever. That's fine. That is fine.
It's fine.
I'm okay with it.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
whatever.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Like,
I'm
you don't know
ignorant
my
and it's fine.
It's fine.
experience.
Totally fine.
I'll say.
No, totally
Like,
fine.
y'all are like you're
That is
way
fine.
younger than me. Like, you don't even know what you're talking about half the time.
I'll say.
Okay, so now because
think
we
I'm
are
a little
younger
more
than you, we
mature
don't
than
know
you.
what we're
Okay.
talking
You're
about.
like my
That
little brother's age. That ass.
Wait, okay. Hold on. Let me come in here really quick. You had mentioned at one point, because I think it came into, I forgot precisely what the wording was, but you said that you don't have any trouble finding boyfriends. Now, perhaps that's congratulations, good for you. You don't think it does limit your dating pool though, that you're involved in sex work. Do you not agree?
I'm not even involved anymore. But yes, I mean,
Well,
I'm
even-
sure,
even that you were involved in the
And you know
past.
what? I'm sure it does. But in a way, it kind of filters out like the assholes. I would never want to be with a guy that cares about that or cares about body count. Like, and I've never had a guy really care that much about any of it.
See, but don't you think those guys maybe care more about that? Like, they care about it because they know how much it matters.
No, I'm saying that they don't care. Like, I've never had a guy care about
Do you
that.
want kids?
Not sure.
Do you want to get married? Do you want to have a life partner?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe
Okay.
yeah, I don't know yet.
Because
We'll
I
see.
mean, I can speak a bit from the guy's perspective. Like, there are definitely guys out there that when it comes to casual sex or friends with benefits, maybe even a relationship, maybe they might entertain a girl with, past like that. But I think when it comes to marriage and kids, a lot of men are going to take pause with someone who's been involved with that sort of thing.
I've ended both of my relationships. It was me that ended it. Like, I've never had an
Sure.
issue. Like, I could have, honestly, I could have been married with kids right now, but I chose not to.
Can I ask why you ended them?
Honestly, I have certain people watching this. I don't really want to go into that.
Well, let's
Yeah.
really quick. I'm gonna try to move things here along a little bit, just to finally. Last thing on the whole. One sec, guys. On the whole virgin age gap thing, last thing. For men, it comes down to hardwired attraction traits. It's rooted in biology and evolution. Mm-hmm. It really ultimately comes down to fertility. There's a limited fertility window that women have. So men are going to skew towards being attracted to more younger women. Younger women are more fertile. It's hardwired attraction triggers, attraction traits, in the same way that women are attracted to tall men. That's a hardwired evolution thing, because men who are, do you disagree about the tall thing? You're kind of shaking your head. I don't know if you were just moving your head. But look.
I had to burp.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. Well, in the same way that women like tall men, it's hardwired attraction trigger, because a guy who's tall, a guy who's physically large or muscular, whatever it may be, he's more capable of protecting you. So that's one of the reasons why women are attracted to tall men.
No,
Tall,
I mean,
large
I
men are
understand the whole
more
like
physically
evolutionary
attractive.
psychology thing, and that's like
No, I mean,
one
I just,
theory.
well, let's move on from that.
Theory?
Wait, what?
Oh my
Psychology
gosh.
is a theory. So
No,
science is
I
a
said
theory.
evolutionary psychology is, there's certain theories about how what he was just talking about, that's a theory. Like, it's not
We are
fact.
literally
It's
put
not a
on this
fact.
earth to do one thing, and it is to make more of us. That is our biology.
Gains. To get gains.
Right.
Exactly.
And that.
Go to the gym,
I
lift
didn't,
weights.
I didn't say that wasn't a thing. Okay.
I'll say I'm like basically only attracted to men that are older than me. So I think there is like something maybe biologically.
Yeah,
there
for
too.
sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm attracted to a big, tall man because I feel like he can protect me. It's that simple. Like,
Biologically built in, we're attracted to different people, and that makes sense.
Yeah, my boyfriend's older than me, bigger than me, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. And okay, so we won't linger too long on that, but we might have a video that's semi-related to it that can really hammer it home. Body count. We've been talking about body count all night. Should body count matter? You said no.
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
For a guy, or for me, or for a woman, or
Here's a better question. Do you object to men caring about women's body count?
No, I don't.
no, I don't object to that.
I think it's 100% couple by couple, like
Yeah. Sure.
person by person.
Yeah.
It matters, point blank, period.
I don't object.
Okay. Just curious, what's everyone's body count? I think you said 0, right? If I
Yeah,
recall.
0. I'm a virgin.
I don't know.
If you had to like give
30,
a range,
30.
40,
Like 30, yeah. 30, but between 30
40,
and 40 maybe,
50,
yeah.
maybe 50,
Nah.
sometimes maybe 60 if you would count the
Maybe like 4,000. How about that?
4,000.
Does that make you happy?
Hold on.
It's over 9,000!
Exactly.
Okay. Body count.
I've been in the business a long time.
What do you think? What do you think?
I can only remember
Do the math.
oh my God. No, I don't. I can only remember the 8 that had a terrible
Would you say it's like triple digits or less than that?
trip.
Like more than 100?
Yeah, I mean, I would think so after all those years.
Yeah, so
I think that.
You
It'd
think
go more than 100.
Yeah.
more than 1,000?
I don't know about that. I don't think that when I was younger, I didn't see as many people because I think my mentality was more the survival. But now that I have gotten into the spiritual sexuality over the past 2 years, I have seen more, and I have seen more seeking that. So
Seen more men?
yes, it's about doubled since I started the spiritual sexuality. Before, I think I was just grabbing. I didn't know. I don't know. I think but that's why I really like that, because I'm going to continue going to these retreats.
Wait, at what age did you first turn a trick? Is that the terminology? Have a John? I don't know what it's called.
My first experience going one of those relationships. Yeah, those I was 21.
21?
And I remember I was a dancer, and I remember it was when men called me pretty, I never got that younger. And this was before I had plastic surgery. So it was a very big thing for me. And here I'm 21. I'm like, I'm pretty? Like, you think I'm pretty? Like, great. And so I think that it took so little to get me out of the club until, the time where there was something that happened. And that's when I was like, like, these guys can have certain intentions, and you got to be in the right mental state. And I'd been drinking, I'd used substances, and then finally when I got into the work at the brothel, that's when things started to kind of get better for me. Like, I started to see things in a different way and not in survival. It was like, oh, this is a vacation for them. Like, this is a and husbands and wives come to see me. I see a lot of them, and many are interested in the sexual healing and for themselves and their marriages. And that's why on September, I am going to a week-long retreat. We can't have our phones. I'm literally just going to be camping out in the middle of nowhere in San Diego. And I don't know what we're going to learn there, but
cool.
Yeah, so I'm excited. Mind blown. Yeah, so I'm ready.
Wait, so okay, you said the first time you did pay to play 21.
I was 21.
What was the situation with the parents like?
My father was in the military, so he was gone most of the time.
Did your parents divorce? Or?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
And my mother was a single mother, so she was very stressed financially. So
finances were
yeah,
difficult. Okay.
They're very glorified too, I think, in homes.
That's a big reason why a lot of people will get into doing that kind of work. Is
it is
finance? It's because you can make quick money.
You can,
and you can make good money.
Yeah.
Fast money comes with slow problems.
And yeah, I remember my mom when we were growing up, money was just like, it was very glorified because we didn't have it.
Wait, did your mom also do pay to play? Did she do?
No, she didn't. She worked at a company for like several years. She worked at a company. She was a police officer too. She worked missing persons, so that's why she had a big problem with me being a sex worker.
She had to arrest you once.
No, she worked missing persons. She seen what happened to those girls. She would be the one that called the parents if they found a body. That was my mom. Yeah. And so, not to trauma dump and do all that, but she was very scared for me when I got into that industry. But when I did start working at the brothel, she kind of like eased up a little bit. Like, okay, this is illegal. Like you have to pass like security. You have to get a license. So it's, it's pretty, you do got to pay taxes on it too. They tax it out of you, but it's much better than what it was.
So just on the body count thing, in the hundreds? You said it was over 100. Do you think it's 500 plus or?
I would say maybe, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess 365 days in the year, I wasn't doing somebody every day. I wasn't doing. We usually do tours, so it's like 2 weeks out of each year. So I guess if you calculate.
Let's do the math.
I guess so.
Oh my God.
How many? Okay, so you said one a day, 365 days a year.
It wasn't one a day for 360.
Let's say 300. 300?
I mean, maybe.
Well, no, 300 in a year, 300 days you were active. Would you say that's?
I would say less than that. Less, because there's filtering days. I call them filtering days.
Filtering. Would you say 200 in a year is within the realm of possibility?
It's within the realm of a possibility, yeah.
Okay.
But definitely not 365. That won't.
Sure. Mm-hmm. But you said you were active since you were 21.
I was active since 21, yeah. So possibly.
Safe to say over 1,000?
I would say that it was harder for me to get people to want it. It was few and far between before I started doing the sexual healing. It was few and far between. It was very hard for me to get those ones. I got them sometimes, but I don't know. There was something about that made it.
Did you ever hustle?
I did. And you know what? I had to stop being, I did. And I remember I was so sad because I didn't understand about the filtering and the emotions and how we take on their emotions. And we need those days to recuperate. We need those days we need to be going in with the right intentions, in a sense. And for me, I wasn't at first. And I remember stopping sex work for, I think, an entire year. And I just danced purely because I didn't understand it. But then I started again, but then finally back there. Now I understand. I understand now. I was coming from a place of, like you said, despair, like I was trying to grab and get something. But now I'm coming from a place of empowerment where I'm like, you know what? I want to do this. I choose to do this, and I want to learn more about it. And that's why I'm quite fascinated with the Kabbalah, because they talk about a lot of that.
Okay. Well, I mean, you strike me as someone like you're very articulate. I think, like, I don't know. I don't want to be preachy here, but I mean, it occurs to me while talking to you, you seem like an intelligent person. You're fairly articulate. Like you're a good-looking woman. Do you think things could have gone a different path, or I mean?
I don't think so. But what I do think is there is this desire in me to entertain families one day. And I know that sounds totally outlandish, but hey, Maya Angelou worked at a brothel. I believe she was a brothel madame. And I look at people like that and I say, you know what? She can do it. Maybe I can.
On a scale of 1 to 10.
Yes.
How crazy are you?
I'm pretty crazy.
Are you?
I'm pretty crazy, Brian.
Yeah?
I'm pretty crazy, but
what do you mean by crazy?
I think like crazy in a sense where like I think that That's kind of why I like the Joker too. Is like he's just so wild and he just.
Have you ever slashed? Oh, sorry. Keep
Oh,
keep going.
slash?
Keep
No,
going,
I
keep
haven't
going.
done that. I've gotten my tires slashed one time. I woke up and my car was keyed and my tire was slashed, but I wasn't dating anyone. I think it was
Maybe
like
another girl at the club.
I don't know what it was. It was so weird. I'm like, I've had like slashes.
Doesn't
my
it get
car.
pretty catty in strip clubs between some of the chicks?
It does, and it's like, you know, they get mad if they go, oh, like, you know, my money, I missed out, and it's like, no, you didn't, because his intention wasn't with you.
Have you ever slashed a guy's tires?
No, not like that. I think there's two types of crazy. There's people that take it out on others and people that take it out on themselves. And
Which one are you?
I was more the latter until I started really. I was more the latter where I would take everything out on myself. I remember I'd mark my hand, not like, you know, do any of that, but I would tally mistakes that I made in the day with like a pen, like, and I'd be like, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have. And I would think about conversations where I'm like, I should have said this to them. And I'd beat myself up about it. But then I realized, like, I got to be kinder to myself for people to be kinder to me. And that's a lot of therapy. So.
All right,
yeah.
we'll keep going.
Yeah.
Body count?
Yeah.
I have one body, but it only happened that one time.
It was a one-night stand? Or?
No, it wasn't a one-night stand. It was, I mean, I knew him somewhat well.
Wait, did you tell this story?
No, I didn't tell this story.
The one
this
guy?
This is not the guy that I dated for 4 days.
Wait, so like you only hooked up one time?
Well, what do you mean by hooking up? You mean...
Wait, you said like you had sex only one time?
Yes.
And you have one body?
Yes.
What happened? What's the story there? What's the story?
Well, I don't even really like...
No.
No. This was actually when I was 16, almost 17. I don't really remember my logic behind it, but I think it was almost something like, I hate to say it, but like everyone's doing it.
I feel
It's
like you
like
shouldn't have
it's
to talk about it if you don't want to.
It's not. No, I'm not uncomfortable talking about it. I just genuinely I don't really remember because it was so long ago. But basically, it happened once, and I guess we were planning on hanging out again, but it just never happened. So, yeah, that's really it.
Like, did he ghost you, or did you lose interest, or?
It was like, I mean, I would say almost like he ghosted me, sure. But we were planning on hanging out again, and then...
Did he play you?
What do you mean, did
he play you? Like he was
sure. Yeah.
Hey, I mean, it happens.
Oh, yeah.
But basically, like, he was kind of feigning like he was interested, but then, like, you guys finally hook up, and then... Because a lot of guys will be like, oh, yeah, like, I want a relationship, whatever. And maybe that wasn't the case.
He never said he wanted a relationship. But
okay, so he didn't play you like that, but... Okay.
Yeah. I'm not going to sit here and paint him as a villain, but sure, you could say that.
Okay. All right. Good times.
Strange story.
Or bad times.
Seems kind of scummy of him,
I don't
though.
think it's that strange.
I guess. Yeah.
It's not good.
It's not. I mean,
I'm perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, you guys only hung out that one time.
Yeah.
Well, no, we had hung out. I had known him for
a while.
like months. Yeah. We had hung out before. Yeah.
Oh, so you liked him?
No.
You were crushing. Oh,
well,
no.
You were friends?
Wait, you slept with him, but you didn't like him?
I don't like. He was definitely very. I found him very attractive.
Very attractive. Okay.
But I didn't expect to date him after that.
Was it like at a party or something, or
no?
Did it happen kind of like spontaneously type thing, or?
Yeah, it was. I mean, I guess it was spontaneous. It was just like I guess a whatever moment for me.
You guys were just chilling at the pad, and then you're like, he was.
Well,
just
no,
like,
we had
wanna
went out
fuck?
to dinner
Like,
before and stuff, but I think back then in my eyes, it was like as long as it was a good experience, you know, we had a good night, whatever. It wasn't a bad way to lose it.
Were you kind of bummed that he didn't, like, you were like, hey, like, I'm kind of bummed he didn't.
No,
okay.
I wasn't bummed that he didn't like me, but I did notice that after I did it, I felt like I had to grow up. You know, because I was like, I did this, and I was like,
yeah.
Do you regret it?
I wouldn't say I regret it because I don't think, like I still have my dignity. I still respect myself a lot.
Sure.
And it's not like I went and slept around after. I would say it's something that does not affect me at all to this day. But I mean, it's something that happened. I don't really sit here and be like, I regret it. You know?
Sure.
It happened. It is what it is.
Makes sense.
What about you?
Well, so I lost my V really young to a 17-year-old.
Okay, let's not talk about that.
Okay. But yeah,
count.
so 14. I counted for this show.
Sure.
I never really thought to even count or anything, actually. But
Morgan?
So I do think body count matters, so I'm not going to share because I think it's something that should be intimate between you and your future partner.
Sure. But you said that it's at least one, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
I have engaged in hookup culture in college and have done it before.
That's totally fine.
Yes.
Madison? I just like answering this question, but everyone knows, so I'm already gonna say I'll own up to it. It's 8, but I feel like I was at like a time in my life where I was very sucked into the male validation thing that like everyone was doing it, so you had to do it, and I wanted to say like I'm not making excuses for myself. Obviously, I'm gonna own up to it.
You were brainwashed.
But I was brainwashed, and I feel like
Madison.
as I've grown, like I've developed more values and morals and everything like that, and at the time I don't want to make excuses for myself because I don't want to sound like stupid, but like I didn't have anyone to tell me like it was wrong. Like I didn't have a mother to tell me like, oh, like this is wrong, blah blah. Like my father was a little bit absent. Like I had no one to really guide me in the right way to do that. And if I could go back and redo it, I would. But it's 8, and it's going to be 8 for the rest of my life.
So you being 18 and saying that is just so wise, because I think there's so many girls now who are 18, 19, 20, 21 who are so sold that same lie of hookup culture, male validation, seeking that. I know that's something that I struggled with for years when I was 18, of like going and doing hookups because it's like, guys
so
are giving you
normalized.
attention.
It's so normalized.
And you feel cool.
and
For some
right,
reason, you feel cool. I
And
have no
I
idea
will
why.
say,
I
like,
feel like a cool girl.
Yeah.
Like, every like body that I have had, I've genuinely liked the guy that I've done it. I didn't
That's
just
good.
like do
That's
random
good.
hookups, you know.
Then
like
what's wrong with it? Like I don't understand like what's wrong with it. Like I like to have sex.
You can like to have sex
Yeah.
and not sleep with a lot of people.
I think it's a
Fair point.
self-control issue almost.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think it's sad that you like some of you shame yourself.
I'm not
I'm
shaming
not
myself.
shaming.
I'm owning
No,
up
I don't
to
think
it.
anyone's
Like,
shaming themselves.
I just, I acknowledge that like maybe it was wrong. Like no, you're fine.
Well, I
Like,
do
but, like,
acknowledge
go
it was
you,
wrong.
like,
I'm
that's
just
fine.
saying,
Maybe she
like,
felt like she was doing it out of fear and not out of her own like
Yeah,
heart.
exactly.
Like, and that's
Yeah,
not
that's
like
what
a
I'm
shame, but
saying.
like, oh my
But then
goodness,
you
like
just
I was
said
so young.
that
Like,
you liked every guy that you did it with, so then just you're fine.
Yeah, but I got played by every guy that I did it with.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Also.
liked guys that I've done things with, but just because I like them doesn't mean that I should have allowed myself to give my
Do it.
full
Yeah.
self to that person.
Oh well, then that's Well, I
You
guess if
know,
you gave your full self. Then
that's what
that
I'm
sucks.
saying.
And like I said, like as I got older, like I developed more values, and I feel like I didn't value it as much as I do now.
Do you think
know?
that because we're around the same age, the three of us, do you
Yeah.
think that you got more conservative as you got older, like out of high school and
100%,
everything?
yeah.
Okay. I think all three of us did, and I usually don't meet people like that, but it's cool to see that.
Yeah.
Y'all are so wise. Seriously.
Oh,
if I was
thank
where
you.
y'all were when I was 18 and I turned 24 this month. Like it's insane to see young people like you girls who, have lower bodies and are actively talking about it, because I feel like just because so many lies are sold to us that it is glorifying for us to be so sexually active. Hookup culture in college, it's like almost if you're not engaging in that culture in college, you're missing out.
Yeah.
When in reality, if you're not engaging in that, you're actually saving yourself for something so much better in the
Yeah,
future.
I think it should be talked about more for sure, especially in our industry.
Oh my God.
I think I would say around 95%.
It's not even in our industry. It's not even like having a lot of sex, because let's be honest, everybody who's a fitness influencer, or most people, are going to be attractive on the higher end.
Right. Yeah.
Because that's your
Yeah.
job. But in the women's side, I want to say a good 95% of the girls in the fitness industry do OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Really?
It's just so normalized.
people want that
in
the most.
industry.
I feel like they want the fitness the
Oh,
most.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's the most
It's almost like a fetish at
coveted.
this point, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
a very male-dominated industry, and if you take purely fitness, the men make way more money than the girls. so the girls make up for that by selling sex, basically. We're very lucky. We're able to be financially independent just doing fitness, not doing anything sexual. But a lot of girls can't find that level of financial independence in the industry because it is male.
And then they see everyone else doing it, they're like,
and they
"I'ma
always
do it."
assume that we do it too. That's the biggest part that bothers me. It affects us because we meet people. There are people who have known us for months, and then one day we randomly stumble upon the conversation, and they're like, "Oh, you don't do OnlyFans?" It's like, I personally don't want to be seen as somebody who does sex work.
Yeah,
it sucks that it's like normalized for you guys.
Yeah, it is. It's
especially in your
annoying.
industry.
There was like some guy at the gym who thought I was. He's like, "Oh, I thought you were richer than that," because we were talking about income, and I was like, "Well, like, what do you mean?" He goes, "Well, your OnlyFans. How much money does that bring in?" Just like automatic assumption.
Automatically thinks.
And it's like, oh my god, like there's guys who I've gone on like dates with, and they go, "Well, my number one concern is that you do OnlyFans." I'm like, "Where did you get that from?" Like it's
just an assumption now.
Yeah, and so it reflects poorly on the rest of us, and it's, I don't know if upsetting is the right term, but it's frustrating. It's frustrating.
Honestly, me personally, I don't think it's frustrating because then it's just like they find out, oh, you don't do OnlyFans? It's like, oh. Like it's almost like,
I think if
yeah.
I think if everybody knew like on widespread, then like but I mean I guess my followers know that I don't.
Yeah, because it's like if they seek it out, then they're like, oh,
then
you
they'll figure
know,
it out.
yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
I don't like.
Say it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Spit it out.
I don't want to be like, oh, like moral high ground, like I'm better than you. But at the same time,
you can though.
I do take pride in making my money in a non-exploitive way.
Yeah.
I think that the way that I make my money isn't negative on my mental health.
Yep.
Like a lot of things. You know what I'm getting at.
Are you saying that sex work isn't real work?
No, I think that it's still. I don't know. I don't think I'm educated enough on
How would
that
you-
topic to give you.
How would you define real work?
Sorry, I'm just fucking.
How would you define real work?
I'm instigating. I'm just instigating here. Okay. Here, let's do this. We have Puffy here. Nick, can you pull up Puffy's Instagram because we'll do him a solid. All right, I done 500 today. Can the girls rate me? One. Any of your panel give about a 3. Puffy, bro, I'm gonna enroll you in some English classes.
Wait, what?
And most
bro's
say I'm
not
0,
sober.
so I gave 500 tonight. Have the girls rate me.
So
Puffy,
girls-
answer your DMs, bro.
He needs
Please
to start using
answer your
Grammarly.
DMs. Rippy, what the blonde Hulk meant to say is money means more when it is earned with dignity. Ha, get wrecked. Who's the blonde?
I think
Oh,
it's me.
Who else is the blonde hole?
I thought it was me because they're calling me fat, so I thought it was me.
I think they mean jacked.
Are they saying I have crying eyes? Do I have crying eyes? Is that?
no, you're
I
chill.
don't
I thought they
think
said the girl in the red has crying eyes. I'm like,
Huh?
okay.
First of all, it's fuchsia, not
Huh?
red.
Oh yeah.
All right, we have Alex P here. Hey, thank you, man. Kirby has already profited from severely. Severely.
Sorry to correct you.
No, I scuffed that. Okay. Moral actions, so she will use any and all cognitive dissonance to avoid facing the shame and guilt she deserves. Brian, make your pen out of a piece of the USS New Jersey, and it uses your silly refills. Oh, I need to get back to you about the pens. He's going to hook me up with a bunch of pens, I guess. We need some in the studio, so if you can bump the, what's it called? Our DMs on Instagram, I'll get back to you. Sorry, I get like 100 DMs a week. Well, more than 100 DMs a week, so it's hard to keep up with everybody, but thank you, man. Appreciate it. Okay, let's do the videos and then let's wrap. Puffy, yes. Let's do Puffy really quick. All right, this is Senor Puffy Vegas.
Holy shit.
Which one's him?
The guy, the only man. Oh my god. Wow.
Click that one.
Oh yeah. What?
Okay, that's.
Your comment.
It doesn't look like he's sleeping with these women. It just looks like he's asking them for pictures.
I commented on
This
here.
is Puffy, the guy that sleeps with
Do the wait up.
many women.
Do the one to the left.
I think he
To the
just
left.
goes on the strip
No,
and takes pictures
down.
with 304.
Oh yeah.
And
Left,
probably
right.
pays them, and that's why
Yeah.
he has a 500 body count.
Oh,
Nice.
Giga Chat.
Giga
Okay.
Chat.
That's
I
the
like
vibe
how
I'm
you
getting.
support him in all of his
I-
adventures.
Nice comments.
It's a
Giga Chat.
mutual.
Right.
He supports me. I support him.
Totally.
Yo, guys, everybody in the chat right now, I want you to go to his Instagram right now, and I want you to spam comments on X out this one. I'll tell you the photo I want you to, the one to the right of it that we pulled up before. Okay, I want to see 100 comments on this. If you got Instagram, go pull up his Instagram. Come back to the chat after you're done. I want you to comment fire emojis, slay queen.
What's this? Puffy Vegas.
Puffy,
Vegas.
Puffy
Okay.
_ Vegas, slay queen, fire emojis, the fingernail one where it's doing like the fingernail, just everything. So that's his IG. Ladies, what do you give him out of 10?
10.
You can close
Looks
it out.
very
close it
nice.
out.
Yeah, he looks like a nice guy.
He looks
10.
nice,
He
but
looks-
I'm concerned with
yeah.
him going up to random women and taking pictures.
Yeah.
This is
Followed him.
a little
Look, it looks like a video.
Wait. Yeah, show us that one.
God.
This is getting
Look at
Okay.
Wait, actually, Nick, leave a let's also leave a comment. Just write. No, it's right there. Just write. What should we write on his Instagram right now?
Hello.
Solid
guy.
How'd you get her?
He looks like a nice guy.
He based on just looks, he looks like the type of people that I would want to shrink and put in my pocket.
Yeah, exactly. Good little pet.
Just write. This is what peak
Male performance.
male performance looks like.
masculinity.
Whether you like it or not, this is what peak male performance looks like.
Yeah, you can put. There you go.
I wonder how
Post.
he is in person. I
Alright.
really want to meet him.
You guys
Yeah,
don't-
right. We
you
should
guys
go to Vegas
throw
and
him a
meet
like too?
So,
Put him on the show.
what do you rate him? What do you rate him? Just
I forget what I said. I don't know, 7, 6, whatever.
did you rate him?
I'm not gonna rate anybody.
$1 billion.
No ratings for anyone tonight.
I'm gonna rate you a 10 because I appreciate that you always come on here and do this.
Yeah.
No rating.
5.
What? Wow. Heartless.
What?
Did you see how
he
cold
always,
she?
okay,
Look into this
sorry,
camera. Look
Puffy,
how cold.
But he always talks about how he always meets women that cheat on their husbands and everything, but you're allowing them to
okay.
do that.
Okay. So yeah,
True.
I didn't know who. Yeah, who
Unbelievable.
he was.
I'm
All right.
going to
El Homewrecker Vegas.
We have a couple videos that we got to react to, and then we're gonna wrap. Okay, so pull up the first Andrew Tate video.
Oh boy.
It's related to what we were talking about. Go ahead, you can play.
Do you want the video here?
No, it's fine there.
Know what's so attractive about younger women? Because a lot of these dudes talk about fertility and looks and stuff. I don't actually think it's that.
Wait, can we turn the captions on?
He just
Nick.
Can we turn the captions
Come on,
on?
brother.
What happened?
Yeah,
Lock
that's kinda
in,
hard to
brother.
hear.
Where are you? I'm gonna blast stuff it. Dude, you X'd out of it. Here, put it center. It was
I got it.
this one.
Know what's so attractive about younger women? Because a lot.
Bro,
Nar.
You got to drag it over here. Now it's playing. Yeah, but now you need to right click here. Then you got to X out of that. Come back here. Got to bring it back.
First, I can tricep.
Yeah, I want to look. It's the only good thing about my arm.
Sorry, guys.
It's okay, Nick.
Know what's so attractive about younger women? Because a lot of these dudes talk about fertility and looks and stuff. I don't actually think it's that. I think that in the modern world, in the days of old, right, you'd meet a woman, you get married, you'd be together, whatever. In the modern world, if I meet a girl who's 33 and single, I know the amount of dick that's been through her before me is just simply unattractive. I don't care how nice you are, but you're 33 years old. How many men have fucked? If I get a 19-year-old girl, I might be her second or third man, right? I'm going to be dude number fucking 29. And all the trauma and heartbreak and bullshit they put you through, you're going to try and bring to my door? Like, well, my last man cheated. I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't care. Like, why is that my problem? So if you pick up older women, you have to accept they've been on the carousel longer. They've had more fucking rides, more spins. I don't want that shit. When I see a beautiful young woman, I know that she has a very low body count. And also, but the truth is, women's mentality is absolutely connected to sex. If a woman sleeps with a bunch of men, it's harder to penetrate her mind and make her fall in love with you.
It is unattractive, too.
And it's unattractive. It is. But if she's had 30 dudes inside of her, she really gonna think, you know what, this guy's so special, or she's gonna think, you know what, he talked to me real, let's go get a new guy. Whereas if a woman's only been with a few guys, she's much more likely to fall in love with you, be a better partner. So the likelihood of her falling completely in love with you and staying loyal to you and really believing you're the only man for her after being through so much trauma and so many men and sleeping with so many dudes and having her heart broken and having those memories of her ex and all that crap she's been through is far less likely than meeting a nice, young, beautiful girl who hasn't been with many men and she goes, you know what, this is the guy, I like him. Every woman who knows this and every man who watches this can be honest. Women fall in love with the person they lose their virginity to or their second or third guy. They really remember them. They really love them. Da-da. Any woman who slept with 50 dudes, she doesn't even remember who most of them are. She doesn't care. If a woman slept with a bunch of men before you, she's less likely to stick it out through a difficult period in a relationship. She's more likely to just say, you know what, new answers, new dick.
It's a pretty good answer.
And that's the truth. Let me make something clear. If I meet a beautiful 30-year-old woman, I'm not saying I won't sleep with her.
That's pretty fucking old.
Yeah.
30?
I know.
What are you, crazy?
There's been times I was drunk.
Your reaction to the video?
Is he Muslim, Andrew Tate? I was just curious.
He used to be atheist, then he became Christian, but now he's Muslim.
It's in his, they have the virgins in the Muslim culture, and I know he does the mantras. I've seen him do those mantras when he sits down. I've seen the pictures. He does those.
You mean this?
He does that, and he does other mantras too, and it's like I had a.
Well, let's stick to the video here. So, reaction. I think you might have a reaction because.
Well, yeah. I mean, he trafficked women in
my
country, and so I don't really care what he says, but
alleged.
I will say this: allegedly, even though the Romanian press says otherwise. I read the articles in Romanian. Anyways,
alleged.
Anyways, I think. Look, so once again, I feel like we're going in circles. I feel like, look, as a girl who's like, has a body count of 30 or whatever, I feel like if I really like when I like a guy and I sleep with a guy and I like him, it means a lot because, I mean, I have the experience to know that I really like him. When you lose your virginity to someone, it's puppy love. You don't even know if you like him. All you know is he's the first one that put it in you.
That's not.
So that's my opinion. Okay, anyways, move on. God, we don't gotta keep going in circles, guys. All right. I'm tired.
Wait, I'm confused. The first one to put it in you?
Put it in you. To stick it in you. Wait, so
what?
He said, did you not hear what he said?
You're describing sex like that?
Yeah.
Stick it in her.
Sex is, oh my God.
Stick it in her.
But okay, finish your point. What?
I finished it.
Wait, what was the thing about being the first? What?
Well, he mentioned that a woman's always gonna fall in love with her first or second or whatever, and that a woman who's been with a lot of men lacks the ability to have connection, which is so not true.
It is.
No, oh my God! You haven't even been with that many people, so how are you gonna say that? You don't even know what you're talking about.
No, okay, but so you would rather her be with 30 people to then have the anecdotal evidence and be able to say
I'm reacting to the video. I'm saying that I don't agree with what he said, and also he allegedly trafficked women from my country, and so I don't really give a fuck what he says. Anyways, move on. Thank you.
But that's not really. His pending court case. Oh my God. His pending court case is kind of irrelevant because you need to actually address the arguments he's making, saying
I did address them.
No, but it's fallacious to say, well, because this person is currently being accused of a crime, therefore what he's saying is wrong. That's a fallacious argument.
I addressed what he said, and then I followed it with being like, he could say whatever. I don't agree with anything that he'll ever say because I read the Romanian press, and you could say allegedly, but
so if he said that the sky was blue, you would object to it because he's currently under investigation.
Oh my God, come on,
that is what you're saying, though.
But
that's literally what you're saying.
You guys, come on now. You know that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying.
But the fact that he's
I'm not playing this game. Literally.
It is a fallacy though to say because he allegedly did this bad thing that therefore he's wrong on this particular issue. But I did respond to what he said, and I feel like I was pretty thorough about it. So. Okay, but you're trying to minimize what he said by also throwing in, by the way, he's also accused of this, therefore you should take what he said less seriously. That's a fallacy. I don't know. Is it appeal to authority? I'm not sure, but sort of, kind of. he can't be an authority on what he's saying because he's accused
Yeah,
of
no,
crime.
I mean, it is. I mean, I'm just like talking shit.
Okay, that's
it's
fine.
Like,
That's fine.
Yeah, like it's not that serious. You're fine. That's why I said just move on.
I wonder if he felt this way before he converted to Muslim.
Well, he was Christian when he said that.
Oh, he was Christian. Okay, when
I'm
did he?
pretty sure you.
Okay.
Let's not involve religion into this. But
Okay.
he's probably felt that way forever.
Forever. Yeah, I thought that maybe that had something to do with his strong beliefs on that.
Okay.
Yeah. So that, I mean, for me, I'm like, okay, well, that's what he believes, and that's, you know, haram to him, and you know, okay.
I think in general, like regardless of like his belief system, where did he lie? I mean, an older woman who has had more sexual partners will obviously not be able to connect with her husband as much and will be coming into a relationship with baggage. So I think it's fair to assume, unless you've had an intimate conversation of how many people you've slept with, it's okay to assume, okay, you're 35, you're single, you've probably slept with a lot more people than a 19 or 20-year-old coming in and it's one or two sexual partners.
Makes sense. I agree. In The Music Man, I said the sadder but wiser girl for me, because he wanted the girl that was around the block, but he doesn't. So that makes sense. No,
Which
I get it.
I'm not the biggest Andrew Tate fan, but in this exact clip, 100%, like there were no lies.
I think it's pretty factual to say that an older woman who's slept with a lot of more men are more to have less emotional connections to their husbands or whoever they're seeking relationships with, because I mean, sex is an emotional thing, you know.
Okay, yeah, so psychologically, orgasm for women is an oxytocin release, and for men it's a dopamine release. And oxytocin is a bonding hormone, and dopamine is a reward hormone.
Well, every single time you sleep with a man, we are creating pair bonds in our brain that are connecting us to those people.
And they're not. But
psychologically.
I'm sorry if I cut you
No, you're
off.
good.
It's science.
But
What do
it's
you
true.
mean? What is she
It's true.
talking
That's what
about?
I don't understand how you can disagree with
Because
science
I
and psychology.
don't pair bond with every single person I sleep with.
See, but that's the thing.
You don't realize that.
Okay, what about? Okay, so is this only hetero relationships, or are we talking about like
orgasm?
Any type of sex.
Any type
release.
of sex? Okay.
So you can say like I'm not pair bonding, but that's just not reality and that's not scientific.
So I'm just delusional. I just like live my life.
I didn't say you were delusional.
So every
I'm
guy
just
that I
informed.
sleep with, I'm just in love with. That's
No, we didn't say
you were in love with. I said
him.
that there's a
And pair
psychological
bonding?
bond,
No.
that there is a bond in your brain that you are creating with that person that you have an intimate relationship with. That is psychological. That is scientific. It's irrefutable evidence on the table. And so you can say I'm going out in the world and not having these relationships with people, but at the end of the day, I mean, you said you slept with 30 people. You have a pair bonded
With
in your
all
brain
30
with
people?
30 people. Yes.
The more you slept with people, the less you probably recognize it too, because that's how it works. It decreases the
desensitized.
You're also you're creating also the inability to have a long-lasting relationship, because the more people that you sleep with, and when it's just a hookup, you're training psychologically your brain that is more acceptable and okay than being in a long-term relationship.
That is so not.
The more sexual partners you have, it starts to reduce your ability to pair bond with future partners. It may be the case that you've slept with people you had absolutely no bond, but
I've had great bonds afterwards too. I mean, like I said, I have no issues falling
For
in
like
love.
the first like couple or like few people that you've have ever slept with, say, like, have you ever felt like emotionally connected to those specific people?
Yeah, the first one definitely was a thing, but I mean, okay, so after I fell in love with like my first boyfriend, the one that I was with for 6 years, I couldn't even compare the love that I felt for him with the guy that I thought I was in love with, who was the first guy I slept with. I mean, after actually being in love, I couldn't compare.
Wait, the guy you were in love with was the 6-year one?
Yes.
In your messages to us, you say you were in an open relationship with him.
Yes. Well, not for the whole 6 years. Towards the last 2 years, we did kind of fall out of love, but also because I was 17 when we got together, and we both it got boring after a while, and then so we both were open.
Don't they say that boring love is good love?
Is that
Isn't
the only like?
I'm saying at first.
It's supposed to be normal.
Yeah. With the first guy I slept with,
healthy. Yeah.
Versus when I got into my relationship at the beginning, I mean, I can't compare the two loves that I thought that I felt. You know, like the first one was puppy love. The second one was like, oh my god, like I'm in love. Like this is crazy. Like we did everything together. We're actually still friends to this day. Like, I still have love for him. It's just not as romantic anymore because we grew apart. We just, I don't know, I think it's like a 7-year itch thing. It's like 6 years, you know. We just both changed. We grew in different directions. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying. It's like, well, the first guy, yeah, I thought I loved him, but the guy I really was in love with wasn't he? I think he was the 7th guy I ever, actually, I
Would
he
you
was the
say
7th
that's
guy.
like the only guy that you've ever felt emotionally connected to that you've ever had sex with, though?
No. The other guy was, I've had 2 relationships. The other guy was the one I was last with. And that was almost even deeper, actually, because we had more in common. Like, we were into the same kind of, like, humor and whatnot. And so we, like, got to hang out more. And I don't know, like, hanging, like, it was, I don't know how to explain, like, we were closer on, like, a friendship level. And, yeah, I was in even more love with him, actually, than the other guy. So that's why I'm saying, like, this is all,
So, like, the first few guys you would say you have felt emotionally connected to?
Well, no,
and then
I'm
it wore
saying that
off.
the first guy I slept with, I did. And then my first relationship, which was, like, the 7th guy, I did. And then, like, shortly after I slept with, shortly after I ended my 6-year relationship, I got with somebody else. And we were even more deeper, like, emotionally connected. So
I feel like that does prove that it does wear off as you.
Yeah.
how does I just said that it got deeper and deeper as it went along. I didn't say it got less deep. I said it got deeper and deeper.
But do you think, okay, let's say you've slept with 100 people.
Right.
Do you think, like, you're really going to care about number 101? Like,
No, I'm
at
not
that
talking
point,
about
it's
sleep.
just like the
I'm not
next,
talking about people I
the next
fucked. I'm
dick.
talking about my romantic relationships have gotten deeper and deeper and
The more
deeper.
men you've slept with?
No, the older I get, the more experienced I am, the more I know myself, the more that I know what I want.
Yeah, but generally speaking, like, look, the more people you sleep with, like, as you have more sexual partners, your ability to pair bond with future people is diminished.
That's not the case for me because I've gotten
Sure.
more in love with people the older I get. I feel like the more experience I have because I knew what I didn't want from the first guy. I knew what I didn't want from the second guy, and I knew what I didn't want from the third guy.
Let me ask you a question.
Why can't you know what you
and
don't
each
want?
time I build upon, like,
Why can't you know what you don't like without having to experience a shitty relationship and where you don't like things?
Did I say that any of them are shitty?
I'm just using
said
that term,
I
but you
learned
found...
from each experience that I've had, and you're never gonna know what you want or don't want unless you experience
I
it.
definitely
Totally
do know what I want and don't want
yeah.
without having
You can totally
relationship
rationalize
experience.
in your head what is good and what is not, and without having to experience it.
I can't argue with that, and that's fine.
I have a question for you. You said your 6-year relationship, was he one of your first people that you were intimate with? Or
Yeah, I said he was like number 7.
He was number 7.
Mm-hmm.
But however, you admitted to it getting boring, and then you opened up the relationship.
Well,
So the sex life was boring.
the sex and shit, we were together for
Well,
years
Exhibit
at
A.
that point.
Exhibit A. I mean, like,
So
but you said your relationship, you had to open it up.
I mean, honestly, to be completely honest, it was really him that was the one that wanted to open it and was like having issues like being faithful and whatnot. And so I was like, all right, well, we could open it up, and that was that. But but the open relationship isn't really what killed it.
But you said it was boring too. You thought
It
it
was
also
after. So the last 2 years we were not having pretty much.
Isn't that a failure of the pair bonding between you two then? If it was boring and you had to open it up?
No, because we opened it up before that. I think what really failed it wasn't the pair bonding. It was the fact. I mean, shit. I really don't want to like put my business out there. I'm scared he's gonna see this because we're so cool. I don't want to like.
Did you feel you stopped growing together?
Yeah, essentially, yes. Like I am a lot more ambitious than him, and he was 3 years older, right? I was 17, he was 20 when we got together, and I feel like I outgrew him. And so I became his mother at the end of the day, and it was extremely unattractive to be somebody's mother.
Sure.
After years of being together. So
let's watch another tape video.
Okay.
We got another one here. Nick can pull it up. Is this the second one in the list? Yes. Can you go full screen, before you play it, make it full screen? Wait, is this the one I want to react to? Oh, this is related to the whole like experience, inexperience thing, I think, because you're talking about, well, wouldn't the guy want a girl who's, and I pretty much totally agree with what he's about to say, but wouldn't the guy want a girl who's like more sexually experienced? Wholesome Tate here. I think this is a wholesome moment. Go ahead.
Sex, this position, that position. Don't you feel like you get to a point in your life where there's something more than that shit? Don't you feel like, and maybe I'm going to sound like a romantic, don't you feel like you get to a position in your life where you'd rather have a girl who you truly love and she truly loves you, and it doesn't matter what she does because you know she really loves you and she's trying her best?
Where are those hats?
I know she's shaking her head. But I'm serious. If you sleep with enough women, just like if you sleep with enough men, there's no fucking move. Sex is not a complicated operation, all right? There's no move that's going to be like, wow, I've never seen this before. I've never seen this before. My mind is blown.
No, like just
If you think the way you keep a man happy is to move your pussy in a particular way on top of his dick, as opposed to behave in a way which is respectful to him out in the real world, and for him to know he has you and your loyalty regardless of what's going to come up, all the problems he's going to come into in his life, then you're wrong. So the whole point of sex is a connection between two people, and I think having a genuine connection between two people is worth more than the sex. So her question was, what can a woman do to truly blow your mind in the bedroom? You'll blow my mind outside of the bedroom in a relationship as a whole. That's the truth. That's the truth. Wouldn't you rather have a girlfriend who truly loves you, is absolutely loyal to you, like no matter what happens, she's going to be there for you. You can catch a case 6 months, she's outside waiting for you. She can't take dick, right? Whatever, but she tries her very, very best to pour the poor thing, and she wants to satisfy you, and you know she cares about you. Wouldn't you be like, well, I don't care that she can't take dick because that's actually a quality woman, which is rare in the world today. But I am genuinely uninterested in sleeping with a woman who I don't have a connection with. If a girl said to me, I don't love you at all, I don't feel anything for you at all, I don't want to sleep with you, but I will, I would say no. The sex act in and of itself is okay. If you had sex, we've all had sex, right? Do you really need to fuck somebody who doesn't give a shit about you at all? We live in a world now, right, where we have a lot of narratives which are being broken down and destroyed in real time. And I think it's very, very healthy for men and women to look at sex as an act that happens between people who at least like each other. The idea that I don't like them at all, but as long as they can suck dick this way, then it's okay. I don't give a fuck, right? If a girl genuinely loves me with all her heart and gives me a fucking terrible blowjob, I'm still gonna be like, well, you love me, I love you, it is what it is. Life's more important than blowjobs and fucking blowing your load.
What if it's
this is the truth. And if it's not love, let me tell you something. Women are the gatekeepers, not men. If it's not love, you shouldn't be fucking him anyway. This is the reality of the world. Just because the modern world told you different. You shouldn't be fucking any man you don't love. That's the first fucking thing. You shouldn't be sleeping with him. No, but it's true.
You're right. Because the intimacy, whatever however you say it, intimacy, whatever is not there, you will feel it.
But
looking at that from just from that angle, there are times I guess I'll relate it to the sex work. There are times where I meet somebody and they're real nasty to me. Like in person, they're not nice. They say things. And like he said, the gatekeeper, I was like, you know what? Maybe it's best you see another girl because I don't want to see you. And in that sense, yes, I agree that like you want to be with someone sexually that cares about you, that's at least nice to you. Like I had one guy that was insulting me like the whole time, and I just was like, this guy's nasty. I don't want him, and I just gave him to somebody else.
Your reaction?
I mean, yeah, he's saying that he wants to have a romantic connection or a genuine connection with somebody. I mean, isn't that what we all want?
But the context of the clip is, well, if a girl is sexually experienced, say she's either virgin or maybe she's only been with one guy, there's this trope that a woman who has a low body count, that translates to she's going to be bad in bed. Or if she's a virgin, she's going to be bad in bed. But
he acknowledges her trying, though. He says, hey, she's trying. Yeah. She's trying. I was like, hey, her heart's there. She's trying, man.
You can always teach, right? I mean, I think that the best part about two inexperienced people being together is that you learn together. I think that's really fulfilling, and I'm sure that after a couple of years, like, it's probably the best sex of your life. Right?
It's also the most
not even a couple
thing.
of years.
Yeah. Not even a couple.
I don't
of
think
years,
it would take that long.
If you're trying, you're practicing every day, you're getting your lessons in. Maybe it's
That's what an honorable man that actually wants a wife will be able to teach those things. And even if he's sexually inexperienced and she's sexually inexperienced, that's
You
like
learn
the
together,
beauty of a
yeah,
relationship,
exactly.
is that when you do love one another, you're creating that emotional connection with them to then continue the relationship, and it will, right, and you'll see improvement, and you get to teach each other what you like and don't like. You don't need experience to tell them, oh, I like it done to me this way or that way, when you get to learn that with each other and continue to explore.
By experience, I didn't. By
Fireworks.
experience, I didn't mean like sexual experience, like particular, like like what moves do you like? I mean, that's obviously like teachable and whatever. That's between two parts. I'm talking about like just experience with relationships in general. I want to really like
Not sexual experience.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Just so we have that clear. I was not talking about like, oh, I like it this way and whatever.
Well, but I mean, I've certainly heard that as a rebuttal to men preferring women.
She's not better than the girls. Yeah. Oh God, no.
No, but I've definitely heard that. Like, if a guy's like, oh, I prefer a girl with a low body count, and they're trying to argue, oh, body count doesn't matter. It's like, well, what about the Gluck 9000?
Right.
What
I kind of want to wrap this. I mean, what I want to kind of make a conclusion for myself just on this whole topic is I feel like women who have a low body count want to feel like, oh, I'm more valuable and I'm better than a girl that has a high body count. And I feel like sometimes women with a high body count are trying to be like, oh, well, I'm better because I could do X, Y, Z in bed better than you. And I think both of those takes are like absolutely horrible. I think there's no one's better than the other. I think that if you don't, if you have a low body count, that's fine. If you have a high body count, that's fine. That's my point. It doesn't matter either way. When I was talking about experience, I meant more just like relationship experience and like what you want and don't want in your partner, like as a whole, not as in bed.
But you said that body count is irrelevant and that men are weird for wanting young virgins.
Well, yes, young virgins. I mean, look, and I think it's strange, and I think that you should expect to be with somebody with the same like morals as you. Like, if you're a guy who's slept with a bunch of women, then you're weird. You're like a hypocrite for wanting a virgin, and I think we can agree on that.
Oh,
right?
I 100% agree on that. Yeah.
Well,
and that's all I said.
Hot take here.
You disagree?
Well, I think as a guy, if you're, let's say you have a high body count as a guy, I think it's perfectly reasonable for you to prefer to date women with a low body count.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Yeah.
But those women don't have to date you because you have a high body count.
What do you mean?
Like,
no, nobody has to date anybody.
Yeah,
but
I mean, it's reasonable. You're allowed to have a preference on absolutely anything. There's no one saying you can't have a preference on like anything. But I think it's kind of.
You think it's a double standard?
I think it's not necessarily a double standard. I think it might be kind of unrealistic. Like, if a man came up to me and was like, "Oh, I like that you're a virgin," and he has 300 bodies, I'm gonna be like,
"Yeah,
no."
That's
and I think most
absurd.
women who are saving them, I don't like that term, but saving themselves, would agree. Like, you probably want someone who's
There are, that may very well be the case, but there's definitely women who, I think generally speaking, women care maybe a little bit less, or quite a bit less when it comes to their,
And it is, I don't know if I necessarily like agree with that standard, but like I've definitely hung out with or gone on dates with guys who have, in my opinion, a relatively high body count. And as much as I'm willing to forgive it, I wouldn't sleep with them, probably.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You would?
I would not sleep with them.
Would not because they have a high body count.
Yeah, and honestly, what's high for a man, in my opinion, is probably not the same as what's high for a woman, in my opinion, which is biased, but just logically and realistically, that's how it works.
But you think it's kind of like hypocritical, kind of double standard? Like if a guy with a high body count wants a girl with a low body count, or...
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a double standard. I just think it's hypocritical. I think that if you maybe I guess double standard is the right word for it. I just feel like if you expect your partner to have certain morals, then you should have those same morals as well. So yes, I guess it is.
Well, I mean, my rebuttal to that is, does there need to be perfect reciprocity?
No.
Well, what I'm trying to get at is, does there need to be perfect equivalent between what the two part, like for example, can we all agree like a lot of women would be very attracted to like a very wealthy man?
Yeah.
Yes.
In order for her to be attracted to him, does she too also need to be wealthy?
No.
No.
Or what about a man who's tall? Need she also be tall to be attracted to a man who's tall? Or what about a guy who's funny? Need a woman be funny herself to be attracted to a man who's funny?
But I think
so
those
people
qualities-
desire.
You have to be funny.
No, but people desire traits in their partner that they do not necessarily possess themselves. So in this case, a man who has a high body count, I think he may very well desire a woman with a low body count because a low body count is a desirable thing. So
he's
despite
allowed to
desire-
like morals, I'm talking about like just having like the same morals, because like sense of humor is not a moral. Height is not a moral. Body count or the amount of the sex.
But maybe he's
is something-
changed. Maybe he had a hoe phase.
Maybe she had a hoe face.
Yeah,
True,
I definitely.
but he could still have a preference. Maybe he had a hoe phase.
I mean,
maybe
you're
he's
allowed
got
to
a
have
hoe
a
more
phase.
like-
desire
likely
and a
to be
preference.
psychologically
I just
affected
think
by
that,
it.
Yeah,
like,
That actually is not true,
personal-
and I know what study it's the same for men and women. Yeah,
Look up Helen Fisher. Statistically, when a man has she actually showed me this. When a man has a higher body count, it does drive up divorce rates and stuff. But psychologically speaking, orgasm is an oxytocin release for women and a dopamine release for men, and that is the facts. It is psychology. It is your brain. It is your biology, and you cannot deny that.
I don't understand why you're trying
it's
to
muted, Nick.
dispute things that we have
I don't even know how
multiple
this is going
studies
for
on.
so long. I just feel like I'm like repeating myself a lot. I feel like y'all are
Because you
repeating
will not
yourselves a lot.
I'm confused.
Like, I
Because
feel
you
like the
will
chat is
not.
bored, like,
You will not
I
accept
wanna
that we
know-
are telling
wanna
you
know-
science.
Sorry.
Okay, but
It's
I
also-
would like to know.
Jesus,
Sorry, I don't.
no,
mean to
you're
interrupt
good.
you.
Go.
I would like to know how you're disputing. We're giving you science, and you're
Yeah.
disputing it by saying no, that's
It's
not
not like
true.
we're giving you opinions.
without providing any nuance to your take.
It's also easy to say like body count shouldn't matter because people with higher body counts and lower body counts value sex very differently.
I agree.
Yeah.
100%. It's obviously a very different moral standing.
Oh my goodness.
All right,
I feel
so-
like I made all my points. We're going around in circles.
And to like take on like what you said, I feel like you're allowed to desire and have preferences.
Yeah.
It's just like the things you
Yeah.
listed, like personality traits are so much different than purity.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole argument is, well, a guy with a high body count, he shouldn't want a woman. He should match up with a woman who also has a high body count because that's fair. But it's like, okay, well, both men and women, we're not the same. Like we desire certain characteristics that we ourselves do not possess. For example, if you're a super masculine guy, need you date a super masculine woman, or can you be attracted, shocker, to a woman who's more feminine?
No, I agree with
Like-
that because then a woman can also prefer to have a man with a lower body count just the same, even if she had
Higher
Yeah.
body count. Yeah.
I
It goes
also
both
think
ways.
body count also doesn't have to matter so much. I mean, Matt and I literally never talked about it once until we
Hold
started
on.
watching.
Is he still in the
whatever.
chat? Is he still in the
Probably.
chat?
He's
Yo.
probably there. I don't
Matt,
know.
hold on, Matt, you find out that your girl fiance over here, she reveals to you. Did you guys ever talk about it?
Yeah, like after we watched your show like
Oh,
five
but
times.
but prior to watching our show, you
No,
guys
never.
never disclosed to each
Not
other.
even once.
What's did he share his body count? I don't know if you want to share it, but
It was like higher than mine for
Higher than-
sure.
you
I
said-
don't
you said you
remember
were like
exactly.
14,
I
I
think it was
think.
like above 30 though for sure.
you said you were.
Yeah.
What? His name's Matt, right?
Yeah.
Matt. She Ooga. What is he calling you? Ooga booga. What was?
Boobaloo.
Matt. Boobala?
Yeah.
Okay. She reveals that her body count is 300. Is the wedding off, dude? Come on, be honest. Let us know in the chat.
Wasn't that would be interesting to know?
kidding.
I was like, wasn't that mine?
I think I know his answer, but yeah, I would be interesting to know.
Word. Let's move on from this. We have another Tate video. Another one. I think we're gonna do 4, but we're just gonna do 3. I think. Is this it, or is this? Wait, which one? There's 2, right? What?
This one's 2 minutes.
Play it.
A life without children is vaporous.
I don't know. And next. Let's see the next. Actually, no. I think we're good on the tape videos. I do want the girls to rate someone's Instagram here before we.
Okay.
2 people's Instagrams. Actually, here. Do you know? I'm gonna go pull it up. Maddie, if you can read the super chat and then ask the girls their final thoughts if they have any.
Made you look gain. Mwahahaha. Quickly Google mega worms. Thoughts on cuddle therapy. Stop talking, Carly. Brian, any chance Matthew Pussy on a future show?
Oh,
that was so many different points in one
that would
question.
be cool.
The dating coach?
Yeah.
I don't know who that is.
It's a dating coach.
He's
That'd
neat.
be cool.
He has some cool. He's like Australian or something, or New Zealand. Yeah, one of the. He's just a neat
he's
guy.
the guy I'm thinking of.
I like him
Probably.
and Jackson. The Jackson.
I don't know
guy.
who you're talking
Yeah,
Team
the like
Jackson.
Instagram. Sorry, I don't
That guy.
I don't know.
Oh,
Barlow_Germany donated $99. TTS, this is very nice podcast.
Aw.
I wish you all a very nice time.
Bala, Germany. Thank you, man.
Wait,
Appreciate
so
it.
what are our thoughts on cuddle therapy?
Wait, what?
I didn't know that was a thing.
it is a thing. It is.
It's a little weird.
Oh wait, I
Cuddle
actually heard
therapy.
where people can just cuddle with you.
Yeah, you
Yes.
hire,
Like,
like,
yeah, you hire
The
someone to just
oxytocin
cuddle with
release.
you
Mhm.
and like talk
Oh,
about
yeah, he
your
was.
life
Yeah.
and stuff.
It's a thing.
I feel like I
can
feel
see
like
that.
It's just I would not
It's
do
just-
it. I feel like I'd be a little bit weirded out if I just like had someone
Yeah.
cuddle with me while like some random
Oh, to
person.
pay for it?
cut-
It's
like
yeah,
fetish.
paying
It's
for
just
someone to
scary
cuddle
again
with me.
because you're
fetish.
bonding with that person that you're not going to have a relationship with.
Yeah,
Like it's
yeah.
just going to
Yeah.
damage you.
Cuddling is a very intimate
I mean,
thing.
as much as I wouldn't personally do it, I can see at a really low point of your life, if you have nobody else, how that could be a
Yeah,
helpful
yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
if it works for you, do it.
And he was talking about Matthew
I'm sure
Hussey.
it
I
helps.
think I actually emailed Matthew Hussey a while back inviting him on, but I don't think he got back to me. But I'd be down to have him on. It'd be pretty interesting because he's
Yeah.
Is that
he's a female dating coach.
Is that the guy who I always see on my TikTok reels like the proper way to make a woman have sex with you, whatever?
What the
Is he like he's like
I was trying, but it didn't come
No,
out
I
right.
don't think
he's
so.
got like an accent. He's New
And
Zealand.
every take I've heard has been about sex, or is that the wrong?
No,
person?
that's not him,
Okay,
no.
never
He's
mind, never mind.
British.
Never mind.
British
British,
guy.
that's
What's
Yeah.
mango worms?
What?
They said Google mango worms.
That's a bad idea. I don't know.
Okay.
Here, we're gonna
wondering.
get your guys' rating on this gentleman, and then we're gonna wrap up the show.
8.
He's
He's wearing young LA.
Um,
It's crazy.
Oh wait, hold on. Here,
Swordless
come back.
donated
Hey,
$100.
Swordless.
Love and
Nice.
sex are completely
Thank
different
you.
things.
Good to see you in the chat, man.
You can't explain why you love someone, but you can explain why you have an attraction to someone. And Adi. Thanks for sitting there again. And morning/afternoon/evening/night/whatever all.
Yo, Swordless. Thank you. Good to see you in the chat, man. Swordless is a longtime supporter, and he's a Giga Chat. Okay. Thank you, man. Appreciate your glad
Who
you
is
were.
this?
This guy. His name. Fuck. I forgot what his actual name is.
Looks like a Ziz disciple.
Is
Yeah, he
like
does look like
a
it's his disciple.
fan?
The
Scroll
young
down.
LA fit is
Scroll down.
crazy.
Let's
He a
see.
bodybuilder?
Oh wow.
Yeah, he looks
okay.
like a bodybuilder.
Yeah, bodybuilder
Yeah. Seems nice.
guy.
He's hotter than the last one.
Oh.
Matthew
LA
McCarthy
Hold on, we'll
donated
come back to it.
$100. All right, Brian, you got me to $800. I would not care at all about my booballa body count. What matters is that she's number one honest, loyal, and a genuine angel, which she is.
Aw.
Get me on the show with her versus the Red Bill Avengers. You won't be
Aww. That was a nice one.
I
gotta call
actually
Cap on that.
totally, No,
I
I
gotta
actually
call Cap.
totally believe him. I mean, I don't know, but yeah, no, call Cap all you
There's
want.
men like that in the
all
world.
you want.
Brian.
You don't know the real me.
No, but I mean, he obviously knows your true body count. But like, if,
Yeah, right.
I feel like it would be a different circumstance to
Would it be a
reveal.
different me if it was so many?
Who knows? Who knows? But thank you, man. Appreciate it. We can talk. Let's pull back up. Instagram guy. All right, keep scrolling. All right, so he's very fit.
Got a cute dog.
He's very fit.
See, men. I feel okay. I'm not like
I feel like
trying
some of
to
these
oppose
are
an
wrong.
argument,
The
but men
Zoom
don't
culture
want women
picture.
posting revealing photos. But isn't that also revealing photos?
Wait, what?
I feel like men don't want.
This guy's on Young LA, isn't he?
Is
men
he?
don't
I
want
think he
women
is.
posting
I mean,
revealing photos, but
probably.
aren't
Can
those
we-
kind of revealing photos as
Will
well?
you-
Oh, sorry. Can we? I did not mean to.
No,
interrupt you.
you're
I'm
good.
So
I was
sorry.
just like
Can
whispering.
we
to
look at his bio and see if he's
Yeah.
a Young LA athlete?
Yeah, we'll scroll up. I'm trying to
really
remember.
curious.
Fuck, I
I've
only
heard
know
of
him
Young
by
LA
his like
before.
It's our
handle.
clothing sponsor.
Yeah, you can scroll all the way up,
Aw.
just to the very
Wait,
top.
clothing?
It's fitness clothing.
Very top to the Michael. That's
Yeah.
Young LA
Michael.
coach Sony. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
he is on
a
Young LA then.
Oh wow. Okay,
Wow.
you guys
Wow.
are.
He's definitely
Yeah,
his
fitness,
disciple,
yeah.
but I was thinking
For
like he
sure.
was like a meat rider, but he's sponsored.
Wait, what's a meat rider?
Meat rider, like it's
He just looks like a Young LA Avenger.
yeah,
like
Young LA
every
Avenger,
single pose.
Someone
I
like
have-
the superhero tee, the pump cover joggers,
everything.
like everything, young LA, the bag, like everything.
Yeah. Now, I in addition to him being pretty ripped, I would like to point out, because I'm going to ask you guys if you would, you date him, and I want you guys to actually answer if you were single, okay? He was the main tank in his World of Warcraft raiding guild, okay, guys? He played a Tauren warrior. He got to Nax, they cleared it to KT. He was playing on Fairlina, I think. He's like a kind of a deep, like DPS really solid, but he's a tank. So, he plays World of Warcraft a lot. So maybe that's a pro, maybe that's a negative, but like also very fit guy, very nice guy. We were going to have him on the show. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, but maybe, hey, Micheal, if you see this, let's have you on the show. Yes, smash or pass? I don't know what the right fucking is.
Not because of the World of Warcraft part. I like a man who games a little bit.
Okay.
Because I don't see myself dating a Ziz disciple.
Is he? I don't know if he's a...
he very much looks like
it. I don't know for sure.
You don't see yourself dating it? Isn't your boyfriend?
No, my boyfriend is not a Ziz disciple.
No. He's never striked.
No.
Oh, yeah.
My boyfriend likes classic bodybuilding.
Okay.
Not hard
There's probably
style.
somewhere on his computer where, like, when he's not with you, he's like playing Tevez.
Don't. You're giving me nightmares. But yeah, no. But not because of the World of Warcraft. The gaming would be cool.
It's the Ziz
Ziz
disciple
thing. Yeah,
Micheal, confirm or deny, are you Ziz disciple? What about you? Do you go for him? Would you date him?
Wait. Yeah, no, I'd pass both ways.
Because of the World of Warcraft thing?
No, not at all. I love gamers.
He's just not your type?
Yeah, just not my type.
I'm sorry, Micheal, dude. I'm sorry, bro.
I feel like he's an attractive guy. I feel like I feel like he's an attractive guy. I don't know if our personalities would clash. I guess
Well, you haven't met him.
Yeah, exactly. I think just having to seeing more than a picture, I think it would be like a video or something like, okay. I don't think the World of Warcraft, like being like a super high rank, if he was like super high rank in the military, I'd be like, okay. Okay, the military, but I think World of Warcraft's cool. Like, I think it's cool.
Sure.
I completely second what Carly said.
Oh, come on. Really?
It's just...
Why would we... I mean, it's obvious that we would have the same opinion.
Yeah. Like, he seems cool. And
he
a
does
lot
seem
of
cool.
people do like that kind of content.
Yeah.
But I think, personally, the subgroup of fitness that we're in, it's a little bit cringe. Not that I'm one to speak on that. I have plenty
you guys
of
are cringe?
content myself. No.
Or he's cringe.
The whole Ziz disciple thing, I think it's really outplayed. Like, it was a trend for a while. It's very, like, 14-year-old boy who wants to do SARMs. Like, yeah, I don't know how to explain it.
Is he not, like, ripped enough for you?
Don't get me wrong, he has a very nice physique. Yeah,
he does.
But like you said, you like really tall, like buff guys, right?
Yeah.
He's not big enough? Is that right? Like, what's that?
I mean, I can't see how tall he is.
Who's that guy who, like, all the girls are fucking simping over? The, like, really Bumsworth?
Oh, Chris Bumstead?
4 times Olympia winner Chris Bumstead. Yeah, no, I don't think...
Is that more your, like, physique type?
Well, he's Mr. Olympia.
That's
he's like number 1 in the world. Yeah, that's insane. That's like looking at like a superhero and being like,
Wait, question. Would you break up with your current boyfriend from Chris?
No.
Bumstead?
My current boyfriend is 250 pounds lean and benches like 550. I'm not.
Okay, so
he's a large man. Yeah,
okay.
I'm definitely not lacking.
The question, or you were saying earlier about like the hotel, like, you know, how the guy will look at the screen and be like, hey, if we need to evacuate, I think something like that's sexy. If he does stuff like that in general, I think that's sexy, because I like dudes that like are always thinking, like they're looking around and they're like, something's off. Like, I think that's hot. Like, they're really aware, because I'm not. And like you said, with attraction, I like that. I'm like, yeah.
What?
Wait, so Chris Bumstead is like...
Who do you think, like, in the industry has your ideal physique?
Bradley Martin?
No.
Who in the industry has the ideal man physique of what I would
seek?
seek?
What you would think is attractive.
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Well, I'm not gonna name drop. I guess it's as much as I don't hate to admit it, but I don't know. I don't want to offend anyone, but I think definitely the height part is more important than how big you are, because I've tried it out. I've tried out like bigger guys who are shorter. It's just like,
oh, you're good.
Most of the time, it ends up being an insecurity, and that's the part that is unattractive. When
go ahead.
When the shortness is an insecurity, and so that's why I just can't do, like, I like when a guy's tall, but he doesn't have to be as big as Sebum. That's kind of ridiculous.
I think it's also, I don't know if it's necessarily fair, but I think it's more likely for the two of us to have unrealistic physique expectations because we're constantly around like pro bodybuilders.
Yeah.
I feel the same way. Do you guys like to be so, you know, sometimes in the same industry, like let's say if someone told me, oh, would you date a porn star? I would say no. I would say no because I like the opposite. And would you say, like, you want to be the bodybuilder in the relationship? You want to, or no, you like that?
Because I like I said earlier, it does make me feel a little bit masculine, and I need someone who's going to drown out that masculinity.
Exactly.
And who's going to be just.
I think definitely, like, if there's a spectrum, we're definitely way farther on the masculine side. You need somebody to outweigh that.
Outweigh it,
And I mean, I feel like you were also asking if we would be with someone in our industry.
Yeah, in the industry.
There's a lot of people who are fit and big outside of the industry. I honestly don't have a preference of me dating someone who's in the industry or not in the industry. I would prefer a private relationship if I had one. Yeah. And so that would be hard if I dated someone in the fitness industry, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, it's so strange to me. Like my brain, like I don't know why I can't wrap around it. But if someone's like, yeah, do you want to date a porn star? I'd be like, no, I don't at all. Fair. Like I have no idea why. I can't explain it.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense.
Would I what?
A male gigolo?
No, I don't know why though. I can't, like, I can explain everything else, but I can't explain why I wouldn't want to do that.
Maybe you just want to like
I like the
have
difference.
your career for yourself. You know, it's like you have your job and then you kind of
come home
to him, and you don't have to talk about work. You know,
something different. Like I'm like, what happened in your day that was
novelty?
different?
Yeah,
I will say. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I had one. I'll circle you in here.
Yeah.
Would you ever pay a man for that? Just when you scoot your chair in, if you can, just do it quietly.
So there is a sex shaman in India that he does some sort of it's like a training. I would pay for that, and I believe that that's involved. But if it was involving the sex shaman, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that'd be. Yeah.
Would you date Sonii? Micheal?
He was attractive, so if he's like
cool,
single. And if I was like single, which I'm obviously not, then yeah, I think he's attractive and buff. I'm definitely like fit guys that are like into fitness too. Yeah.
I mean, he's attractive, but other than that, I don't know anything about him. So
wait, who's
is there a video of him? Like his
person?
No,
we're talking about the guy we were just looking.
Oh,
is there like a video?
I don't know.
Just the photos.
Oh.
Probs not.
Probs not.
Probs not. Okay, all right, we're gonna wrap up. Let's see here. Anyone final thoughts before we wrap? Speak now, forever hold your peace.
Feminism has absolutely plagued American women.
Go on.
There we go.
And we need to do something to fix it. And obviously it's scientific that us women make connections with men, and body count does matter. And anyone who says it doesn't matter is lying.
Hell yeah.
I feel like I'm so happy that I got to be on this podcast. It's so nice to meet all you guys and have like a normal talk. That was cool.
It was a fun time for sure.
Yeah, it was awesome.
I had a good time too. I'm just so tired, guys. I have 2 hours of sleep in me right now, so yeah.
Good times.
It was great.
Good times. Okay. Did you have any more on the feminist stuff? You said you're feminist though, right? Don't you object to what she just said?
I can say a lot of things on the feminist stuff.
Well, would the feminists? That was when I asked earlier. You said there's 2 types, and I guess some feminists would disagree that I was a feminist because.
See, I wouldn't even classify myself as a feminist at all. I mean, yeah, I'm pro-woman.
Pro-woman.
I love you know, being pro-woman, but the feminist movement in the modern day and age nowadays has been completely distorted to not be a pro-woman, even even.
It's like anti
at all. It's
yeah,
anti-woman. It's anti-traditionalism. It's anti-motherhood. Honestly, I mean, they're completely
hustle culture and that.
I mean, we haven't talked about abortion, but they're pro-legal genocide and like anti-motherhood in today's day and age.
Yeah.
They want women to stay in the corporate world. They want you to be a slave to your corporation. They want women to get married later and later. And the feminist movement has been the downfall, I think, of women in especially the past 2 decades.
Well, I'll just say, if I can say this, that I don't think everything is so black and white like that. Like, I think there are women who do enjoy casual sex and who do enjoy promiscuity to an extent and things like that. And I don't think that they have to be judged or looked down on for that, because that's just the reality that not everybody's the same and that life in general isn't black and white. So.
Sure. It's not black and white.
Yeah.
But I also think that, sure, if women want to say they enjoy casual sex and enjoy promiscuity, then they have to also admit the harm that they're doing to themselves as well. In the long run.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in a super happy relationship and I have more bodies than some of the people here for sure.
Sure.
And yeah, I mean, honestly, I think Matt and I are probably the most happy and the most in love that we've ever been with anyone else ever. So
it's good.
Exactly.
Word. And then I think the last thing I would just say on that is, I don't know. There's definitely, like, it's interesting because, I mean, I think even you said you think hookup culture is a bad thing. Well, casual sex is sort of the antithesis of, like, how can you be against hookup culture but for casual sex?
I just said that people shouldn't be judged for their body count. I didn't say that I was pro or against. Well, actually, I am against.
You said you're against hookup culture.
I am against hookup culture. I think it's like bad for women and men. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm tired.
That's fine. But
anyways, all I said is that I don't think women or men should be judged for their body count, and I think it doesn't matter. But I am against hookup culture. Unfortunately, I couldn't get into that because I felt like I was, had to explain myself a lot about the body count stuff. But I kind of wanted to, I want to dead the issue.
But I guess the whole thing about, like, oh, we shouldn't judge people that engage in casual sex, but also hookup culture bad. I don't think you can have both. Like, if there's absolutely zero shame associated with just engaging in said hookup culture, aka having casual sex, then how do you combat hookup culture? Or do we just say, well, it's a bad thing, but I guess we just keep the status quo going, and it is what it is. Like, I don't think, like, it's kind of they're conflicting to say hookup culture is bad, but to also say, well, we shouldn't shame people that have casual sex and engage in like, I don't think those two thoughts can coexist, really. You either say casual sex is bad, hookup culture, like, the two are opposed.
I mean, I just feel like, okay, I'm running on, like, no juice here.
That's okay.
Yeah, I know. Okay, I'm so sorry.
Whatever. I'm just gonna wrap up unless.
Please wrap up. My back hurts. I'm done.
Okay, guys, we are wrapping up. Last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you were here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who Superchats, donates, and supports the show. Really appreciate all your patronage tonight, guys. Thank you to the wonderful panel. Thank you to all our chat mods. Thank you to Britt, who's helping with timestamps. If you want to be on the show and you're a girl, DM at whatever on Instagram. And let's see, we will be live again Sunday at 7 p.m. Pacific. So be sure to tune in for that. Thanks again for tuning in. Guys, we will see you next time. 07s in the chat. I want to see 07s in the chat. Hope you guys have a very good night. And we will see you